This is Jocko podcast number 452 with Carrie Helton and me, Jocko Willink. Good evening, Carrie.
Good evening.
As a rule of thumb, when the battalion commander is firing his personal weapon, things are going badly. Things were generally bad all across Iraq, especially in Iraq's Anbar province, particularly in the city of Ramadi, and specifically at entry control point 3, where at this moment, all hell had broken loose. Intense, if inaccurate, machine gun and AK-47 fire spattered the ground around us. From open turrets atop each vehicle, our gunners searched for the enemy across the canal. Looking out my passenger side window, I saw half a dozen small fires burning in the field outside the Iraqi position, with smoke billowing above the concrete walls. The blast burned a 10-foot scorch mark into the concrete near the entrance, marking the site of the explosion. The only evidence of the suicide bomber's truck was the rear axle and a couple of smoking pieces of blackened, twisted steel, now resting 10 yards out in the desert. The gunner on my truck yelled down, "There are guys with guns across the canal shooting at us. What should I do?" I grimaced, trying to remind myself that this, after all, was our first firefight. It seemed that all the training in Germany and in Kuwait on the rules of engagement just confused the soldiers. "Shoot back," I told him. "Okay," he replied. He was a good kid, but I decided right then and there that I was getting a new gunner as soon as we got back to camp. I turned to Sergeant First Class Roberts, wedged helplessly in the backseat, unable to influence the battle. For a moment, I was afraid he was going to have an aneurysm. "I got it," Roberts assured me without me saying a word. "I got it." Moments later, the M240 machine gun atop the Humvee erupted in a soothing hum. In the next moment, the gunners on all three vehicles blazed away, laying a furious barrage of suppressive fire on the terrorists across the canal. I keyed the handset of the FM radio to report the situation to the TOC located on Camp Ramadi and to direct the relief effort. "Conqueror Main, Conqueror 6, I called. No answer. "Conqueror Main, Conqueror 6, over," I barked into the handset. Nothing. I could hear the talk transmitting across the radio net, but they could not hear me. Keying the handset on my second radio, turned to our internal patrol frequency. I called no more than 30 feet to Captain Lancon, instructing him to take charge here and get in contact with the talk while I assess the damage inside the ECP. I yelled back to Roberts, "You got this?" Roberts nodded in agreement, relieved he could finally get into the fight. I jumped out of the Humvee and sprinted 20 yards into the Iraqi position, passing the charred corpses of 2 Iraqi sentries. I needed to assess the extent of the damage while ignoring the thick, stinging smoke. Chief Warrant Officer Jason Forgash, the advisor's team intelligence officer, met me at the entry. Forgash had spent the past frantic minutes trying to rally the Iraqis to defend the position, literally pulling them by the collar and pushing them into fighting positions before the terrorists overran the checkpoint. Judging from the look on his face, I'm certain that Forgash was both glad to see me and surprised that the first help to arrive turned out to be the task force commander. "Chief, what do you got?" I asked. Despite mortar rounds knocking him to the ground minutes before in the initial attack, he replied with a concise, detailed report of a professional intelligence officer. "Sir, it was a complex attack. They hit us with mortars and small arms fire from the north and from across the canal. When they got everyone's heads down, they drove a big-ass dump truck into the gate. It was probably AQ. The T-walls held, but the blast was next to the Iraqi officers' hooch. They're both dead, along with the 2 burned-up guys you passed on the way in. The fireball jumped the wall and caught the camo nets on fire, and the Iraqi soldiers went to pieces. The command post and all my vehicles are burning inside, so I got no comms. We need to get the hell out of the checkpoint and establish a perimeter until we can get more help and put out the fire. Your 2 guys, Reinhardt and Garza, are hit, but they're going to be all right. A couple of Iraqis are wounded as well, but they'll be all right too." In Ramadi, all right meant the wounded had all of their limbs and were not going to die right then. For the moment, my assessment was that we were outgunned, caught in the crossfire of a complex attack next to a burning Iraqi checkpoint, and in need of evacuation for the U.S. and Iraqi wounded. Frankly, if I had encountered a scenario like this during our train-up in Germany, I would have complained that it was simply unrealistic. It was a worst-case scenario that had a certain Kobayashi Maru feel to it. And that right there is an excerpt from a book called Ramadi, Declassified, A Roadmap to Peace in the Most Dangerous City in Iraq, written by Colonel Anthony E. Deane, who was the commander of the 1st Battalion, 35th Armor, called Task Force Conqueror in the Battle of Ramadi. And the battalion, along with the entire Ready First Brigade, had been thrown into a situation that to many appeared to be a Kobayashi Maru scenario. And if you aren't familiar with that term, it comes from the show Star Trek. And it's a fictional training scenario that the cadets are put into. And it's a situation that they cannot win, but they're trying to figure out and trying to see how these cadets react. So they put them into a no-win scenario. And that's what that references to. And many people actually saw Ramadi at this time as a lose-lose scenario, that there was no way to win. But the Ready First did not see it that way. But it was going to take a heroic effort and heroic actions to accomplish this mission. And Colonel Deane and his troops played an instrumental role in achieving victory in the city of Ramadi. And it's an honor to have him here with us tonight to share his experiences and lessons learned. Colonel Deane, Tony, thank you for joining us.
Hey, Jocko, thanks for having me on. It's great seeing you.
Yeah, the Star Trek reference, the no-win situation.
Yeah, when we got there, it's funny because, I was in Desert Storm. So it's like, I've been to combat. I know what's going on. And then when we got there, it's like, holy crap. And then things just, that was we hadn't even taken over. That was still, we were still during RIP. And it just, every day it was like, wow.
Yeah, you guys had a really hard opening stanza going into Ramadi. It was rough to watch. I had been there for maybe a month at that point. So before we get into Ramadi, let's get a little bit of your background so people understand who you are. So you're born, 1963?
I was born in 63, born Omaha, Nebraska, youngest of 5. My dad was a chief in the Navy.
Mm-hmm. World War II, right?
World War II vet, yeah. He was actually, he was on the Missouri when the Japanese surrendered.
Damn.
So, he moved to Omaha because I had an aunt that lived there that helped raise him. And he couldn't get out of Nebraska fast enough. But, 5 kids, he wanted to be by the sea. He was a sailor at heart. And
you were born after he retired, right?
Yeah, after he retired. He hurt his back, and then he ended up getting put out of the Navy, medically retired, and then he was working, I think he was a mailman when, he ended up working for the state the rest of his life. But we lived downtown for a while, and then we moved out to the suburbs, a town called La Vista. Went to Pavilion La Vista High, and it was, kind of idyllic childhood. We played sports all day.
What sports were you playing?
Just pickup games as a kid. Back when kids used to play pickup games. And we'd play. We lived in an apartment complex, right? So pick up football in the morning, and then in the afternoon when it got hot, you play baseball. Then when it got too hot, there was a pool at the apartment, and then they had a lighted basketball court. So nice. It was. So
you were all day.
You were all day. The kind of Gen X childhood of don't come back. So went to school. Played. I played baseball, and I loved baseball, but I was terrible. I couldn't hit. And then I could catch, I could field, I could run, but arm was never there. Neither was the bat. And then I ran track in high school, and I was pretty fast. Went to Northwest Missouri State. I was going to run there, and then it was just too hard. So I ended up transferring to Nebraska after my.
So you went from you were a big fish in the little pond, and then you became a little fish in a big pond.
Yeah, and I wasn't even. I was a medium-sized fish in a little pond. Self-confidence has never been my shortcoming. So it's like, oh, I'm plenty fast. I'm like, well, that's not what the stopwatch says. So I did that, and really ideal childhood. Couldn't the words didn't apply himself, got used quite a bit, especially in academics. But I kind of slid through with B's, and did all right, and life was good.
So you end up at University of Nebraska. That's where you eventually graduate from. But when you're in there, that's when you join the Army for the first time, right?
Yeah,
you enlist in the Army.
Yeah. So I'm going to pay for my own college. I kind of had it out with my mom, and that worked real good because my dad passed away when I was in junior high, and so you got Social Security checks, but then those kind of stopped when you were 18. Reagan put an end to that, and so it's like that kind of shot my plan. So I was broke, and I had to, I wanted to get through college, and so I enlisted in the reserves, which, my dad always wanted us to, he'd always tell me and my brother, it's like, you're going to, you're both going to go to the Naval Academy, which, at 18, that thought never entered my brain. You know what I mean? So it's like, I'm not going to join the military. But I got there and kind of ran out of money, so I ended up enlisting. And, all these people have these great stories of like wanting to join something bigger and whatever. It's like, no, I was broke.
You just wanted the money.
I was broke. They paid half your tuition, and, I got a couple $100.
So did you go to boot camp like that summer?
Oh, yeah. So I went down to the recruiter, and I didn't want to miss any school. So I said, what is the MOS that I'm not going to miss any school? And they said, Cavalry Scout. I said, so
sign me up.
I finished classes on Friday, shipped out for basic training and AIT on Tuesday, got back on a Thursday, started classes on Monday. Cavalry Scouts are pretty cool because you're outside all the time, you're firing machine guns, you get to shoot. It's a pretty cool job. So I did that. I did, again, didn't apply himself. So, I wasn't an honor grad, but, I was up near the top. So, flying back, there was this guy on my dorm floor, this guy named Terry Jones, and who I didn't really know that well, but we didn't even know that we were in the same basic training class until we got there. We're flying back, and we're drinking these, the little airplane bottles. We're like, I can be an officer. Yeah, me too. So end up, I got there, and I ended up joining ROTC. And it was, again, didn't apply myself. So I was kind of a mediocre cadet. And
that's through the ROTC program. You're a mediocre cadet, strong mediocre cadet. Yeah. Cadet.
Well, actually, and I was just going to stay in the reserves. You get paid a little bit more, and so as an officer. So I remember going to almost ready to graduate, and I went to one of the majors, and I was like, thinking about going on active duty. And he gets up and he shuts the door, and he's like, yeah. I'm glad you want to serve your country, but there's really no place in the Army for you. I'm like, oh, thank you. So I
at least he closed the door. At least he wanted to keep it just between you two.
Yeah. So my senior year, I was still like cadet second lieutenant. They didn't see much professional. Most people are like, battalion commander. So I'm like cadet second lieutenant, and we're having this family day, and the guy who was in charge of it, the squared away cadet, he ended up got appendicitis or something, so it kind of fell on me. And so it worked out pretty good. I knew the kids who were in the simultaneous membership program that are in the reserves and in ROTC. I'm like, one guy was in a helicopter company, one guy was in a transportation company, one guy was in a tank company. So, hey, get your vehicles. And so we put them out there. We figured out some cookies and stuff. So the battalion commander called me in afterwards. It was a big success. And he calls me in, and guy had like 9 Purple Hearts from Vietnam, this guy Bob Snyder. And he's like, Deane, you're not half the dumbass I thought you were. I was like, validation,
we're tracking in the right direction.
Yeah, I'm trending up now. So, so I went to, so it's like, okay, I'm going to graduate, going to go to the basic course. So I go look to graduate, and I'm like, I'm graduating in May, right? And they're like, no, you're not even close. So, I ended up like taking 22 hours of summer school because, back then you could get commissioned without a college degree. And it's like, no, you need to get this done. So graduated college in August, and then shipped off for the basic course. And then at the basic course, I was up near the top of the class, and I got accepted to go on to active duty.
And what year was that? So what year did you get commissioned?
I got commissioned in 1985.
And then from there you went to the basic course, and performing well in that, you got active duty.
Yeah.
And in the 80s, it's harder to get active duty because downsizing and all that stuff.
Yeah. Well,
the 80s wasn't downsizing.
No, the Cold War was still on.
So they needed you.
They didn't think so at the time when I commissioned, but later on they kind of they had a hole, so they had to fill it with somebody. So they like the top reservist and the top National Guard guy could go on active duty if they applied. So
where'd you get stationed first?
First station was in Berlin, Germany, and this is the height of the Cold War. So this is, I got there the 1st of April, 1986. And so it was just after we bombed Libya.
Okay. So,
everything was on edge. We were patrolling the housing area, with armed guards because, the bombing of Libya actually came from the nightclub bombing. So things were pretty tense. And if you, think back to that time, I mean, we're going to get in, Reagan's going to get us in a war. So, I mean, we were uploaded. You had tanks. The tanks had the rounds in them, the main gun rounds, and, 2 hours to roll out. They call an alert once or twice a month, and you had to roll out the gate in 2 hours. There's before cell phones or anything else. So, it was a very, very kind of tense time. I mean, I think people were kind of on edge. I mean, the nuclear threat was pretty real back then. Yeah,
it definitely was. That was in Berlin?
In Berlin, yeah, just outside of Stuttgart.
Like Panzerkaserne?
I was at Panzerkaserne.
I was at Panzerkaserne for a while, too. They ended up putting a naval special warfare unit there. And so I was at Panzerkaserne for a deployment. Pretty awesome place.
Oh, really? Yeah, it was, yeah. And it was great. I mean, we were keeping an eye on the French more than the inter-German border, but we had a plan. We were going to roll out. We'd be there, and like at D+1, we were supposed to be there and backstop the guys that were actually up on the Fulda Gap, and it was a really cool assignment because you could back then you could drive on the economy. So we'd take our tanks out like 1 week during a month. That was kind of the rule. And you'd go out and train on the countryside. So, you'd pull into some farmer's field at night and set up a defensive position and, get up in the morning and, go in the little grocery store and get, brochins and ham and stuff. So it was a pretty cool assignment, actually.
Tank camping.
Yeah. I mean, you could drive down the Autobahn. I mean, it was funny because then, you flash forward to when I was a battalion commander in, in 2005. And it's like, oh, you need a noise abatement. You can't fire after 8 o'clock at night. And it's like, hey, they're singing a different tune when the wall was up. Now,
they were. During that time, you also, I guess, you made a trip, and this is in the book. You made a trip to Spain, little USO trip. And when you're in Spain, you meet an Italian.
Yeah.
And you're that ends up being your wife, Deborah.
Yeah.
And that was sounds like you made a pretty aggressive actions there to make that happen because you got married within a year?
Yeah, just over a year. And I think we probably only seen each other face to face like 30 days in that 15 months. And so and back then, I don't know when you were in Germany, but the German phones used to have like a meter on them. And long-distance phone calls used to be crazy. I mean, for the younger audience, you don't know how much, especially in Europe. And, like, you sit there and the thing was dripping like a fan.
I used to, my wife was also, we were a long-distance relationship, and I'd be calling her, and it was crazy. You could spend like $400, $500 if you weren't careful. Yeah. And when for me, I was a young, E4 in the SEAL teams. That was a lot of money to be blowing. I'd be like, listen, darling, I do care about you, but I'm hanging up right now so I can pay my rent.
Yeah. Yeah. So we were there and, just like I said, self-confidence, my weak suit. So, and back then you had to have the battalion commander sign off if you're marrying a foreign national. And so I went to Colonel. I was like, hey, Colonel Sutherland, who's a great commander. And he's like, you sure about this? It's like, no, I'm sure. It's like, no. 36 years later, it worked out, But we got married, and and again, I was never going to make it a career. So I was going to get out of my first tour, but not married. So I said, okay, let me go. We'll do one more tour because it's just kind of hard to get out because we got married in November and we were PCS, and my 3 years was up in March. So 4 months, a little hard to make a plan. So we'll go to we'll go to the advanced course and we'll do one more tour. Everyone's dream is kind of be a company commander when you're a lieutenant, right? Some guys are like, I want to be a general. It's like, you don't really trust those dudes, but company commander is pretty cool. That's a cool job.
Yeah. In the SEAL teams, people just want to be a platoon commander.
Yeah.
And you're right. I used to explain this to the young SEAL officers. I'm like, I know all you guys want to be a SEAL platoon commander, and you haven't thought about anything beyond that. In the Army, you do get people that they want to join. They want to be a battalion commander. They want to be a brigade commander. I can venture to guess there's a handful of guys that join the SEAL teams that their goal is to be an admiral. Very few. Most guys are like, I want to be a platoon commander, and that's it. That's the climax. And we did extend it a little bit to once we kind of reformulated the way we deployed so that the guy would take 2 platoons and have 2. That's what I was. So when I was a task unit commander, what we used to call a task unit commander, now we call it a troop commander, but I had 2 platoons underneath me, which extended that kind of operational and made that a good job as well.
Yeah.
But for a long time, when I joined in the full 90s, after a platoon commander for a SEAL officer, it wasn't a very happy
slump shoulders.
Yeah, they were bummed out.
Yeah.
So it's interesting that you had that attitude. All right, well, at least do a company command and then move on.
Yeah.
So where'd you get stationed next?
Well, then I ended up at Fort Stewart, Georgia, and then Desert Storm broke out. Mm-hmm. And so
and you had your first daughter.
Yeah, my first daughter. Yeah. So Allison was born in April, and then in August. It's when the 24th took off, right? Yep. So it was kind of funny. I answered the phone at my battalion, and they called an alert, and it was like at 6 o'clock at night. It's like, no. Alerts are always at 6 o'clock in the morning, so they can be evaluated and stuff. And they're like, Larry Advance. I was still at work. I'm like, what do you mean, Larry Advance? And you saw the stuff on TV about Kuwait, and it's half the world. No one cares about Kuwait. And so, and actually, because back then our planning was kind of for Iran, you know what I mean? And, people didn't even, really know where Iraq was. It was a place next to Iran, right? So we get called, and then they call back like 20 minutes later. It's like, never mind. Little Emily Tella there, right? Never mind. Don't worry about it. The next morning we got alerted, and back then the deployment procedure and everything, they were kind of, tabletop drill, but no one ever did it. So we ended up putting our stuff on a boat, and we were, the 24th was the first heavy unit into Saudi Arabia, and there was nothing there. We pulled in the port. There was nothing there. We were living under just like desert shade, like under tin buildings, and it was just hotter than the devil. And so we got there, we got our stuff off the boat, and they didn't even have MREs. That was one thing that. So General McCaffrey, who I got all the respect in the world for, General McCaffrey, they were giving us these hot dog buns that had. They said it was, General McCaffrey. That's not camel pate. It's like. It was camel. And you get that and a mango and a thing of mango juice. Eesh. And it's like for like 2 weeks. Yeah. It's like, oh man. Then finally the MREs came, it was like VJ day, guys kissing girls walking down the street.
Yeah. If you're excited for MREs, you've been in some rough, you've been in some nasty stuff.
So we got there and we went out the desert. Mm-hmm. He was absolutely right. It's like, hey, we got to get out of these cities. We can't be in a place built up. Because, we were the only heavy unit, and we were still trying to get organized, and they put the 82nd up on the berm there, but there wasn't a whole lot, had Saddam decided to keep going. So everyone's on edge. So then more and more units started coming, and then, you kind of got locked into what you were doing. Mm-hmm. And so from August, September, all through the fall, up until January, we were just kind of in an assembly area.
Yeah.
Moved north finally, but yeah.
Yeah, you talk about it in the book, and you go through kind of basically saying you guys weren't training as much as when you looked back on it. And you say this: at dawn on 17 January 1991, I was sleeping on a stretcher in the cargo compartment of my Humvee when Staff Sergeant Cecil Gaskins woke me up exclaiming, "The war started." I looked up from under the tarp to see a grayish sky filled with the contrails of planes heading back after the night's bombing missions in Iraq. The air campaign targeting Saddam's Air Force, air defenses, and strategic targets in Iraq and Kuwait had commenced. The punishment from the sky continued for 5 weeks until 24 February, when the coalition forces launched the ground assault to liberate Kuwait. During the previous 5 months, our battalion had wasted away its potential training time. On the second day of the attack, as part of the 24th Infantry's famous left hook, our battalion was ordered to sweep the airfield at Jabalah, Iraq, from the south, while our two sister battalions laid a base of fire to the west. I was in charge of 60 assorted vehicles, including cargo trucks, recovery vehicles, Humvees, and battalion aid station. We were still heading east when I stopped my formation behind the last terrain feature before the airfield. I had all the vehicles point outward, forming a 360-degree perimeter around the aid station, which I ordered to set up and prepare to receive casualties. Ahead of us, the battalion's combat vehicles crested the hill in a column formation and attempted to come online and turn to the north at the same time. The line of 44 Abrams tanks skewed too far to the west. Instead of engaging the enemy on the airfield, they inadvertently fired into the flank company of our sister battalion, killing 2 soldiers and wounding 9. Combat journalist David Turnley captured an iconic photograph of Sergeant Ken Kozakiewicz crying after learning that his friend Andy Alanis lay dead in a body bag next to him on board a Black Hawk helicopter. For the next 14 years, I kept a copy of that photo in my office desk drawer as a visible reminder of what happens to untrained units. For years, I would ask myself daily what I could have done to prevent that fratricide. At the time, I had zero input into the conduct of tactical operations, but I was still a leader in the unit, and I always had a nagging feeling that I should have been able to do something to prevent it from happening. Upon returning from Desert Storm, I swore to myself that if I ever had the opportunity to command a battalion, my unit would train every minute possible before entering combat. Yeah, and you've got that picture in the book. And look, obviously I'm not reading the entire book. Get the book. This book is so detailed, and we'll get into some of the detail, but you have that picture in there, and it's definitely an iconic photograph, and you can see the heartbreak on this soldier's face, knowing what had happened. And that's a lesson learned for you, and a very valuable lesson that you carried with you.
Prior to that, all my battalion commanders had been Vietnam vets. And there was a real difference between the guys who were in Vietnam and the guys who grew up in the kind of zero defect army. Mm-hmm. And, the Vietnam vets were all about training people. And, I'm not talking bad about the guy, but the environment he grew up, he was more worried about the OR rate and what if our tanks break and are we going to look good on numbers. And so we didn't train. We just kind of sat there. I mean, the company commanders were trying to do what they could. They were doing individual training. They used to have this book, the Common Task book, and it was so boring out there. Guys would race each other how fast they could put on their mop suits. I mean, if there was an enlisted soldier that deployed early in Desert Storm, he can disassemble his weapon, put on his mop suit, whatever's in the Common Task book, he can do that just because they were so bored. I mean, that was the only thing to read. We were out in the desert. There was no media. The AT&T set up these phone banks, but there was just nothing to do. But they really didn't do any training, and the commanders were, calling for it. And he's like, well, no, we're going to break our tanks, whatever. But, if you don't train, it's going to have terrible effects. You know what I mean? And so, even you were in Iraq, the untrained guys were the ones that would get on the trigger because they get scared and they just start shooting. And so we never really trained. I mean, they did a couple, the brigade did a tactical exercise with troops, and the brigade commander was great. But, the battalion commander just really didn't understand what it took to train guys, and we kind of just pissed that time away. Mm-hmm. And so, and that's how you end up, with the fratricide.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you, 35, 40 years on from Desert Storm now, right? Mm-hmm. 35, 34. You still think about that fratricide, mm-hmm. And the devastating effects it has on a unit. Guys carry it with you. And so, one, I didn't want to put that on my guys. And two, you just, don't want to, you're going to lose guys in combat, but if it's a fratricide or an accident, that's kind of on you. Yeah. You know what I mean? That's on me. So, so that's why I made it a point, we'll talk about it later, but when we got to Kuwait, it's like, okay, it's time to train, and train really, really hard.
War takes 100 hours. Built the ground war, 1991. You come back from Desert Storm, and then do you pick up company command after that?
Yeah, I took command of A Company 369 Armor after that.
And do you deploy with them?
No. Then
the war's over.
Peace had broken out. The drawdown is on. The peace dividend is coming, and so I took command of my tank company. Problem was the battalion commander was still in command. And
the same guy?
The same guy, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, they didn't take him out of command. So he decided that, if I just work a little harder, I will overcome, a fratricide, And so it was a miserable experience coming to command. I mean, my soldiers, it was great, but I mean, this guy was just constantly, kind of zero defect kind of guy. And again, I thought about getting out. Actually, one time I actually had my resignation typed up, and a guy called me in the office, and he's like, Something seems like it's bothering. First he was calling me a liar that I lied to him. I was like, I didn't lie. And he said, well, something seems wrong. I was like, well, Big Sergeant's back there typing up my my resignation. So, and he goes, oh, just go home, take a day off, and get back home. And my wife. So I'm home like at 3:00 in the afternoon. I was like, what happened? Because we were all all the company commanders were like working till like 9:00 trying to make this guy happy. And she's like, what happened? She's like, I'm getting out. And she, my wife, God bless her, she's like, don't let him beat you. You like this. You like being in the Army.
Right on.
Don't let him beat you. I was like, yeah, screw him. So, went back the next day and, just got after it. And had a really good company, really good NCOs and officers. And, we went out the NTC, did really well. The last battle, the NTC's made to lose, right? So we're down to like 5 or 6 tanks, and from all 3 platoons, and I see the NCOs like making hand signals and bounding and moving each other's smoke and stuff, and it's like, hey, we got this. Whatever happens, we're ready to go. Got a good company, and then my when I came back from Desert Storm, what I think they called it Operation Stork, where that's where the youngest came from. Yeah. And so actually I was at NTC when she was born.
Oh, wow.
So after the training was done, before the AR, I flew back home, and I saw my second kid. So but it was a good experience. And then after that, I actually got selected for second command of HHC Brigade, Had a great brigade commander who ended up being a 3-star, a guy named John Lemoyne, who, again, old Vietnam vet, and it was that was a good experience, working for that guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So where'd you go next? Didn't you end up in New Jersey?
Yeah. So after Desert Storm, they another National Guard unit deployed. So the Army recommitted to the National Guard and said, we're going to take the best and brightest, and we're going to call it Project 2000. And we're going to send our 2,000 best officers and NCOs to train the National Guard to make sure they're ready. It was a trap. So, I mean, they did send good people. There was a lot of good people there. But it's like, they're telling, this is going to put you on the fast track. You're going to... So we ended up in New Jersey. I was a National Guard advisor. I got a lot of respect for the National Guard guys there. I mean, they really, as much as people, back then especially badmouth them, these are guys that, like, if you get 2 weeks off of work, I'm going to go to AT or I'm going to take my kids to Disneyland. Mm-hmm. And these guys are, foregoing their family stuff. They're usually working like 1 or 2 day nights, after their regular jobs. And these guys are out there, there were things that they needed to do, and they probably could have used, but, dedication, they were getting after it every, all the time, even, just in peacetime in New Jersey. And so we were there for 2 years, and then 2 years up, and they said, hey, we're going to move you out to Fort Leavenworth. You're going to get prepositioned for the Command General Staff College. They said, you're at the bottom. She said, you're at the bottom half of the top third. It's kind of 50-50 whether you're going to be below the zone. So it's like, okay, I'm right there. I'm in the hunt, and I go to Leavenworth, and I was supposed to be on what was then BCTP, the battalion command, or no.
If this is an Army acronym that you don't know, there's no way in hell I can help you out.
No, which is funny because I was there twice. Battle Command training program. So it was these computer simulations for brigade, division, and corps headquarters, right? Because you can't put the whole field, but it was battle simulation. I was supposed to go there, about ready to get there, and literally they're packing out the house. And they're like, "Hey, you're going to the Command General Staff College to be the deputy operations officer." So at the school. So I'm like, okay, hey, I know the teachers, everything's going to be good. And wasn't happy about it, but, I went there, and CGSE list comes out, not on it. I'm like, okay, well, next year I'm on it. So ended up going over to BCTP. It was a great assignment because you learned. The working at the combat training centers, if you're an Army guy, you can't overestimate how much you just learn being around Army stuff all the time, right? Just seeing these, seeing other people's successes, seeing other people's mistakes.
It's awesome. That's when I was a E5 in the SEAL teams, I spent like a couple years at SEAL Team 1. The SEAL teams themselves used to train themselves. And so there was something called training cell inside the SEAL teams. And that was where I got, once I did 3 deployments, then I got put into this training cell. And yeah, that's where I really started to put things together. Because you're pretty experienced after 3 platoons. But once you're in training cell, and now you're, like you said, I get to watch a platoon, see what mistakes they made, see another platoon do the same iterations, but do them right, do them better. And you have this really increased and profound perspective that you gain on how to do things. And so it was very helpful. And I can imagine, being at NTC, that's just a kind of epic instruction. Yeah.
And same thing, BCTP, right? And then ultimately I ended up going to NTC, but I was there. So then they, list comes out second time.
And this is for what? For major?
No, this is for the school, Command General Staff College. So the top half goes, and your career goes on, and the bottom half, actually.
Had you already made major at this point?
I was on the list.
Got it. But you don't have to go to that school to make major. But if you don't go to that school, your major's going to be it.
Yeah, you might make lieutenant colonel,
Oh, okay.
but you're not gonna command battalion. You're not gonna go on. So I did have a little ritual right when I didn't make the list, because I was good at getting promoted, wasn't good at getting selected for schools, right? So get there, get the scotch out. Okay, next year, another fight, and so BCTP was a great assignment. Traveling. I was actually on the team that trained brigades. We'd go out. I think we went out like probably 20 times a year. We'd go out for like 4 days. It was for guard units, so we'd go out for like Wednesday through Sunday, and you'd do these computer simulations. And again, you saw it 20 times a year. And so third time comes around, and I'm not on the list. I'm like, hey, you said I was. Yeah, we kind of lied to you. Actually, I think the branch guy told me I was an organ donor. I said, what do you mean organ donor? He goes, yeah, your OERs now are just to like prop up other people. Dang. So luckily, I worked for this guy who.
But you don't decide to get out after they tell you you're
trust
a freaking
me,
organ donor?
Trust me, I thought about it real hard, and again, my wife, she's like, hey, you like what you're doing, it's pretty good, and Army's a pretty good life, and a little bit, naive on my part too. It's like, okay, well, we'll go out to Fort Irwin, and we'll see what happens. I worked for this guy named Norm Gretchen, who knew this guy who was buddies with the guy that was chief staff at Fort Irwin, and I ended up getting out to Fort Irwin because the branch. It's like, okay, send me to Fort Hood to do anything, and I again self-confidence. I'll do a good job, and sooner or later I'll work my way down to a battalion, and I'll do fine. And they're like, no, we're not sending non-CGSC graduates to divisional units. So I ended up at Fort Irwin, which the training unit out there, it was was non-deploying back then. So I went there and I worked on the division staff for about 18 months. But while I was there, worked for just because the staff back then was so small. There was only like 2 active duty majors and the G3, and I had all these crazy additional duties just because there wasn't anything. So, I worked quite a bit with the general, right, with General Webster back then, and just learned a lot from when you work with really senior people, you learn a lot of things. Just seeing how they operate. And so I did that, and then I went down to I was in the OPFOR, which was a great assignment.
Awesome.
Yeah. And so, the kind of secret of the OPFOR is there was 2 squadrons, and a guy, best friend of my life, even today, Scott Hickenbottom was the S3 of 1, and I was the S3 of 211. I worked with this guy, Mark Ritter, who was a Ranger, ended up, Ranger Company Commander. And so we'd go out, and so for, the 10 rotation I was there, for 5 of them, I actually got to be the regimental 3, and you're having all this, regimental stuff, and you're planning the attack. But then for the other 5, you're a tank commander. So you're just driving around your BMP, like shooting stuff. It was like adventure camp, right? And so so that was a great assignment, and kind of you build on your experience, right? So Colonel Ritter was he said, we're real good at this mile stuff, but we're generating a battalion or a generation's worth of officers that have never fired a real bullet, because we're all about being the OPFOR and being good at miles, and that's our job. You want to give the units coming out there the toughest fight you can. So he said, hey, we need to start setting up these live fires. And it's like, well, okay, there's a big live fire out there, but the ops group guys, they said, well, no, maintenance contract, blah 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 blah. So we ended up setting up our own. like squad and platoon live fires, and
Nice.
out there with the lifting kits, and out there with the with the compass, figuring out the STZs, and so my master gunners were great. We figured out, and we started doing these live fires, which paid dividends later on when we got to Kuwait. But it was a great experience. And then when I was 12 months as a S3, and then I ended up going back. I was Secretary of General Staff at Fort Irwin, and so I was working very closely with General Thurman, J.D. Thurman, and again, just this wealth of knowledge just by being around the guy, and you kind of saw the how the rotations work, and I kind of learned a heck of a lot just by being around these guys.
You get done there and you end up going to NATO, right?
Yeah.
So 2001, June of 2001, you head over to NATO. What's your job over there?
I was in the J5, and so I was just, there was no war on the horizon, and actually, if you, it's kind of funny. If you think to September 10th, 2001, and you asked anyone in the military, how's the op tempo? And they're like, oh, we can't sustain this. Oh, man, we are burning the candle at both ends. Guys are going back and forth to, the Balkans and Kosovo, and it's like, oh, we can't keep this tempo up. And now those are the salad days, you know what I mean? And so, we go over there. My wife's actually from Florence, but we were down in Naples, and a great assignment. So I'm just some flunky in the J5, and a major, and I guess one of the things was this thing called the Mediterranean Dialogue Program, which these Levant and North African countries where they're outreach to NATO, and that was one of my things. And then just the NATO command structure, which is this Byzantine jobs program kind of thing, where it's like, oh, this is a headquarters for this, but this isn't a tactical headquarters, and it's like, what? So I did that. You write policy papers, and work for some really good guys. I actually worked for this German a guy named Fritz Gavins, who had been the School of Advanced Military Studies at Fort Leavenworth. He had been a fellow there, the first international fellow, and just a brilliant military mind. And worked for him, and so you kind of understood. He had a very good understanding of the American Army that you don't see in people who from our partners. And he also just understood war, and just a really good guy. And worked for him, and it's one of those things where you had to write your own evaluation, and he'd always, which is very hard to do. I don't know if you ever do that. So you had to write your own evaluation, and then he'd sign it, and he'd go, I will sign this because this, as you move up your military career, that'll make your military weaker and mine stronger. Funny guy, and they're smoking cigarettes in his office. But so I worked with really good guys, and then the kind of the straight line to the American general that was there, and so I kept when I first got there. Went to Kosovo a couple times. Went there initially, like right after 9/11, and things were it calmed down by then, right? So the bombings were like, I think in 2000, 2001. I think the 2000s when they really kind of Kosovo, where the bombing campaign was. So by end of 2001, things had calmed down. But then I also went back in 2004, right before I left, when the riots started, which so it was a good experience, and got to travel in North African countries and stuff.
Did you think when September 11th happened, did you think we were looking at 2 decades of war?
No, actually, so my peers, like the guys that I was like company commanders with, and they were all commanding battalions during the invasion, right? And so, by 2003, it's like, oh, the war's over. Once we got in there, I didn't think the war was going to last, and actually, if, we only had a brigade in Afghanistan until like 2006 or 2008, right? So it's like, okay, they got that tamped down. We'll get into Iraq. It's going to be over in a couple months.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you'd been, and it's from the book, you've been, in 2001, you were alternate list for battalion command. 2002, you were alternate list for battalion command.
Yeah.
2003, you're alternate list for battalion command. And then finally in 2003, you're told you're going to get a battalion.
Yeah, yeah. So,
but you figure the war is going to be over pretty quick.
The war is going to be over pretty quick, and actually, one of the things I did was I volunteered to be I put my name in the hat to be an ROTC professor, because it's like, there's no war going on, and it'd be back, and be like after Desert Storm, there'll be another drawdown or some crap. And so, again, with the the bad news. So, with the Scotch, so it's like, first year, it's like, and then last time, like, and this is back, I'm in Naples too. So it's like, dial up takes forever, or crap. So I'm like, 6 hours ahead. So I'm, get the email and write the guy back, hey, thanks, right? But the story always was, if you ask him if you buy a house, that was kind of I don't know if it's true or not, but say, hey, buy a house. And if you're, you think you're going to get command, they'll tell you, hey, don't buy the house quite yet.
Got it.
So the second year.
So you're going to get stationed at what, Seton Hall?
Seton Hall, yeah. So the second year, I'm like, hey, thinking about buying a house. And the guy's like, buy low, sell high. I'm like, dang it. So then the third year, I'm like half in the bag. I was like, three in a row, that's some sort of record, right? So I read him back, and he's like, yeah, call me in the morning. So I'm like, oh, geez. So I couldn't get out of being the RTC professor, which actually turned out to be a great assignment, but it was, 11 months. It moved from Naples, moved to Seton Hall, 11 months, and then back to Germany.
And you get back to Germany, and now you've got your battalion command, and you're immediately training for deployment. Yeah.
So I took command in, I think, June 7th of 2005, and we were deploying in November. So, it's like, well, why don't you move us in early? And they're like, oh, the other guys need to get their 2 years, because if you don't have 2 years in command, it's, it's like, dude, the rules have changed. And, no one besides me kind of got that one. So we were, everything was planned out. There was nothing you could do, right? Actually, I took command, and then we went on leave for 2 weeks. And so when I got there, and the unit had just come, I think they got back like on Memorial Day. They got back at the end of May from doing, shooting gunnery, Hohenfels, and then at Graf. So, everybody's fully trained, 44 qualified crews, did this maneuver training, and then everyone left. Mm-hmm. Like, so when we get back off of leave, I think I had like 6 crews out of the 44 that were qualified. It's like, well, we just went to gunnery 2 weeks ago. So, new people coming in over the summer, and it was, we did this gunnery, which never did really make any sense to me, where we went to Graf, and we were like shooting out of the back of trucks, kind of like this OIF-1 training, training for the last war. And then we went to our maneuver training, and then we went to gunnery, which is kind of backwards, because you want guys sharp on gunnery. So, and being a tanker, gunnery is the big deal. Yeah. But
well, this is kind of where I want to pick up in the book here, and one of the things that's awesome about the book, and just if you're listening, just get this book. It's so much detail, and by the way, you give like historical context. There's so much information in this book. You did. We'll talk about how long it took you to write this thing, which must have been quite some time. But not only do you give historical context, you also give really awesome detail of the people that you talk about in the book. It's almost like a mini bio of everyone that you start talking about, and you talk about the soldiers and the Marines that you serve with. And so I want to get some of that, and we'll start going through this book here. You say, my operations officer, Major Chuck Bergman, had arrived in the battalion the day I took command in June 2005. Chuck had grown up a Marine brat with a family tradition of military service dating back to the Spanish-American War and called Seattle home despite having attended high school in California, Okinawa, and Virginia before heading to West Point. An infantryman by trade, his knowledge was invaluable in training tankers how to fight without their tanks. Bergman knew how to train soldiers, having been a Bradley platoon commander in Baumholder as a lieutenant, a light infantry company commander in Hawaii, and an observer controller at the Joint Multinational Readiness Center in Germany in prior assignments. Chuck had a wry sense of humor and called everyone but me Ranger. He called me Dino behind my back. Chuck and his team in the operations section combined with the resourcefulness of the company commanders and first sergeants to get the time on the ranges the soldiers needed. And then you start talking about Team Dealer. Team Dealer Commander Captain Lou Lacan had his men on the firing range every day. When they were not pulling triggers, Captain Lacan led his soldiers through what-if drills so they would clearly understand his intent during the battle they were about to enter. Lou knew what it meant to be a soldier, an NCO, and an officer. After graduating from Franklin High School in Jeanerette, Louisiana in May of 1989, he enlisted in the Army to become an airborne ranger. His family had a tradition of military service, and Lou felt it was his duty to join. After basic training, he attended Ranger School and spent the next 8 years in Ranger Regiment. On 5 October 1993, Sergeant Lacone was a team leader at Fort Benning, Georgia, standing in a 1,600 hours battalion formation when the names of the dead and wounded from Mogadishu, many of them known to his fellow Rangers, were solemnly read. After a moment of prayer, the orders came, wheels up in 4 hours, we're going to Somalia. Although Sergeant Lacone was leading some of the best trained soldiers in history, thoughts of whether he had done enough to prepare his men for combat filled his head as he boarded the plane. Lou was a staff sergeant when he went to Officer Candidate School, OCS, in June of 1997. After he completed his first tour as an infantry lieutenant, the Army sent him to finish his degree at St. Martin's College near Olympia, Washington. He was fresh off the previous 15-month deployment when he assumed command of Team Dealer, vowing that he would be able to answer the question, have you done enough to train your men for combat? With an unequivocal yes. He kept the men of Team Dealer engaged and preparing for a fight that may or may not come. And like I said, you give those kind of outstanding backgrounds on just about every person that you mention in this book. You give the historical context. There's a bunch of the cultural context that you weave in here, the history of the land, the history of the people, the war. So if you're listening to this right now, get this book. It will give you an incredible amount of information about these soldiers and more important about the battle and the entire context of the battle. So fast forward a little bit. We're going to take you onto the ground into Ramadi. Here we go. And again, you cover like what you guys were doing to prepare. You cover a whole, the entire cycle is covered. But I'm going to fast forward right now. During my first days in country, I went to bed physically and mentally exhausted. On the evening of 2 June, I decided to turn in early, knowing that the next day was going to be another grind. Just after 2,300 hours, I left the operations center and went to my room/office next door to go to sleep. 30 minutes later, a runner from the operations center was pounding frantically on the black metal door to my office. The terrorists had attacked a Team Dealer patrol with an IED and small arms fire in Tamim. The blast overturned the vehicle, instantly killing Specialist Brett Tribble and very seriously wounding Sergeant Thomas Davis, Private First Class Adam Haley, and Private First Class Gabriel Moreno. Sergeant First Class Michael Harris raced to the scene, loading the wounded in the back of his Bradley and tearing through the night to get the injured soldiers to the expert medical team at Charlie Med. Once stabilized, Davis, Haley, and Moreno were medevaced to the field hospital in Balad. Although evacuating multiple casualties was a daily occurrence for units in Ramadi, this was the first of many. Tribble's loss was shocking to me personally. I was never under any illusions that I was going to bring everyone back, but I certainly did not expect to start losing soldiers before assuming official control. During the task force previous 15-month deployment to Baghdad in 2004, it lost 3 soldiers. I had expected that I could similarly keep casualties to a minimum through intense training back in Germany and Kuwait. Specialist Brett Tribble was a quiet kid in one of the platoons of Team Dealer. By all accounts, he was a good soldier who had found a home in the Army after some troubled teenage years. He liked being in uniform, had a plan to re-enlist in the coming days. Tribble was normally one of the dismounts, infantrymen who rode in the back of the Humvee or Bradley and only got out of the vehicle when there's trouble. Tonight, he had volunteered to man the M240 machine gun atop the Humvee, exposing himself to direct enemy fire so he could be closer to the action if needed. He was that kind of man. And what's interesting is, and it's the way it is, you lose guys and the war keeps going on and you have to keep working. And you get into that here, like after nightfall, I went with Mark Lovejoy and some of his staff officers to Sheikh Ahmad Bazia Abu Risha's house. Sheikh Ahmad would be in my sphere of influence, SOI, along with 2 other sheikhs in Zangora, military leaders partnered with local leaders willing to cooperate with the coalition. Sphere of influence could be an elected official, an Iraqi security force leader, a sheikh, imam, or local businessman. By assigning these citizens to individual military leaders, U.S. forces were able to stay on message and keep the locals from gaining too much wasta, Arabic for street cred, by having the ear of a U.S. commander versus his station in Iraqi security. And, you know, I have to bring this into this is a huge part of the picture, is your interactions with the Bazia Abu Risha family, a huge part of it. It's, and we'll get into that as well. You fast forward a little bit. You meet with Colonel McFarland, and you met with him a little bit. He's been on the podcast, General McFarland. You say McFarland was tall and lanky and looked like he could be one of my cousins back in Ireland. Introverted with a dry wit that was lost on some. He looked 5 years younger than I did, even though he was 5 years older. As we settled into a gray metal folding, you're at a meeting here. Yeah. As we settled into the gray metal folding chairs surrounding the conference table, Colonel McFarland began the briefing by telling us that the MEF commander had given him the mission to, quote, fix Ramadi but don't make it like Fallujah. Someone said aloud in a tone of disbelief, that's it? That's the guidance? In my mind, the MEF commander might as well have slapped Colonel McFarland on the ass and said, go get him, Tiger. Colonel McFarland looked up, shot a glance of displeasure, shrugged his shoulders, and continued outlining his plan to take back Ramadi. Minutes into the briefing, 6 mortar rounds exploded in rapid succession, rattling the conference room. I always felt that leaders should not be the first to run for cover when fired upon, but neither should they be the last. To my surprise, the briefing continued with Colonel McFarland not missing a beat.
Yeah, I don't know if you were there for that. It might have just been the Army guys. But so, you know, McFarland, because it was a pickup team. You know, I mean, say what you want, but it was a pickup team. I mean, you know, Ron Clark was on first. Mm-hmm. I mean, I met him once. I'd met, you know, you think, oh, they're in the same unit, but I didn't know McFarland from Adam. I mean, I met him in the pre-command course, you know, but he was a colonel. I was a lieutenant colonel. Colonel's doing colonel things, lieutenant colonel's doing. And, you know, the Marines, I mean, and if you think pre-war, I mean, for a Marine and an Army unit to be working together, it was like at a 3 or 4 star headquarters, not, you know, at the squad level like we were end up doing. So nobody knew anyone. So no one, you know, knew each other. And I don't know, were you in that meeting?
I don't remember.
So we're sitting there and they had that conference room, which was, I think it was a courtyard that they just put like 2x4s over in the roof. So we're sitting there and those mortars, they killed the 2 guys who were, you know, 100 meters away, and so sitting there, and like, and there was that overhang before the woods. So I'm like trying to get under the overhang. I'm like, you know, Chuck Bergman's sitting behind me. He's like, Chuck, scoot back. I'm trying to scoot my back, and everyone just kept going. I was like, you know, and that's the way it was. Yeah. And that was day 0. You know, and you know, it was just, and it just kept getting worse.
Going back to the book, I went to sleep at about 0200 that night. Within an hour, the runner from the talk was pounding at my door again. The terrorists had launched another catastrophic attack on team dealers in Tamim. 15 artillery rounds detonated directly below a Humvee, instantly killing First Lieutenant Scott Love and Private First Class Nick Crombie. The men of Team Dealer reacted immediately to the blast, evacuating the casualties and securing the site. Sergeant Jason Welsh and Specialist Gilberto Correz Ruiz were evacuated to Charlie Med and then on to Balad. The fifth passenger inside the vehicle, a locally contracted Iraqi translator, or TERP, walked away unscathed and upon returning to Camp Ramadi immediately quit, along with his brother. First Lieutenant Scott Love was a graduate of Florida State University with a degree in film production, enlisting in the Army in 1999 as an Arabic linguist before attending officer candidate school. Everyone who met Scott instantly took a liking to him. In my mind, he was the best platoon leader in the task force. Private First Class Nick Crombie was a 19-year-old medic who had joined us in Kuwait and immediately gained the respect of the non-commissioned officers in the medic platoon as well as the task force conqueror surgeon, Lieutenant Colonel John Farr. 10 minutes after meeting Crombie, Dr. John Farr was in my office telling me that Crombie needed to go to medical school on the Army's dime once we got back. Mark Lovejoy, and Mark Lovejoy, again, you cover this in the book, but he was the person that you were taking over for.
Yeah.
Great guy. Mark Lovejoy once told me that you never lose your slackers. At the time, I thought he was just overly sentimental for the losses his unit suffered. With the loss of Tribble, Love, and Crombie, once again, Mark's words proved prophetic. As we formed up for the transfer of authority ceremony at 0700 hours on the morning of June 7th, I was not nearly as optimistic as I had been 48 hours later. We had 3 soldiers dead, 6 very seriously injured, and 2 more wounded in action before our even taking over. That's kind of when I remember meeting you for the first time. I mean, I think I met you in a meeting or something like that, but I think that day we came and I brought a couple guys with me to come and see how we could help out.
Yeah. Yeah, we kind of went into it, you know, we kind of bought in the counterinsurgency stuff. It's like, you know, turn down the violence, you know, it can't be, you know, it's not like we're going to take our helmets off, you know, like Brits try to do, but, you know, it's like we're going to turn down the violence. We're not going to, you know, be fighting indiscriminately. Luckily, we had the 6 months in Kuwait where we actually built this big training range. You know, Lou had his boys in the infantry company, Lou Lansone. He had them boys out there shooting every day. And more importantly, they were talking about scenarios and, you know, like I was saying before, when somebody's very well trained, their first instinct isn't to shoot. Actually, I think Lou said to me one time, he goes, you know the difference between like special forces dudes and regular dudes is special forces guys think before they shoot. It's like, makes sense. So, but we got in there, and actually when me and Lovejoy went to see Sitar, or Ahmed, the brother, the Iraqi TV was on. And so our movement out of Kuwait was supposed to be this secret, and, you know, we don't tell the families, whatever. And we go over to the Bizea house, Ahmed's house, and the Iraqi news is on, and there's this, you know, like a arrow going from Kuwait to Ramadi with this big star on it. And, you know, first words of Ahmed, we were like, oh, you're from the unit for Kuwait that's going to come here and, you know, destroy Ramadi. And I'm like, oh, no, that's not us. You know, it's like, okay, the cat's out of the bag. But what we didn't realize was that when we went in there, they were expecting Fallujah, and, you know, we weren't going to give it to them. So when we went in there, we just got, we caught hell. And, you know, even during RIP, we kick in somebody's door. You know, we said, hey, we got to be aggressive. So we started kicking in doors, and you'd find, you know, 75 155 rounds in somebody's living room, right? And so, you know, when we lost Tribble, it's like, okay. And then, you know, 2 days later, you know, Scott Love and Crombie, and Scott Love, I mean, just a nice guy you ever meet, you know, full of energy. Everybody liked him. he was when he was enlisted, he was an Arabic translator, and he probably bought off on the mission more than I did. He's like, "Oh, we're gonna help these Iraqis." It's like, just the nicest guy you ever met. And, and then, those 2 guys are dead. And it's like, and then the next day we take over, and so you're it's like, okay, how are we going to do this? And then, not that the past is the future, but okay, we're 4 days into this thing. We're not. I mean, we're minus 4 days into it, and now we got all these casualties. It's like, I'm supposed to be here for 6 months. I mean, it's just going to be left, and not that you worry about your personal. You're more worried about failing than your personal safety. But it's like, hey, how are we gonna? We got to do something. We just can't take these kind of casualties, and and how are we going to, safeguard these dudes, and also accomplish our mission too. So it was that first couple. Obviously, the guys who were wounded, guys whatever. But for me, it was like, geez, what are we going to do?
Yeah, you fast forward a little bit. Chuck Bergman developed a plan to conduct familiarization patrols on the major routes throughout the AO Conqueror, and we sent them out. Every patrol hit an IED, every single one. And again, it is hard to explain to people how different Ramadi was than a lot of other areas in Iraq. And reading this book, those are the kind of things, like I had one of my elements went out 24 times in a row, and they had enemy contact 24 times in a row. And then they had one op where they didn't get enemy contact, and then they went right. It picked up again. But those are the kind of things when, that's kind of an anecdotal thing that I tell people to try and explain to them how bad it was. And this is another one of those things. You send out familiarization patrols into your AO, which, by the way, your AO is this area primarily called Tamim, which was sort of like a little bit of a suburb, I guess, of Ramadi, which had pretty like 1 and 2 story buildings, and looked like a suburb kind of. Yeah. A couple apartment areas, but it wasn't huge. It was probably, how was it? 2 miles? 2 miles long by 1 mile or something like that?
Yeah, I think a little closer to 3, and then the ECP was about a half mile below that. So it was tiny. Yeah. But there was like 40,000 people jammed in there, and it was that, and then we had everything west of the water. So we had that, and we had 5 kilo, but the Iraqis were there, and then the tribal area. Yeah. And so, our area, it's funny, the area we focused in was probably 5 miles by 2 miles with Camp Ramadi in the middle of that. But, my AO.
Your AO was huge.
In theory, went all the way up to Lake Darthar? Yeah, which at one point they're like, hey, you need to go up there and clean that thing out. And I'm like, we're busy. I'm sorry, the phone's broke. Yeah. Luckily, that one passed.
Yeah. It was interesting, too, because Tamim had like a grid, basically a grid system. Yeah. It looked like a normal kind of grid map, which was interesting for there. Yeah. We started off reading about one of the places that got hit. Here's another one, another OP. Fast forward a little bit. When I arrived at OP 2903, it was in terrible shape. There was trash piled everywhere and only a rudimentary concrete patch over the 10-foot hole the dump truck created a month earlier. Iraqi soldiers were half naked, sleeping on broken cots in 110-degree heat under a 25-foot high desert shade. Months of mortar attacks allowed rays of light to stream through the baseball-sized holes in the roof. The American advisors had converted a 20-foot shipping container into a TOC, complete with maps and FM radios, and another into a sleeping area. Both were hardwired with electricity provided by a 40-kilowatt generator, air-conditioned, and protected from indirect fire by 18 inches of sandbags. It was not palatial living, but it was certainly nicer than anything I had lived in during Desert Shield or Desert Storm, and a hell of a lot better than how the Iraqis lived 50 feet away. What struck me were the human feces that were everywhere. I mean everywhere. I grabbed one of the NCOs from the advisor team asking Sarge, why is there shit all over the place? Sir, they just shit everywhere. I keep getting on their NCOs and officers to tell them to knock it off, but they don't do anything about it. They got no standards, he replied. So it is important to remember that we're here and we're working alongside Iraqi troops. That's the goal, is to get the Iraqi troops up to speed. But a lot of the Iraqi troops, especially at this time, they were almost conscripts. They were almost conscripts. They weren't quite conscripts because it wasn't like they went and got pulled out of their home somewhere and forced to serve. But a lot of them just financially, they had no other choice. There was no other opportunities, and so they didn't have any. We had guys that didn't know left from right. We had to change some of our, when we would be teaching them like how to move through a building or how to label things. They didn't know how to count. So this is what you're dealing with.
Oh yeah. Well, and that's one of the things in there's a few epiphany moments for me, and one of them was the poop thing. It's like, so I asked Big Sarge, like, well, where are they supposed to poop? And he's like, I don't know. It's like, And so we went there, and then he showed me where it was, and it was like, actually kind of feeling it in my chest right now because it was the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. So they had no place to put, and so it's like, like any, if you show soldiers a little bit of love, they'll do great things for you, right? Mm-hmm. So we said, hey, we got to get these guys. This is just substandard living. And oh, by the way, they were going AWOL all the time. It's like, it's a mystery why they're going AWOL. Well,
Come live in this if you ECP for 2 weeks.
The Maslow hierarchy of needs. I mean, a decent place to poop isn't even on that. That's in the stub structure, right? So we got them out there, and the company I went north with when we went north out of Kuwait. John Hiltz was the engineer commander, and he ended up building a lot of FOBs. But John was with me in Kuwait, and I was like, John, we got to do something about this thing. And so he got these Connexes, and he put basically just some 2x4s, and he made these 3 bunks. And I mean, it literally looked like, when I saw it, it's like, John, this is the best you can do. It looked like Buchenwald, like the camps where they had them. But and we put air conditionings on them, and we put sandbags on top of them, and the Iraqis were just ecstatic. Mm-hmm. They were like, "Oh, this is the greatest thing." I'm like, "John, what the hell is this?" But that's all it was needed, mm-hmm. And our, the AWOL problem started going away because we just showed them a little bit of love. Yeah. But you're right. They, I would probably go with conscripts, and there's stories of even press gangs that were just kind of driving around people and throwing them in the back of trucks, and. But that's what you had. Mm-hmm. And so, you got to make the best of what you got.
I'm going to fast forward a little bit. You're still out there, and you get word Colonel McFarland and his 5-vehicle security detail enter the compound. It's never a good thing when your boss shows up 5 minutes after you realize you're in a terrible situation, especially in combat. Colonel McFarland offered his condolences again for the loss of Scott Love and Nick Crombie. I am almost certain that he never met either Scott Love or Nick Crombie, but it was evident that he deeply felt the loss of the 2 soldiers under his command. My experiences in Kuwait conditioned me to justify the smallest actions to my brigade commander. I began by giving Colonel McFarland a detailed briefing of my task force tactical laydown. He quickly figured out what I was doing, stopping me after 30 seconds. Tony, I don't know you, but the Army has made you a battalion commander, so you have my unwavering trust. Do what you need to do. Tell me when you need help, but other than that, command your task force. You do not have to tell me your every move. I have already commanded a battalion, and I don't want to command yours. I have my own set of problems. His comments caught me flat-footed. In 5 sentences, Colonel McFarland had displayed more combat leadership than I had experienced from my battalion commander in Desert Storm or my brigade commander during the previous 6 months in Kuwait combined. Here was a senior Army officer who trusted his subordinates at face value. It was a refreshing change. So that's a great description of Colonel McFarland.
Yeah.
He's the real deal.
Yeah. Physical courage just kind of comes with the job. I mean, you're not going to not. Mm-hmm. There's some guys that'll freeze whatever. But that whole moral courage thing throughout the military, that, we got the Army values and moral courage. That's one that doesn't get talked enough about, raising your hand saying, hey, this isn't right. But, McFarland, I'll tell you what, he Absolutely. And the fact that he came out and he looked me in the eyes, he found me and said, hey, come up to my office. I want to tell you, I feel bad for Scott. It's like he found me out in the battlefield. And, he looked me in the eye. And, whenever I had a problem, I'd go to him. But by and large, I think he only called me like once or twice or something that we were screwing up. But, but then it was never... angry. It's like, hey, what are you doing?
Yeah, what are you doing? Why are you doing it?
Yeah. What is wrong with you? I think I got a what is wrong with you one time, but yeah.
He had come out there also to tell you that you were going to become the economy of force mission, meaning he was telling you were going to have to hold what you got, do what you can, and it was, as you put in the book, not going to be a good deal for the task force. And you say here, we had gone from nearly 1,200 soldiers in the task force to just over 500 one day. So basically, he had changed the plan, or I guess solidified the plan of who was going to be the main effort. The main effort was going to be to start things off, the 137, and securing downtown Ramadi. And as we mentioned, you were in the suburbs of downtown. Meaning, oh, by the way, that just means there's like, you're right up against them. You're on the other side of the canal. It's not like this huge, vast terrain feature that's in between. No, there's a canal, and you're right up against against where the main effort was going to be. But that changed because he was going to have to pull forces from you and augment some of the other battalions.
Yeah. So we were, when that happened, I mean, we were still a week from, we were still into the 228 back then. I mean, McFarland was going through his own rip, the very first was. And so, I'll be honest with you. I had 1,500 guys. I had, I was the main effort. So I had like 3 infantry companies, an engineer company, my HHC, a tank company. And so, I mean, I had this legion of guys. So it's like, okay, well, I got one day before we're going to start in. Let me go check the block on looking at the Iraqis. And, us Americans will get down to business. And we were supposed to hold the outside of the city, and then, VJ was supposed to push into the city. And, when he came out there, it's like, yeah, that's not what's happening. So, I got left with I talked him into leaving one engineer platoon with us. And I had one tank company that had 2 tank platoons, because the other platoon we had to give the Marines for their heavy QRF, and then I had a dealer company, and those guys were just rock solid, and can't say enough good things about them. But that was it. And so you want to stay in the offense, because I mean in the end, the 228 guys, I think they even lost more than we did.
Yeah, it about the same.
Yeah,
so it was around 100. Yeah.
Yeah, so you got to go on the offense. I mean, you just can't stand around and take it. Right, so it's like, okay, we got to get in the offense. How are we going to do this thing? And and that really kind of forced my hand over the next couple of weeks of both the police and the Iraqi army is trying to figure out what to do with these guys. Excuse me, trying to figure out how to get these guys in the fight, because they, by the same token, they weren't doing much. Chris Stillings and the MIT team had the Iraqi army doing some stuff, but the police weren't doing jack. And so it's like, how are we going to get into this fight? How are we going to, because especially in a place like Ramadi, it's like, if I'm going to go deploy for a year and I'm going to lose some guys, and guys are going to get maimed for life, I mean, they got to walk out there saying, hey, I accomplished something. I did the best of my 12 months. We've got to get something done here, because it was untenable. And, and actually a little bit later on, it's when the MEF came out and said the Ambar was lost. Yeah. It's like, well, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, fellas.
Fast forward a little bit. Al-Qaeda continued its murder and intimidation campaign against the locals on a scope that we did not comprehend. Patrols routinely found mutilated bodies in the street, but even then, we only knew a sliver of the problem. I never fully understood the depth of the terror campaign inflicted on the Iraqi population until years after I returned from Ramadi and served with Staff Sergeant Brian Netherly, a cavalry scout from the unit that replaced us. He told me that once they secured Tamim in the summer of 2007, the population began speaking openly with coalition forces. The locals believed the coalition forces had been ignoring them and allowing Al-Qaeda to conduct its operations unopposed. Couldn't you see the number of funerals that were going on every day? They asked our replacements. Not to make excuses, but honestly, how was I supposed to know the cyclical death rate of a third world city in a war zone? We saw funeral processions daily and thought nothing of it. We thought it offensive to the locals to stop the funeral procession and start questioning the mourners. To them, our ignoring the funerals was a further sign of coalition indifference. And that's another thing that I try and explain to people, the level of violence that Al-Qaeda was conducting, beheaded people, skinning people alive. It was, they were absolutely horrible. And if they weren't that horrible, they probably would have done a better job at maintaining some level of control, because they made the locals so furious that eventually, that enabled you to do what you did with the sheikhs. Yeah.
And, they were actually, they were very good at what they did. And, people wanted to like poo-poo them, but I mean, they were actually pretty good. As far as being terrorists,
oh, yeah.
Two thumbs up, and they were actually kind of judicious. The murder and intimidation, it's like, you don't need to murder that many people, especially if there's no cops. I mean, if you look at what they did with the cops, right? They blew up the cell phone towers, right? So they cut the police off from the population, so you couldn't, you can't just call the cops. And they also, the cops, they'd follow them home, and they'd intimidate them. Guy goes to work, shows up, sticks a gun in the wife's face, says, "Hey, if your husband goes to work tomorrow, we're going to kill you." Well, he stops coming to work. So, when I got there, I couldn't figure out like the mask on the face. And it's like, oh, these guys are a bunch of chickens. It's like, no, they've got to do that.
Oh, yeah. So the Iraqi police would wear masks.
Yeah, they'd wear masks all the time. And it's like, well, what's wrong with them? Well, they were intimidating them. And,
and by the way, the Iraqi police at early in the deployment was like 50 of them or something.
Yeah, there was like 200 when we got there.
200, and most of them were on leave, and like they wouldn't show up. You get like 30, 40 of them showing up sometimes. So it wasn't a huge, and it's important to know that number, because later on it becomes a powerful force.
Yeah. So, the one thing, it's like, so if there's no police, I mean, if you think, I sleep safe in my bed because of the Melbourne Police Department, not because of, the Army or the CIA or whatever, you know what I mean? So, if there's no police force and a guy shows up at your house with a gun, well, he's going to get shot. Well, 2 guys show up at my house with a gun, well, they're going to get shot. But, like 6 guys show up, you're like, well, let me hear what you got to say. So, how many people does it take to intimidate a town? Well, the answer might be 6. Yeah. If there's nobody to call. And so they were very good about stripping out guys. Mm-hmm. And, it's like, oh, I'm going to stand up to Al-Qaeda. Well, no, you're not, because we'll kill you. Well, then somebody else like, you need to stand up. Well, you start getting 3 or 4 guys down that line, and people stop standing up, and they understood that.
Yeah. All right, going back to the book here. On June 14th, 2006, the Ready First assumed responsibility for Ramadi from the 228 Infantry and immediately prepared for an offensive to take the city back from AIF. There's a term I haven't heard. Anti-Iraqi forces. With Colonel McFarland assembling a force of over 5,500 soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines for the pivotal battle in the war. Under the cover of darkness, on the night of 17 June, SEAL snipers and Task Force Bandit mortar platoon infiltrated down the Euphrates Canal and set up positions to overwatch the largest operation into southern Ramadi in years. The bandits launched out of the shell of ECP-3, now rebuilt and renamed Copper Megan. Charlie Rock and the 54th Engineers cleared the abandoned railroad bridge, while Team Warrior Bravo Company 136 Infantry, commanded by Captain Mike McCusker, and an Iraqi tank company following close behind. The bandits attacked aggressively, with tanks and Bradleys racing over the bridge before the terrorists could react to this trespass into their territory. Quickly, the warriors seized a foothold less than a mile into the southwest corner of the city and began establishing Cop Iron. Simultaneously, Team Bulldog Bravo Company 137 Armor, commanded by Captain Mike Baima, attacked out of Camp Corregidor, swiftly advancing to a blocking position on the southeastern corner of town and began establishing Cop Spear. So these were really aggressive attacks. And one of the things I always like to talk about is there was a road that went into south central Ramadi from northern Ramadi. It was called Route Sunset. Mm-hmm. And before we showed up, the Marines went down that road and hit like 13 IEDs in 500 meters. Like, these areas were just completely controlled by the enemy. The Rangers tried to hit a target down there one time. This again before we showed up, and got shot off target. The Rangers tried to go down that road another time while we were there. They lost a vehicle. So these were areas the insurgents did not want us to go at all.
Yeah, I mean, and if and that goes back. I mean, even us getting held in Kuwait for 6 months, right? So we got there in 2011 in November, 2005, November 2005. Well, we're winning the war, so we're going to hold this brigade in Kuwait. Well, we weren't winning the war, and and so then in Kuwait we were kind of separated from what was going on. And so, but if you watch the news, it's like, oh, we're pulling out the cities, we're part of the problem. And so, we're pulling back into the fob. So that, that's also why, all the respect in the world, Colonel McFarland, it's like, no. We got to push in there. And even, some of the guys in the 228, they pull me aside, their field groups are like, hey, you guys are all going to die if you go in there. What?
Yeah.
But,
the SEALs that we turned over,
yeah,
told us the same thing. Like, don't go in these areas, don't go in this area, don't go in that area. It was,
yeah. And then, they pushed in, and God bless VJ. I mean, very, very good. Colonel McFarland. Personally, better him than me because I'm terrified of bridges. So it's like, it's like, man, there's a number of times I'd look, it's like, we got a terrible fight in our hands, but at least I don't got to cross a bridge. We're good. But, those guys, they were out there every day, and, and they were good. I remember, I think it was Mike Byman's. I was talking to him later, and he said that I think you guys found a house that was overlooking his fob. I can't remember which one he had, and it had an exact replica sand table in the house. And it's like, I've been on, 25 years worth of military missions. It's hard to find a good sand table, and they actually had like a replica of like whatever Cop Falcon, overlooking it. I mean, these guys were good, and they didn't want us in there. And, and it really came down to, hey, the Americans, the Americans are just letting us run roughshod over your guys so they can take our oil. Mm-hmm. I mean, they come up with these crazy things, and, your average Iraqi will kind of buy off a conspiracy. So, and they bought into it.
Going back to the book here, the initial push into Ramadi came at a cost, with Corporal Christopher Leon of the 2nd Air Naval Gunfire Liaison Company killed by enemy sniper on 20 June while pulling security on a rooftop of Cop Iron. That's Dave Burks, one of Dave Burks' guys from Salt 6. In the following 2 days, Lance Corporal Nicholas White and Corporal Riley E. Baker, both of Weapons Company 38 Marines, were killed in central Ramadi. On 26 June, the Kurhis, that's the first of the 506, attacked out of Camp Corregidor and established Cop Eagle's Nest in the Malab district near the soccer stadium, securing eastern approaches to the city. Captain Baima and his bulldogs, having rearmed and refitted, attacked directly out of Camp Ramadi. Accompanied by an Iraqi tank company, they swiftly moved to secure the northern flank of Cop Iron by constructing Cop Falcon to control the key intersections of the western part of the city. This attack also came at a cost, with Corporal Terry Lisk of Task Force Bandit killed by mortar fire at Cop Falcon and injuring Private First Class Joshua Ravik. The bandits, the Kurhis, and the 38 Marines were now doing heavy lifting in taking back the center of the city, while the regulars and the conquerors fought their way through the northern and western approaches to Ramadi. Yeah, it was interesting when General McFarland was on, and I didn't realize it at the time, and I guess everything just blurred together. But he said on the podcast, he's like, I wanted to do a major operation every 3 or 4 days. And I kind of had to think about it and think about the dates that these things happened. And and like, even for this one, like my SEALs, the first guys to go into Cop Iron. My SEALs, the first guys to go to Cop Falcon. My SEALs, first guys to go into Eagle's Nest. Like these guys were leading all those operations, and it was a different type of lead because they'd come in on the cover of darkness. Same thing at the hospital. 3 Marines were in the hospital. We were there a little bit ahead of them, took up Overwatch position. But when I thought about it, it was just 2, 3, 4 days. Guys would come back, refit, reload, and back out into the mix. That was an incredible pace to put on, and then the logistics support behind it all.
Yeah.
It's almost one of those things where if you asked me how often you'd be able to put together a what Colonel McFarland calls a cop in a box, meaning, hey, we're just going to go build this thing.
Yeah.
If you asked me realistically from a logistical standpoint, from a combat power standpoint, how often could you do that? I would have said, you probably need 3 weeks in between.
Yeah.
We're doing them every 3-4 days.
Yeah. Yeah. And it wasn't like 200 Texas barriers coming in every night, and the filling the sandbags at the chow hall. But I mean, there was Texas barriers and the little ones, the Jersey barriers, and there were just hundreds and thousands. And my S4, I was an S4, so I kind of it's like I understand this stuff, but I tell my S4, this guy Nathan Caltron, it's like, yo, Callie, come up with this stuff. And, the staff would all figure it out, but it's like it was just magic. Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't know where it came from. I guess those convoys that came in every night. Yeah. But there was just mountains and mountains of stuff. And I listened to the General McFarland interview, and it's like, no, I wasn't like that. But it was across the brigade. Yeah. I was doing one every. I was at back, so I was doing one a month. But the other battalions, they were doing one. They were doing one every 2 weeks, and that works out to about every 5 days from across the brigade,
Crazy.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you guys going fast forward a little bit. Team Dealer was going door to door attempting to keep the enemy off balance. Placing an emphasis on limiting violence during training is one thing, but putting it into effect is another. It's a simple task for a battalion commander to design a training plan or issue orders from the safety of his office, but not so much for the 19-year-old Joe out walking patrol on a narrow street where the enemy may be hiding around the next corner or the next rooftop. They were even harder for the 24-year-old squad leaders or the 22-year-old lieutenants to implement and explain to their soldiers with an unseen enemy trying to kill them every minute of the day. Captain Lou Lanson, am I saying that right?
Lanson, yeah.
Lanson Lou, I apologize. That guy was a stud. Captain Lou Lanson and First Sergeant David Shaw did a magnificent job of maintaining order and discipline in a unit that was losing its mid-leadership on almost a daily basis. Starting in Germany, Lanson and Shaw ensured that their soldiers understood the rules of engagement, putting them into practical terms the troops understood, which was no small feat. The American soldier has and will maintain the right of self-defense and can use deadly force when there's an imminent threat to his personal safety. This required some keen, split-second judgment in a place like Tamim. Personally, I felt an imminent threat anytime I entered the place. The hair stood up on the back of my neck, and I had to fight the impulse to slide the selector switch on my M4 off safe, past semi, onto burst. As First Sergeant Shaw and Captain Lanson asked the soldiers, "Are you threatened, or are you just scared?" Yeah, that section right there just explaining the efforts that the soldiers and the leadership went to keep the civilian populace safe, because the one thing I always point out to my guys is I'd say, hey, there's a bunch of bad guys out there. There's also doctors, there's teachers, there's imams, there's sheikhs, and the minute if we kill one of these people, first of all, everyone knows about it. There's no hiding it. And you've got some good examples we'll talk about. There's the relationships with the sheikhs. There's the relationships with the Iraqi police. There's the relationships with the Ramadi Iraqi government. And then you have relationships with the civilians. Yeah. And then you have the relationships with the Iraqi army who you're out there with. Yeah. So it wasn't like, we can kill this civilian over here and no one's going to know about it. No, everyone's going to know, and there's no covering it up. And so the amount of discipline that the troops had to have was phenomenal. And look, I had SEALs, you know, and so and also a lot of times my SEALs, they're in an Overwatch position. Enemy doesn't know they're there, so they're able to make a call. They're able to take a little time to make a call in some cases. But you're 19-year-old Joe, as you put it. This kid's walking down the street. By the way, he went to a memorial service 2 days ago for one of his friends that got shot or blown up or whatever. And now he sees someone doing something. He's got to make those decisions. And the amount of risk that guys took, but also the outstanding job that they did to limit the civilian casualties. And look, there was civilian casualties, but it was miraculous how small those numbers were.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, a lot of the, 99% of that credit goes especially to like Lou Lansone and First Sergeant Shaw. And I don't know if you ever met Shaw.
I have to look at a picture.
Big dude. What an infantry first sergeant. Scared me a little bit. I'll be frank about it. But he's like, are you, are you threatened or are you scared? And you walk the streets. I did it. 100th of the guys in dealer, but every time I was there, it's like, man, it's gonna pop off. It's gonna pop off. And about a third of the time it did. But those guys, they trained them really hard in Kuwait, and they also talked, a lot about the kind of moral aspects of it. Lou made a big point. I talked to him before I came on, about, they talked over, and then what's the second and third order? And so, it's not, in Black Hawk Down, it's like, we can't shoot till we get shot at. It's like, no, those were not the rules of engagement, but it's, not as eloquent as Shaw was. I was like, kill the people that need killing. Mm-hmm. And you kind of know who the people that need killing are. Yeah,
that's close to the thing I used to tell my guys, which was, you better make sure the guys you're killing are bad.
Yeah.
And you can tell. Like, you can't tell. Yeah. Especially because, that's another thing. The civilians weren't out. Like, when shooting started, civilians aren't out there anymore. Yeah. Like, guess who's out there? Bad guys.
Yeah.
And they're carrying AK-47s, they're carrying RPGs, and they're getting put down.
Well, and, and there's... If you, when we were in Kuwait, we had a chance to read a lot of those reports because, we were out training and, sitting in my office, I'm reading all these, SIGACs and stuff. And, shovel holder was probably the most dangerous job in Iraq in the first couple of years. And it's like, why did you kill him? Well, he's holding a shovel. Why is he holding a shovel? Is he digging or is he digging in an IED? And so, in the guys, they were out there. And like you said, can't say enough. They go to a memorial service, and then they're out that night. Or they had a guy get killed, and we were so strapped for people, they went right back out because we had all the checkpoints and everything else. So you lost a guy in your platoon, they evac him in the Bradley, and them guys are back out for the last 4 or 5 hours. So, those kids were out there every day, and they were kicking indoors But they understood what the mission was, so they weren't roughing up the family because kind of the lesson from Vietnam. It's like people wouldn't talk to us, and like when we got there, do you remember there was that big exodus of people?
Yeah.
And so I was in Desert Storm, and we didn't see a lot of kids in Desert Storm, but the kids always waved to you. In the Balkans, kids always waved to you. But when we got to Ramadi, one, everyone was hauling ass out of town. And then two, the kids wouldn't even look at it. The parents would walk inside the house, and then the kids would just, kind of walk away. And so it's like, yeah, something is really, really wrong here. And so, when we got in there, we started talking to people, and that's when we found out about the murder intimidation and, what the Al-Qaeda guys were doing. Because they, you don't want a dead population, so they just come in and kind of tune up the father until he got in line. And then he's doing whatever, being a lookout or smuggling weapons or digging the hole or being the watch, whatever.
Yeah, one of the ways I describe that is when we first started going, and I especially remember this at like Cop Falcon, going out and going to someone's house. And, you're like knocking on the door. They open the door. If they don't open the door, kick in the door. But, in the beginning, the family wouldn't even look at you. They would the father would take the family and huddle them away in the corner. They wouldn't make eye contact with you. Yeah. Fast forward, I don't know how long it was because my mind is all blurred. But you fast forward an amount of time, and they're giving you tea and they're having a legit conversation with the Iraqi soldiers, and that was a huge tipping point in the battle for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was a huge piece, and if the soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines wouldn't have been disciplined in the way they behaved, that never would have been able to take place.
Yeah.
So that was a huge piece of it. Going back to the book here, on June 17th, terrorists attacked a Charlie Rock patrol with an IED in Ramadi, killing Specialist Robert L. Jones and Sergeant Reyes Ramirez, and seriously injuring Corporal Ryan J. Clark. The enemy had begun adding accelerants to IEDs, causing the vehicles to erupt in flames following the initial explosion. Making time to plan for future success could not come at the cost of lives here and now. Here and now. So it was, kind of unavoidable. And, that's one thing that I had not a fatalistic feeling, but you drive out Camp Ramadi and you go by the vehicle graveyard, which was, probably the worst place to put a vehicle graveyard, because maybe it was the best place because it freaking got you on your toes.
Yeah.
But you go past that thing every day and you think to yourself, there's a very small chance that we're going to be able to get out of here without taking casualties. Like, that's just what's going to happen. It's terrible.
Yeah.
Fast forward a little bit. In addition to our previously assigned Iraqi security forces, we received control of an Iraqi Army T-72 tank company from the 9th Iraqi Division. We partnered the Iraqi tanks with Team Comanche, assigning them Checkpoint 3 along Route Mobile. Each of these Soviet-built machines flew enormous Iraqi flags from the turrets, easily visible a mile away, making a 40-ton statement to the population that the Iraqi army was here to protect them. The Iraqis loved their tanks. Passers-by would give them a smile and a thumbs up every time they saw a T-72. We also took the Iraqi tanks out on every large-scale mission, more for the message to the population than for their capability. Also, I have to admit that for a tanker, it was pretty cool to command a company of the same vehicles I had spent the last 20 years figuring out how to destroy. Yeah. That was wild. It was wild seeing those T-72s out there.
Yeah. Yeah, those guys, we getting the Iraqi army in the fight, because it's really hard, because, they just, a lot of times weren't very good. You know what I mean? And they meant well, but they couldn't do anything. But, the people wanted the Iraqis, and they, one of the things, we figured out two things kind of was, one, we were fighting the Al-Qaeda guys who all needed to die. That's the long and the short of it. But then we were fighting the guys who were in the Mouj, right, the popular resistance. But, let me and you be Iraqis. What would you be doing at 19? You'd be out there killing America. They and so part of that we had to kind of figure out how to split that off, and then getting the Iraqis in the fight. And it started with the police, and we used the sheikhs to get the police going, and use them to do the recruiting. And then the Iraqi army was like, hey, we just got to push them forward, because they would be more than happy to let you do the lifting. And it's like, no, you got to get out there. And there was a couple times where, crazy things happened, like at ECP3, I call up Chris Stillings. It's like, hey, you need to get these guys down here. And then, he did, which, he kind of looked at me. It's like, well, they don't have a quick reaction force. It's like, well, what do you mean? It's like, well, it's not really there. And Chris, very few people that I will, that guy was just a badass. He would be like teaching MBA, military decision-making classes in the morning, and then going out drill with them until like 3 a.m. And so
all those Met team guys are freaking epic.
Yeah, and like when we caught that sheikh, or we caught the Imam, and we had to take over the mosque. They got down there. They kicked the door into the mosque because we couldn't do it. But that,
meaning the Iraqi soldiers did.
The Iraqi soldiers did, which that wasn't in there. Getting them to do something on a dime wasn't in. Americans, it's like blow the whistle, we'll run the gunfire. Yeah, they don't work like that. So, a lot to those guys are out there.
Yeah, I had similar to the Iraqi tanks. The first time, I mean, I was like literally on my first patrol out in Ramadi, and the Iraqi army came out. This is with the first of the 506, and I'm like sitting on a rooftop, got up there, I'm like holding security for a minute before somebody bumped me out of my position, because that's what my guys would do. And I'm sitting there looking down like a street, and all of a sudden out comes a guy with an RPG, and he's got the RPG rounds on his back, and I had my whole body wanted to shoot this guy. And I was like, oh, this, like, stand by, because that's what they did.
That's how they roll.
That's a friendly Iraqi guy. That's a freaking RPG gunner. And behind him was a guy with a freaking machine gun and AK-47. So it took a little bit of time for me to like get rid of the reaction of, oh, there's a guy with an RPG. Yeah. And for my whole adult life, I've been seeing guys with RPGs as enemy, and now all of a sudden there are bros.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Well, one of the things so when Garza and Reinhardt got wounded, right, when the ECP caught on fire, and we get him back, him Charlie Med, and I talked to him, and I said, because to me, in the grand scheme of things, being on a MIT team, you talk about being dealt some bad cards,
bro.
But
so
those
MIT
guys,
team, just so you know, Kerry, these are the guys, military transition teams. These are the guys that are going to be like a 3-man, 4-man team, and you are going to go in bed with an Iraqi company or Iraqi battalion. And by the way, there's a PIT team too, which is the police transition teams. So these guys this was a job that you had to be just a hard human being to do. From the living conditions. Look, and you might have an air-conditioned Connex box sitting out on ECP3, but you're still out there on ECP3 living in the shit.
Literally living in it. Yeah. And so, so Garza and Reiner, they got some shrapnel. Garza got the worst of it. They both ended up getting like Bronze Star V's, but we were sitting there in the cot, right there in Charlie Med, and I was like, hey, you guys, I put you on the scene, because they were from my battalion. I mean, that's one of the things like Lovejoy did. He said, hey, you need to give these guys, so they got the latitude even, because they didn't even, Chris didn't even have enough guys to move his vehicles. You know what I mean? So, one of the things that 228 told us, 172 was, hey, give them some of your medics and NCOs. So we gave him some medics and NCOs, and Reiner and Garza was a medic. And I was like, hey guys, you're good. I'll send you back to your unit, and sorry about screwing you. And they, from the mouth of babes, E6 and a, old corporal, but he's like, yeah, we ain't leaving. This is the only way out. And I'm like, no. You can go back. You can go back and eat in the mess hall at Camp Ramadi 3 times a day. And they're like, no, we're staying. And I was like, huh? Maybe these guys get it better than I do. And at the time they did.
Yeah, and that's heroic. There's the attitude that those guys had. This is heroic attitude. Yeah, across the board. It's freaking epic. Fast forward a little bit. I had one last card to play. The special operations guys and the other government agencies, OGA, who lived in a corner of Camp Ramadi called Shark Base. All of them went only by their first names. Since we were mere conventional forces, we dubbed the residents of Shark Base the Super Friends. And I took to calling Shark Base the Halls of Justice. The SEALs of SEAL Team 3, led by Navy Lieutenant Commander Jocko Willink, were great teammates and did whatever it took to accomplish the mission. The SEALs had their own intelligence section that was phenomenal, and it did, like, my guys that did that job. There was a few SEALs and a few intel guys, but I was telling you before we started, those guys were, and I just was texting back and forth with one of them. Those guys were working like 18, 20, 22-hour days. Yeah. Every day, the whole time. Yeah. Interrogations, rounding up intel, working sources. They were just freaking outstanding. I'd met with one of the super friends a couple days earlier. As is common, he ended our conversation, whatever you need, just ask. And what you asked me for, this was actually me. You asked for $300 and a set of wheels. What happened on that one?
Yeah, so it was kind of early on, and it was kind of crazy. So we had one of the things we had to do in Tamim was we had checkpoints, and so we'd have a Bradley and another Bradley, or a tank and a Bradley, looking back on each other so they couldn't put in IEDs. And they'd still get in IEDs. They'd drop out of the bottom of the car, they'd cut out, whatever. But the only way to keep a big one from coming was have these Bradleys. Well, was it the yellow apartments, so the ones in 5 Kilo, right? And so some guy's like with a mirror, like flashing with this mirror, like. So the Bradley goes over and sees it, right? It says, "Go see what's up." And some guy runs out and he's like, "This building's full of Al-Qaeda." And we're like, "Okay," because I mean, part of the thing was, our train-up was...
So a local was flashing a mirror, trying to get your attention.
Saying,
Guys go over to check it out, and the local says, "Hey, there's a bunch of Al-Qaeda in this building."
This is all Al-Qaeda. This is their headquarters. And, we kind of, for a train-up, it's like, hey, we're looking for like this, we're on a camp. They'll be on it. You don't really think through it completely. And so these guys are in there. So we, so Lou gets the guys, and we toss the building, or Lou's guys toss the building, and they found some wires, but they were all engineering students, and there was nothing really that we could, ball them up for. So, and actually, I talked to Lou a couple of days ago, and it's like, so how did the guy get in the back of the Bradley with his wife and kids? And Lou's like, he's still mumbling about it. I still don't know what happened. So somehow, the Bradley comes back, and it's got the guy and his wife and his 3 kids.
Is it the guy that was signaling?
Yeah, the guy was signaling. And so, over the course of like the next, and so it's like, oh, we got to get because back then, you can't bring wives and kids onto, women and children onto the post, because then, the Al-Qaeda guys will make hay of it. So it's like, oh, geez, what do we do? And so it's like, okay, we'll turn him over to his tribe. It's like, it was like match, or was it Family Feud? We're me and the 3, and the ex was like, good answer. It's like, but he turned out he was like an Yazidi.
Oh,
which
Yazidi, yeah.
They're like,
there's no tribe there.
Yeah, there's no tribe, and the Sunnis all think they worship the devil, so we can't do that. It's like, okay, we'll do this. Yeah, good answer. And so finally, it's like, okay, we're gonna get Reva. And so literally, it's like, hey, sir, Colonel McFarland's on the phone for you, which is one of the times he's like, what are you doing? And so, okay. So
because we had
a
woman on base.
A woman on base and these kids. So, like I said, I met Jocko a couple of days prior, and it's like, so I call him up, and I'm like, hey, Tony Deane, 1 through 5, you remember, oh, hey, sir, how you doing? And, you don't need validation, but, you are a great teammate from this point on, right? And so I said, hey, I need $500 in a car. And you're like, what? I'm like, hey, look, man, I need $500. And it kind of, he's like, okay. And then, like, magically it shows up, and I don't know how magically you did it. I don't know if you did, in case there's like some Army lawyers listening, but it showed up, and so curfew lifts. They come up, and I grab Lou. I said, Lou, you make sure these guys get out of there. So Lou gets them. Lou comes in. We'd been up all night, and Lou's like, they're gone. It's like 7 o'clock in the morning. It's like, they're gone. I said, any problems? He goes, yeah, it was a stick, and he couldn't drive a stick.
Oh, sorry.
Beggars can't be choosers. And I said, so what happened? He goes, he's headed to Baghdad in first gear, and it's not our problem anymore. I'm like, good man, Lou, good man. And so, so I mean, whatever we asked you, you guys, and you guys were kind of the coin of the realm, and there was other people doing other things, but every time we asked you for something, you'd find a way to give it, even if it was
$500 in a car.
$500 in a car, or when we took over the university, you had some guys there, but you actually had some guys that rolled in with us that helped us with the interrogation.
Yep.
And whatever you could do. I mean, you guys were always there, and I mean, there wasn't a lot of you.
No.
You know what I mean? But you guys, we could use a SEAL brigade, because, you must have had 24/7, people, hey, can you do this for me? Can you do this, big or little, and rolling out on a major operation every 3 days.
Yeah.
It was incredible the work you guys did.
Yeah. Just to clear up legally. So we'd have SERP funds, right?
Yeah.
So that's the money just going to come from SERP funds, which is stuff that you use to pay when something happens to a family. Well, you took a family out of your home. It's okay to say, hey, here's some money so you can relocate. That's totally normal. And then we'd have vehicles because if we went and captured someone, like a bad guy, we'd take their vehicle. Yeah. And in some cases, we would take their vehicle because we want to come back and see if they'd modified it, see what they were doing with it. And so, we probably had 3-4 of those vehicles at any one time, and apparently one of them was a stick. So that's what's going down there.
Yeah.
And that's just speaking of the whole thing, the whole teamwork that we had there across the board.
Yeah.
For me it was always, even to this day, someone will make a joke about the Army, someone will make a joke about the Marine Corps, and I will not participate in that. I won't participate in the little rivalries that we have, because the teamwork that we all had was so deep that I won't even betray that teamwork. Like 20 years or 18 years later, someone wants to say something negative about the Army or about the infantry or the Marine Corps. It's not happening. I won't. I get it. We're playing that little game, but that's not happening. And it stems from the fact that, yeah, we helped you guys out, but think of all the things that you did to help us out, that the 3.8 did to help us out, that the 137 and the 506, like everyone, just even the route clearance that you guys were doing, and by route clearance, I mean, you drove the route, So your route clearance sometimes was just you're driving the route, and we would pay attention because we'd go hit a target somewhere in Tamim. Guess when we'd go? We'd go after you guys had driven the route 2 times that day. So that's what we're doing. So you guys are taking IEDs for us sometimes. So when you guys need something, we're going to do it, and we're going to give you what we can. And you think about the 137, those guys, Mike Bima, they're rolling down IED packed streets, and they're going to rescue one of my guys, going to bring a Casevac or fire support. 506, same thing. Like, so everyone was so reliant on each other that coming up with $500 in a car all day will make it happen.
Yeah, one of the the MIT team, and I kind of figure this out. I got a lot out of Chris Stillings, but just leadership stuff. And he was, we were both lieutenant colonels, but he was like, "Hey, you're the boss," which was, I mean, there wasn't an adversarial relationship. Mm-hmm. He's like, "Well, we're peers." I mean, he was like, "Hey, I work for you. You got to get these Iraqi guys going," which, crazy. It's like, well, you have Iraqi battalion. It's like attached, OpCon. They're like, no, they're just yours. And it's like, okay. And you got Chris, and Chris had his own chain of command, but he had guys, he had 10 of my guys. And I think there was only 8 of his because they'd lost a couple guys early on. And so, at the squad level, we had Marines and Army guys, working together. And there's a story in there where, Chief Forgash, the guy from ECP3, he ended up getting shot in the stomach. And while he was out with the Iraqis in 5 Kilo, and the one of my E7s that was there, he hears it on the radio, and he was at 293. He goes out there, he grabs some MP who's smoking a cigarette. He's like, "You get in the truck, get on the gun." And he drives into this Iraqi firefight, finds Forgash, who's about ready to bleed out, throws him in the Humvee, drives back to Camp Ramadi, and saves his life. Mm-hmm. I mean, these guys have been working together for like a month and a half, and the poor MP, he just stand there smoking a cigarette, and so, it was amazing that there was absolutely, because, like you said, inter-service rivalry, and, you only work at least, no, man, it was like walking down the street, someone will save you, and you do anything for them and they'll do anything for you. It was fascinating.
Fast forward a little bit. Later that evening, we received word that Corporal Ryan J. Clark from Charlie Rock died of the wounds he suffered 2 weeks earlier. Although Charlie Rock was temporarily detached from the task force, they were still part of the family. Team Dealer was taking the fight to the enemy in Tamim around the clock, enduring anywhere from 5 to 10 IED or small arms attacks daily. I'm going to say that again. 5 to 10 IED attacks or small arms daily. We had been judicious in our use of violence in response to these attacks and in detaining military-aged males, and we're beginning to see slight slivers of hope in reaching the community. Still, most of the encouraging signs continue to come from the tribal areas just outside of town. The term MAM, military-aged male, would become politically incorrect in just a matter of weeks and banished from all official reports. But it was clear who was attacking us: young Iraqi men between the ages of 16 and 40. Some units in Iraq went on MAM roundups. arresting anyone that looks suspicious, meaning Iraqi males between 16 and 40 years old. We made a conscious decision against that. Throughout the first 3 weeks of June, we brought in 65 suspected terrorists and had enough evidence to send 36 of them to extended stays in an Abu Ghraib prison. The rest we thanked for their cooperation and sent them on their way. That was interesting how the term ma'am got disbarred.
Yeah.
And we had to call them, I forget what we moved to, but.
You knew.
Yeah. On the afternoon of 2 July, terrorists attacked a Team Comanche patrol with double-stacked landmine, severely injuring Staff Sergeant Joe Sealski and Sergeant Chad Rozowski, and wounding specialist Henry Brady. Rushing to the aid of the two wounded, the NCO's platoon sergeant, Master Sergeant Mike Morton, suffered injuries as well. As they carried Rozowski into Charlie Medical, he was yelling at the top of his lungs, "Conquer or die," which is, you guys are the conquerors and your motto is conquer or die. He yelled at the top of his lungs, "Conquer or die," and sounding off with his name, rank, and social security number, demanding, "Get me some ice, my ass is burning." Although his injury ultimately cost him both his legs, Rozowski would not be defeated. He was laughing and joking until the medics sedated him and wheeled him into surgery. The mortar platoon had only 5 of the 10 NCOs it was authorized at the start of deployment and did not have a platoon leader. This single IED attack injured 3 of the 4 stalwart NCOs in the platoon, landing them back in Germany within hours. Just like that, I had 1 platoon without leadership, and I could not afford to take them out of the fight, not even for a day. That's a crazy thought, right?
Yeah.
You can't even pull them off the battlefield for a day, and they have no leadership left, and you're just going to make it work.
Yeah, yeah. And so I'd taken their... So the guy that was their platoon leader, Van Dormy, he made captain. And captains don't belong, 03s do not belong in platoons. It's not good for them. It's not good for the unit, whatever. And so I took him out, and I was going to bring another guy in, but I was waiting for him to come back off of leave. And then all of a sudden, they lost all their NCOs, and they were shorthanded to start. And actually, Rozowski wasn't even a mortarman. He was my fire support NCO from the TOC, and they asked for volunteers. Rozowski just makes, Sarge. He's like, "Hey, I'm ready to go get in the fight." And so, that mortar platoon, there was a bunch of mortarmen there, but there was a bunch of cooks and mechanics and
you think about that for 1 second. Like here's all these casualties are happening on a daily basis. You got vehicles stacked up in the vehicle graveyard, and you needed someone to go out in the field. And this guy that's sitting safe, relatively safe in the TOC, is like, "Hey, I'm in. Let's go."
I'm in. Yeah, yeah. And I still keep in contact with Rozowski. He's actually, raising his kids. He's actually living a pretty good life. And
awesome.
I see him on Facebook. He's like out canoeing and stuff. It's like, man, you get off my ass. He's living life harder than I am. But they go out there, and so Van Dormy was in the, he was working in the 3 shop. It's like, yo, grab a mitt, go back, get in the game. And he went down there, and I think we took looked like a maintenance guy or something. And then the guy Gilmer, he had just made E6. He was like E5, just like made E6 that day. And it's like, hey, you're in charge now, stud. And they did it. Yeah. And they went back out. And the one thing, all my guys, Comanche, they didn't take near the casualties that the dealer did, but the dealer guys, at one point, I think they took like 25% casualties between KIAs and WIAs, which were crazy numbers for that war. And they went out every day. And we didn't, like the combat stress guys, we didn't send our guys there. Mm-hmm. They couldn't afford to.
Fast forward a little bit, talking about the police recruits. If we could screen, you're trying to set up a police recruiting thing. If we could screen and transfer the recruits in the same day, we could solve the intimidation problem. Because the way, and you would describe it in the book, but basically a guy would go get recruited into the police and then go back home and they'd be like, don't join the police. And then they would never show up again. So you're saying, hey, if we can just get them to join and then take them to get them trained immediately, we can bring more people on board. You said, I went to Ready First Deputy Commander Lieutenant Colonel Jim Lechner, who was the officer in charge of developing Iraqi security forces for the Ready First. Lechner grew up in Rochester, New York. Although he came from a Kodak family, not a military family, Jim had always wanted to be a soldier. He attended college at the Citadel and chose to become an infantry officer. Jim was wounded while serving with the Ranger Battalion in the Battle of Mogadishu, spent numerous follow-on tours with Special Operations Command, and had already done an advisor tour in Iraq. He was a bulldog. Very good way of describing Jim Lechner. He was a bulldog who knew how to get things done, second only to fighting the enemy. Lechner enjoyed fighting bureaucracy. Yeah, bulldog's a perfect description. A big bulldog, by the way. Despite being the year of the police in Ramadi, there had been no more than 24 recruits a month since February of 2006. You're working with the sheikhs to try and make this happen. You say during these meetings, because you're going to these houses, the tribal leaders, the sheikhs' houses. During these meetings, Arab men constantly arrived and departed from Sheikh Ahmed's house. Their mood was always jovial, and the sheikhs seemed genuinely glad to see Americans. Ahmed continued to complain how the terrorists were taking over, insisting that if we would just arm the tribes, everything would be fine. And I haven't introduced him yet, but you got a character in here named Dragon. That's your interpreter.
Yeah.
Outstanding terp. And you get into this, you get in there to meet with the sheikhs once again. And you say, I'm probably the 100th American to sit in Sheikh Bazia's living room. You say, when I met with the sheikhs, I always took off my helmet and body armor to show that I put my personal safety in their hands. The Bedouin culture requires hosts to protect his guests. And over time, you figured out like the game that was being played. And fast forward a little bit more. We now had entered a phase of the operation known as steady state. The soldiers knew what to expect when they went on patrol, and the staff was working diligently to solve the problems we faced. Although the daily fight was extremely violent, even in the relatively peaceful Zangora, exemplified by a patrol led by Lieutenant Tim Connors on the western edge of 5 Kilo that was attacked by a 68mm Spam V rocket remotely fired out of a piece of PVC tubing. We were getting better at interdicting the AIF before they attacked us. On 3 July, F Troop was conducting operations in the village south of Tamim when they discovered a Chevy Suburban with 80 pounds of TNT, 25 blasting caps, and 35 pressure plate triggers. It's freaking crazy.
Yeah.
Later that day, Team Dealer detained 3 bomb makers in Tamim while the Iraqi Army Battalion and Team Comanche searched the yellow apartments in 5 Kilo and detained 4 terrorist bomb makers on whom we had actionable intelligence. It seemed that maybe the Mirror Man had been correct after all. This is the guy that was signaling. Yeah. We were starting to make progress across AO Conqueror. We were finding bombs and bomb makers before they attacked, and the Iraqi army was joining the fight. The reason that steady state operations is a misnomer is that nothing remained steady. The enemy was constantly developing new tactics. The mood of the community changed based on events. Leaders go on R&R or become casualties or get moved to new assignments. So this is what you're dealing with. And by the way, it's July. So this is July 2nd. So you've only been in there for a month.
Yeah. 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 That Suburban, it actually had a, like the year prior, like a 2005 Texas state.
License plate.
The sticker, like the inspection sticker.
Got
and
it. Got it.
And then it's like, how this thing? And then it's like, okay, I got other problems. We'll never figure that one out. But I mean, it's like,
wild.
What the hell?
Yeah. Just before 0800 on July 4th, Team Comanche formed a 360-degree defensive ring around the Bazia compound. Again, you go into so much detail. This relationship that you formed with Sheikh Bazia and that family, and you'd gotten it turned over, by the way. So the was a 1172. They'd done a great job of forming that relationship and passed it over to you.
Yeah.
I know I sent my my lieutenant junior grade regular Navy officer, just outstanding guy out there on some of those meets with you.
Yeah.
So here you are now. Fast forward a little bit. You set this 360-degree defensive ring around the compound, and this police recruiting drive is ready to kick off. By moving the location from the glass factory, which we've talked about on this podcast, when the glass factory got blown up, from moving it from there to the Bazias, our personal requirement had dropped from 3 companies to just a couple platoons, And though I had to send the 4 vehicles from my security detail just so Comanche could meet the minimal requirements for securing the site, we would provide the outer security ring with the on-site security, the responsibility of a mixture of Iraqi policemen, Iraqi highway patrolmen, and Bazia's people, who were more of a posse than an organized unit. Members of the Brigade's Iraqi security force cell, led by Jim Lechner and Captain Travis Patriquin, augmented by Conqueror staff, set up various stations the recruits would rotate through to pass screening. Frankly, the bar was low to get in the Iraqi police. Present a valid identification for proof of age, pass a fingerprint check to verify the aspiring officer was not a known terrorist, complete a basic literacy test, and perform a physical fitness test that entailed running 20 yards down and back. Once the recruit met all 4 of these requirements, he was deemed qualified to attend the police academy in Jordan. So this is what we're doing. We're trying to get the locals. Yeah. Think of what a profound idea this is, to get the locals to police their own areas.
Yeah. So one of the problems, I think, was that, at the higher levels, they put a lot of emphasis on the Iraqi army. But the army doesn't keep you safe. The police keep you safe. And so,
and they have a vested interest.
It's their house. It's their neighborhood. Yep. And we're never going to figure that out. I can't tell you why the mayor of Melbourne, Florida is the mayor. Mm-hmm. I've been living there 7 years. I can tell you what's up in Omaha because I grew up there. But, you are never, especially in 6 months or a year, you're never going to figure out the intricacies of local politics, which is, Clausewitz. Didn't go to CJC, but, war's extension of politics, learned that much, right? And so, getting those guys to recruit them into the police, I mean, to me, that was just simple. But at the time, the tribes were a vestige of the past. You can't deal with tribes, Well, we weren't making a deal with the tribes. We were, hey, get your guys to join the police. And, there was 200 of them. And I told Ahmed, I said, you get 500 guys, I'll build you a police station, which zero authority to do something like that. But I figure, if I show up, it's like, hey, I double the size of the police, over double the size of the police force, I'll be carried on throne. And it's like, no.
You'll be Lawrence of Arabia.
I'll be Lawrence of Arabia. But instead I got pushed. And even with the, changing the location, it's or shipping them out on one day. It's like, no, here's our SOP. Yeah. And, so something, I just turned Jim loose on him. Yeah. Jim turned himself loose because Jim's looking for a fight. If he can't be out on patrol, he's going to, get somebody on the phone. Yeah. And so Jim hunted those guys down. We got it down to one day. We got out of the glass factory, which was like the saddest thing I ever seen. There was all, and they had a big one like in May, and I know you guys have talked about this, or in January, which then they also had a tribal awakening, and then it just turned into the baptism scene of the Godfathers. They blew up the thing, they blew up the recruiting, and then they hunted down all the sheikhs that were there. So there was, had to be present to win. So, the Bazayas were like the only ones left. And so we told Ahmed that, and we kind of shook on it. And I think we brought in 300 that day. I think Dan had one, and it kind of worked out to 300. And so, again, they were working us as hard as we were working them. And it's like, so Ahmed's like, hey, where's my police station? It's like, yo, where's my other 200 dudes? I mean, so, and we'd go there, go to his house, and he had all these like, the Army doesn't give cash prizes. They give like trinkets and coins and, plaques and stuff. And he had these plaques from every unit that ever passed through there. And it's like, well, the guys on the team, actually, Sitar had built his head. So him and Sitar lived next to each other. Sitar had these Doric columns on his house to look like the White House.
The White House.
And it's like, so these guys are on the team. They're like, oh, they're working you. It's like, nah, I think these guys are on the team.
Yeah. And General McFarland and I talked about it. He was getting pushed back about working with Sitar. Like, oh, this guy's a criminal. This guy's a smuggler. He's like, yeah, well, he's a businessman. That's what, otherwise known as a businessman.
Oh, it got worse. I mean, so once the awakening started, we finally got some of the MEF guys to come, and they like Polad and one of their like senior guys came out, and he's like, we were trying to get him to meet General Zilmer, and the brigade wouldn't, or the MEF staff wouldn't let us do it. So I love, don't get this wrong, I love the Marine Corps. MEF, that was a little bit different. We had two different views. And so they'd, he's like, well, you need to arrest the tar. I'm like, I kind of snapped. And if I had been a Marine or he'd been an Army guy, I probably would have got fired on the spot. But I'm like, I'm not arresting him. You arrest him. And so somehow I managed to keep my career on that. But they were convinced that he was a criminal and they didn't want to do business with him at all. And it's like, dude, he's this charismatic figure. And, his brother Ahmed always kind of like downplayed. Yeah, he was always kind of dirty. But Sitar, like he did that on purpose. But Sitar was always like in the starched, Arab clothes and, always looked good and carried this chrome-plated Colt 45 Texas Sesquicentennial 6-shooter. It's like, dude, but they understood the theater. We're like, them boys understood the theater. Yeah. And they played it well.
Yeah. We'll get into some more of that stuff too. Across the task force, back to the book. Across the task force, unless a soldier was bleeding, he went right back on patrol. It was months into the deployment before we even began sending blast victims to the medics for traumatic brain injury screening. We just did not know any better at the time, and we are still years behind on the treatment of TBI and post-traumatic stress disorder. Treatment for these types of injuries include drug therapy, but most veterans also return home with some physical injury, either a Purple Heart-worthy wound directly related to combat or bad backs and trick knees from carrying equipment. Doctors liberally prescribe pain medications to treat those physical ailments. I believe there have been insufficient studies on the combination of the two drug therapies. Anecdotally, I've seen too many good soldiers given a bag filled with painkillers, antipsychotic drugs, and sleeping pills, and told them to take them as needed. Add in some hard liquor, self-medication, and the results are predictable, all too often tragic. Fast forward a little bit. July 6th. Again, this is 2 days later than the last one I just read. On July 6th, 2006, 38 Marines led a clearing operation at Ramadi General Hospital, the largest hospital in western Iraq. Ramadi General was a modern 7-story, 250-bed facility that looked exactly like the building on the opening credits of the soap opera General Hospital. Good point. Depending on the reports you believed, Ramadi General Hospital was 1, a field hospital for terrorists, 2, a headquarters for Al-Qaeda operations in Ramadi, 3, a torture chamber for Al-Qaeda, 4, a bomb-making facility, 5, a sniper's nest, 6, a place of peace where the American oppressors unduly increased the suffering of the people in Ramadi by forcing their way into the facility. And that was obviously just wrong. I believe it was a combination of the first 5. The operation went off without a hitch, with the Marines finding a dozen or so IED triggering devices in a tiled ceiling in one of the offices. The enemy knew the hospitals, mosques, and schools were off limits to coalition personnel and routinely used them as armories and meeting halls. Al-Qaeda used its control of the hospital as a bullet point in the propaganda campaign, claiming it was evidence of proving who was really in charge of Ramadi. The other thing that was good about them for the hospital was it was 7 stories tall, or it was tall, and so it gave you line of sight communications throughout much of the city. Yeah. So they used it for that as well. So they were using that as an absolute command and control node. Fast forward, Task Force Conqueror continued census operations, leading to targeted raids based on intelligence usually gained through previous census operations, and attempted to engage with the leadership of Al-Anbar University, as well as working with the sheiks on police recruiting. The enemy fought back furiously, placing more IEDs throughout the streets of Deane as they attempted to keep us from reaching the population and gaining their trust. The route clearance patrols conducted by 54th Engineers Task Force Dagger were critical to our being able to move through town. Every night, these men moved slowly along the main routes, searching for and disarming IEDs. They actively hunted the source of the biggest killer of Americans in Iraq in an incredibly dangerous mission. Dagger supported the entire Ready First, and we only had use of this valuable asset a few hours during the night, a couple times each week. On the night of 8 July, Team Dealer and Task Force Dagger conducted a route clearance patrol in Tamim, almost directly across from Camp Ramadi and very near the site where Scott Love and Nick Crombie died a month prior. A platoon of dismounted infantry moved building to building, clearing the flanks as the tanks and Bradleys inspected Task Force interspersed with Task Force Dagger's mine-resistant Husky, Buffalo, and Cougar vehicles, crept at a snail's pace, with soldiers interrogating every pothole and every piece of debris on the street. We had done everything we could to mitigate the risk in this textbook route clearance patrol. The only asset we lacked was a Predator drone, and we only had a Predator support in troops in contact call. Shortly before midnight, a massive IED exploded underneath the second vehicle in the convoy, a mine-resistant Cougar. The blast drove a manhole cover through the bottom of the vehicle, cutting it in half, instantly killing Staff Sergeant Omar Flores, Specialist Troy Linden, and Specialist Joseph Mix. A fourth grievously wounded soldier, Sergeant Al-Qaeda Floyd, would die from his wounds 3 days later. Also severely injured was Staff Sergeant Knoll of Charlie Rock, who was riding along learning how to conduct a route clearance. It was one of the worst days of deployment. 4 men dead and 1 severely injured in a matter of seconds. The attack on Task Force Dagger occurred in AO Conqueror, and I was ultimately responsible. I met the casualties at Charlie Med when they arrived, while we sent out the Recovery Quick Reaction Force to bring the vehicles back, and grieved for the loss along with the 54th Engineers. In the peacetime Army, officers become convinced that if they do everything right in battle, the result will be minimal casualties. The Army has a proven methodology for training management, execution of training, and after-action review process following every event. During these reviews, a leader establishes an open dialogue among all the participants to determine the connection between a shortfall, either in the planning of an operation or a failure during the execution of the mission. What I never fully realized is that sometimes the enemy gets lucky or is just better than we are on that particular day, and we will have soldiers die even when they're doing everything right. The Vietnam veterans used to say that the enemy gets a vote, but as a Desert Storm veteran, I never really understood that until now. Yeah, that was horrible. And those guys from Task Force Dagger, that's what they were doing every freaking night throughout the AO. And I rode with them before. I also sat there and watched them do their job from overwatch positions, and it was those guys were just incredible.
Yeah. And, you know, and we did everything to protect them, man. I mean, there were Bradleys in there. There was Humvees in there. We had infantry squads running on the flanks, you know, and, you know, we didn't see the trigger man. And, you know, when I think it was one of those leftover from the beginning when they, you know, they had ceded to me. And part of the other problem is that you guys, you know, is the very first was getting more and more success, you know, with Falcon and Grant and, you know, taking over the hospital and stuff. They started moving, you know, they take the path of least resistance. They started moving back into Meme, and it took us a while to kind of figure that one out. And so there were all these IEDs that were, I think they were pre-planted. Mm-hmm. You know, like you were saying on Sunset, I think, you know, those things were just pre-planted, waiting for someone to drive down the road. And you know, I just remember, you know, going to Charlie Med, and that was, I mean, we'd lost 2 guys, but I mean, when you have 4 guys dead, it's like, Jesus. You know, I mean, it was, you know, and Sean McGinley, I called him up, and, you know, he's like, you know, and offered my condolences, and, you know, so then 2 days later, they were back out. You know what I mean? Back out in our sector.
Yep.
You know, it's like, hey, there's some idea. We didn't get that road clout clear. We got to go back and get it. And it's like, you know, those guys, you know, again, all these kids, they went out every day, you know, and even the kids on the wall. You know, these guys on the wall. It's like, oh, you know, I'm a cook and I pull the wall. Well, you're on the wall every day for 8, 10, 12 hours.
Yep. And there's enemy everywhere out there.
Yeah.
Fast forward July 10th, I scheduled a meeting with the leadership of the Al-Anbar University. Allegedly, the campus was an informal headquarters of the Mujahideen in Ramadi and was fast becoming a hotbed for Al-Qaeda activity as well. By my count, terrorists had murdered at least 3 university presidents in the last couple of years. I also found a professor who graduated from the University of Nebraska the same year I had, but I was hesitant to ask for him, fearing that he would be beaten or killed for talking to the coalition. So there's this, on the outskirts of Tamim, just I guess west of Tamim, there was this big compound, like a college compound. Yeah, it was the Al-Anbar University.
Yep.
And you were going to get in there. You say this is also an interesting, a little bit different subject, but I spent a lot of time the first month trying to figure out how to capture HVTs on the top 10 list. As it turns out, I had the entire perspective of how to catch terrorists completely wrong. At first, I thought we were looking for the Viet Cong, a faceless enemy living in the jungle, desert in this case, wearing black pajamas and attacking Americans. The conventional wisdom was that if we could just get the leaders and maybe the next couple of knuckleheads on the top 10 lists, then the violence would stop and peace would break out. Every unit across Iraq, from the multinational corps Iraq headquarters to the 3rd platoon, had a top 10 list. Killing or capturing the leadership of the insurgency would help a little, but not to the extent that one would think. Every company commander in the Army thinks he can do a better job of commanding a battalion or brigade or division than his current commander. Terrorists are the same. Killing or capturing the enemy commanders might lead to a slight decrease in organizational capability, but it certainly does not stop the violence. And there was nothing more obvious than that than when we killed AMZ. Because we killed AMZ in June. He was the big leader, the charismatic leader of Al-Qaeda in Iraq.
Yeah.
Killed him. It was like, didn't even make an impact. I mean, at least not on a tactical level out in the streets.
Yeah. Although I will say of the Al-Qaeda terrorist mastermind, the dude who came in later, was that Masari? The guy who took
Abu
over.
Baker?
No. He was later.
Okay.
The guy who came over next, he actually kind of sucked as leader of AQ. He's probably the worst one. But then we killed him, and they actually got some good help back in there. You know. So, but yeah, I mean, we think we're going to kill these top 10 terrorists, but it's like, there's somebody else. Yeah. There's somebody, next man up. Yeah. And they were the same way. And the one thing that we talked about this, we thought we were fighting the Viet Cong, and then we kind of figured out that we were actually, I'm an Irish guy, right? Mm-hmm. So we were actually fighting the IRA, strip out the police, living in monks. Michael Collins was riding his bike through Dublin every day. And, even at the time I was thinking about, like, you're driving through and a car's going by and it's like, could that guy be the brains of the operation? Or just some guy that's like waving to you when you're driving down the streets, like, is he on the team or is he the ultimate mastermind? Mm-hmm. And or there's a little bit of both. So once we kind of changed that, we're just not gonna and even like I guess it was the yellow apartments, not the white apartments. Mm-hmm. The yellow apartments, we're not gonna find them all like hanging out in the clubhouse. Yep. They're not in the Legion of Doom. So it took us a while to figure that one
out. Team Dealer received 2 new platoon leaders. Second Lieutenants Perfecto Sanchez and Mike Letieri. Am I saying that right? Letieri. Yeah. And they were beginning to get a handle on the situation in Tamim. Perfecto was born in Harlem and raised by his grandmother, who stressed both curiosity and responsibility. Growing up, he showed a lot of potential, but he was just not applying it to his life. His high school track coach, John Deane, pulled Sanchez aside one day and gave him a pamphlet on West Point. He was smart enough to realize that the opportunity presenting itself and that sticking around Harlem would only diminish his chance to make something of himself. After graduating from Newton High School in 2001, Perfecto had gone to West Point. And again, there's so many details in there about all these soldiers and Marines that you put in. It's awesome to read, because it reminds people, if you read this book, like, these are not just numbers, these are not just statistics, these are people.
Yeah, and the living and the dead. You know what I mean? So, 93 soldiers died in the Ready First, or 96 in the Battle of Ramadi. Well, something that's good in the aggregate, but that's somebody's brother. That's somebody, that's a kid who was state wrestling championship. That was a kid who pulled himself, out of a tough situation, and he moved on. And the admiration. And I know you have it, and I mean, everyone has it, but when these guys that were in that fight every day, the guys in Dealer or whatever, it's like, wow, double wow. It's just, words can't describe what these guys did. And they all had good lives. And if you look at the timeline, most of them joined right after 9/11. Mm-hmm. They're like, hey, our country's under attack. We're going to go get after it. Mm-hmm. And, and the guys today, I mean, God bless them, there's still a war, We're still in Iraq. There's still a war going on, not as vicious as it was back then, but
still in harm's way.
Still in harm's way, and these kids are still making life choices that could have, they could have done something else.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Fast forward a little bit on the night of 17 July. We caught a break when a team dealer patrol captured 3 men out after curfew. When their justification for breaking curfew raised suspicions, the patrol brought them back to Camp Ramadi for further questioning. In the morning, we realized one of them was an Imam from a mosque in Tamim. Detaining an Imam was a big deal, with a clear-cut set of rules, including a requirement for prior approval from the commander of the 3-star multinational corps Iraq in Baghdad. Technically, since we did not know he was Imam when we detained him, we held him. Although another rule of thumb was that when the commander used words like technically, he is skating on thin ice. Numerous intelligence reports linked this particular Imam to Al-Qaeda, but Baghdad disapproved Colonel Lovejoy's request to arrest him months prior to arrival. We were sure he was a bad guy. I called Colonel McFarland, telling him that we had detained an Imam, filling him in on the cleric's background. Colonel McFarland's response was, good. There was never any hand-wringing on McFarland's part. Later that day, a restive crowd of nearly 100 Iraqi men chanting and carrying signs gathered outside the front gate of Camp Ramadi. This was extremely out of the ordinary since we were, for all practical purposes, isolated from the population. The only Iraqis who dared venture near the gates were Iraqi security forces, detainees who were zip-tied and in U.S. custody, the Terps, and the owner of the Haji Mart. At the time, the Iraqis stayed on one side of the wall and U.S. forces stayed on the other. The crowd was demanding the release of the Imam. Half the signs were in English, but without Western reporters around to film their protest, their efforts were in vain. Most of the mob stayed well back from the gate, but 4 men came forward demanding to speak to the commander. Colonel McFarland called me on the telephone. You brought the Imam in here. You go get rid of the crowd, he said. Sir, I don't want to usurp your authority. They want to see the post commander. I think they want you. I replied jokingly, good try, Tony. Get out there was his reply. You do some negotiations and you end up telling them, hey, if the Imam is innocent, he'll be released. If he's a terrorist, he's going to prison. I promise you, I'll look at the evidence and let you know in a week. Then you have a meeting with the Super Friends. My guys roll in there. And you get them all together on July 20th, and you start kind of going around the circle, and you say this, and some of them were saying release him.
Yeah.
And I'm going to fast forward a little bit. You got to understand that the Imam is in a tough position. If he comes out too strongly for the coalition, the terrorists will kill him. That might have been true. Then again, the Imam may have just been playing the handler. This is one of the people you're talking to. The meeting went on for almost an hour. I knew that there was intelligence implicating the Imam, but I also understood what the Super Friends were saying. Like it or not, they were conducting operations that were not being shared with the task force commanders. While it was possible that the Imam was working for the greater good, I just did not see it. Finally, it was a cards on the table time, and I went around the room and asked each of the Super Friends to vote whether to kick him loose or send him to jail. In the military, we defend democracy, not practice it, but I wanted to get each one of them on record regarding where they stood on releasing him. Starting with the handler, and again, these are other government agencies people, and these are someone that's been like working with this guy as a source or what have you. Yeah. Each one, in order, said to set free the cleric. But the farther away from the handler, the less impassioned each vote seemed to be. I began to feel that the Super Friends felt the need to stick together and that I was not getting the whole truth from the collective group. They had about broken my will and convinced me to release the Imam when one of the SEAL intelligence guys sitting in the back of the room locked eyes with me. He was a junior petty officer and did not have a speaking part at the meeting. More importantly, since he was sitting in the back row, no one else could see him. Ever so slightly, a frown came across his bearded face, and he shook his head from side to side. That was all I needed. Thanks for your input, guys, but I'm going to have to think about this some more, I declared. As fate would have it, that afternoon, a dealer patrol took an RPG fired from the Imam's mosque.
Yeah. Whoever your guy was, I don't know. Who it was. He was sitting in the back, and and he was a pretty junior dude.
Yep, I know. That's how I know who it was.
And he was just like,
yep. Don't let this guy go.
Yeah, don't let this guy go. I was like, okay. Yeah, I wasn't going to out him, but.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, that guy, that was one of those guys, dude. He was working And he was just so engaged, so engaged in who was connected to who and who was doing what. Those guys were just, they mapped things out so well. It was awesome what they did.
Well, it's crazy because they, we had guys, we actually got some intel guys from our parent brigade down in Kuwait. And they were like, they were in the intel company. They're like, they're Slavic translators, and then it's like, because that was a mission. It's like, well, the kid's got a 139 GT score. We'll figure this thing out. So we brought these guys up from Kuwait, and they weren't, intel analysts, but they were all smart kids. And same things, I'd walk into a dealer company. I can't remember the guy's name, the C5, and you'd see him just slumped on the desk at like 3 a.m. because I kind of walk around when they went on patrols, try to see the guy, because you got to kind of look at your guys in the eye, make sure they're doing. And these guys are just slumped on the desk, and they were out there working. They'd have like, well, Abu whoever, and they'd have pictures, and it's like, that was beyond me, man. I'm like, so is it the dude in the orange jumpsuit, or the guy with the big head? Yeah, we're going after this guy, and they'd have all these names worked out, and I'm like, what you're talking about. This guy. Oh, okay. I remember a picture, but they, all them guys across, and they all worked together. It was amazing. I mean, if you could hook a multimeter up on Ramadi that measured like work output per man, I mean, that thing would just blow. It didn't matter. I mean, even the cooks, that just, everybody was just working so hard.
Yeah. And there was such a direct relation between getting intel, finding out what's going on, conducting patrols, and keeping guys alive.
Yeah.
So that's why my guys, and I haven't talked about my group of intel guys that were part of Task Unit Bruiser much, because what they were doing was, it was intel gathering, and it was not something that we normally talk about in the SEAL teams, right? So it's that type of work. And so I haven't talked about what they did much, but you would know that when those guys would target, and by the way, oftentimes what they would do is they'd put together a target package, and we'd tell you, or we'd tell 137, because for us to assemble the forces to go out and go into Tamim and roll up a target, when I could just get on the phone with you and say, hey, go hit building Alpha 3-2 in this sector, you'd be like, cool, we'll be there in 15 minutes. Yeah. That's how fast your guys, or the 137, or the 506, or the 3 Marines, they could just turn and go execute things faster than we could drive there. So let's just do that. Yeah. But so my guys, everyone just had this feeling like every piece of intel that we can get that gets an IED maker captured or killed, we're going to keep some Americans alive. Yeah. And that's the driving force. And so you had intel guys doing that, but it's also like the cook that stand and watch on the tower. Like those guys, we killed people from on Camp Ramadi. I had snipers shoot people from our base that were out there putting in IEDs. Yeah. So this is what was happening. So everyone, every moment that you could do something positive, that little thing that you did might save an American's life. Yeah.
And every person that was on that camp was pulling on the rope. It was just amazing. Yeah, it was just amazing.
But one thing that you realized, the Americans, we couldn't do it by ourselves. And I'll fast forward a little bit here. I now believe that the local police were the key to victory. And I knew that Sheikh Sattar was adept at bringing in other sheiks to encourage their men to join the police. My desire to get the local police themselves reminded me of high school, with the locals as the students and the coalition forces as the administration. The students in my high school all knew who was drinking booze, who was smoking dope, but the administration had no idea. Or if they did suspect something, they did not have the evidence to prove it. Likewise, the locals in Ramadi all knew who the bad guys were while we were clueless. If we could get the citizenry to take responsibility and police themselves, then the coalition's responsibility for providing security would drop down to almost nothing. And they wanted to do that Desert Protector thing. You worked through all that stuff. Here's a great dialogue that you had. I'll just read these 2 lines. Sheikh Sattar tells you, my grandfather fought the British in the 1920 uprising. And you reply, mine too, back in Ireland. Talk about a kinship. More about Sheikh Sattar here. He loved President Bush, both of them, in fact, but especially W. This was true of most Iraqis I met. In their eyes, President Bush was the hero who liberated Iraq from Saddam and gave the Iraqi people the opportunity for a democratic government. Sattar constantly told me his greatest dream was to meet President Bush and thank him for all he had done for Iraq. Another thing you mentioned, with his father, 2 brothers, and countless cousins murdered by Al-Qaeda, Sheikh Sattar saw the terrorist organization as truly evil and wanted to defeat it across the globe. Right. Like you said, these guys were on board.
Yeah.
Fast forward, the police recruiting was going so well that by late September, that the 500th policeman would be due back from the police academy. So it was time for me to live up to my end of the bargain and build a police station I promised Sheikh Ahmed back in June. So you run that up the chain of command and you get told no. Nope, you can't build a police station. Why? Because they had some PowerPoint that they had to present.
We're building 32 police stations, and this isn't one of them.
Luckily, you had your bulldog, Jim Lechner, and what he figured, he's just, not just a bulldog, but a smart bulldog, because he figures out, okay, well, how about we build a police substation? Does that make it okay? Well, what's the difference between a substation and a police station? The name. That's it. Same resources. Exactly. Everything's the same. And as soon as you put substation in front of it, they improve it, which is just the way that's the crazy. When you hear about the crazy like military bureaucracy, that's case in point right there.
Well, and the other thing too. So we were kitted out. I got a chest carrier. I got my whatever the ACUs. They kind of look like pajamas, but we had a military uniform. We had boots. We're out there in the fight. And these cops, that was one thing. They were out there. I mean, they're like Paul Blart. I mean, they're mall guards. I mean, they got polyester pants and polyester shirts, and they got a plate carrier. And then we gave them those what were the Silverados, and we put some metal on. It's like, there's a picture in the book where they got I don't know whatever the era of M60 is, right? They got a machine gun on top of one of those pickup trucks, and it's not on a pedal. It's on a tripod. And those boys would roll out. And it's like, I really, over time, it's like, man, these guys are kind of badass, I mean, for just even doing it, even trying. And then once we started getting a lot of them, when this police station goes in, there was a lot of them. I mean, we went from like 200 to, we got the 500, so we got up to 700. And then like within 2 weeks, we're up to like 3,000. Yeah, it was
awesome. You also plan to build this university checkpoint. I introduced it. And again, there's so many details in the book. Get the book. Yeah. I plan to build the university checkpoint. Colonel McFarland was not afraid to make a hard decision, agreed to it immediately. The first PowerPoint slide announced the name of the mission, Operation Toga. McFarland quietly said, "Knowledge is good," which is a quote from the movie Animal House, which is just like typical McFarland to be able to pull that quote. There's the opening of the movie Animal House. They're showing this statue, and it says like whatever the big
College.
statue is, Faber College, and it says the quote is "Knowledge is good." And McFarland was able to just rattle that off. Fast forward a little bit across. Ready, first AO, casualties mounted as operations to take back the city continued. Task Force Bandit had secured a foothold in southern Ramadi and was conducting census operations around the new cops to get a feel for the new neighborhoods. The Kurhis and the 3-8 Marines were also expanding their presence in the city. It was a daily grind of soldiers protecting the combat outposts and then going on patrol to canvass the population. All the time, the enemy watched, attacking when and where they could. On 17 July, Staff Sergeant Michael Dickinson II, assigned to A Company, 9th PSYOPS, was on a dismounted patrol when a sniper took his life. On 19 July, Bulldog Company from Task Force Bandit sent an armored patrol along Route Sunset between Cop Falcon and Cop Iron to ensure it was clear of enemy presence. The Staff Sergeant Mark Vencione was the tank commander of the lead tank in the patrol when his vehicle hit an IED and began to burn. When the crew could not immediately extinguish the fire, Vencione ordered them to evacuate and move to safety while he began to moving the loaders to the loader's side to pull the release on the external fire extinguishers. While attempting to save the vehicle, Vencione triggered a second IED, the explosion killing him instantly. The tank continued to burn for hours, eventually requiring a brigade-level effort to recover the tank. 2 days later, The terrorist attacked a 3-8 Marine dismounted patrol with an IED, killing Corporal Julian Ramon, a Colombian immigrant from Flushing, New York, who was on his second tour in Iraq. The enemy was seemingly everywhere and nowhere. That was a great description. That idea of the enemy seeming like they're everywhere and at the same time seeming like they're nowhere.
Yeah, and you like us, you like me, you're probably out of the office a lot, right? So you'd come back in the office and they're like, some guy got killed in 137. Some guy first 506 got blown up, and like every day. Yeah. And the book's kind of thick because I thought all the guys who lost their life there should be kind of memorialized, which was kind of hard to do. But if you put the wounded, it would be a 3-volume set. Yeah. It was just every day somebody was getting hurt.
It was like 500 wounded for the 11AD.
Yeah. I'm certain of it, and it was every day, and it kind of. I think it's kind of started getting on the guys a little bit, but then, kind of you get numb to it, but kind of it's like, well, it's going to happen to me sooner or later, but these guys went out because they didn't want to let their buddies down, didn't want to fail. They bought in the mission, and God bless them.
On 22 July, one of the Super Friends came in with a tip of a high-value target that was a bomb-making factory in Tamim. We diverted a dealer patrol led by Lieutenant Ian Blackstone, conducting census operations to investigate. As the patrol began moving toward the suspected enemy hideout, a furious, continuous burst of automatic weapons fire from PKM machine guns and AK-47s erupted. The withering fire pinned them down for several minutes. Clearly, we had walked them into an ambush. Eventually, the men of Team Dealer gained the upper hand, suppressing enemy with overwhelming firepower. By then, however, Staff Sergeant Christopher Swanson lay mortally wounded with a single gunshot wound. On 24 July, Al-Qaeda tried to reassert its dominance with a coordinated citywide series of attacks against coalition forces, striking at 15 locations across Ramadi in less than 30 minutes, with 8 of the attacks occurring in one deadly 10-minute span. Well over 100 fighters engaged in the offensive, with 6 of the attacks defined as complex, meaning more than one engagement method. While the attacks briefly rocked us back on our heels, within minutes, coalition restored the relative order, killing at least 28 terrorists who had nothing to show for their effort. That was just, you talked about how they were good at what they were doing. I mean, that's a difficult operation.
Yeah.
And I remember it was crazy. Like for them to be able to pull that off was impressive.
Yeah. So I got to talk about Sergeant Swanson because he was another guy that was like Scott Love. Just you talk to him, you meet him, just a nice guy, very good at his job. It's like one of them guys like he's going to go pretty far. This guy's going to be sergeant major of the Army someday. Just a really good guy, just a stud, and very good. Like when we did squad live fires and platoon live fires when we were in Kuwait, and his squad was always kind of the best, right up there at the top. And they got caught in this thing, and you talk to the guys who were there. I mean, there was all these machine guns. I mean, they were the guys who were there. They're like, that's the worst we had it the whole time, and they're just getting tore up. And Swanson, figures out what's what. He kind of figured out before it got lit off. He got the guys inside the building so they didn't get caught in the street. And he runs up to the roof and he's trying to engage and he gets killed. And, and that was, and that happened every day across everybody, and Swanson was another, some of them, when the guys pretty well, that was a bad one too. And, and as this is going on, if, the names in the book, the dealers are starting to lose NCOs left and right. And so things were getting bad. But, let me say one thing, though. Before that day in the attack, because that was like 2 days later, I believe. So the next day, I think we only had 4 attacks in Team Dealer. Mm-hmm. We only had 4 ticks that day. And
so you felt like, the
time's turning. Me and the 3 in the XL, me and Dave Rao and Bergman, we're sitting there, we're high-five. We've turned the corner. And then the next day, just a brigade-wide ass whipping came.
Yeah, you do mention in the book also about Swanson, You say, a week earlier, I'd just seen him in Charlie Med getting a small piece of shrapnel pulled out of his butt after the Humvee he was riding and hit an IED. I joked with him that he had the $1 million wound, as if the enemy could only wound a soldier once. Like, there you go. Here's a dude that gets wounded. A week later, he's back out on patrol.
Yeah, it was a little worse. Your memory fell. I just remember him have like a little cut, but he actually kind of got it. But which is even more so. I mean, he got a bunch of stitches in his crotch, which you're out walking patrol. And he's like back on it.
Yeah. And by the way, it's 120 degrees out there. Literally 120 degrees because now we're in July. It's 120 degrees. Yeah. That's what the temperature is.
Yeah.
On 26 July, Al-Qaeda attacked Cobb Falcon in force, causing Mike Baima and his men to fire every weapon system they had to repel the enemy and requiring ammunition resupply during the 4-hour gun battle. The next day, 3 Marines from Weapons Company, 3/8 Marines, Corporal Timothy D. Ruse, Lance Corporal Adam R. Murray, and Private First Class Enrique C. Sanchez died when an IED destroyed their vehicle. Yeah, it's like, as I was reading the book, you start getting in this, and I don't know if you did this on purpose. I don't believe you did, but you may have. But you start getting in this pattern where good things happen, and you're like, oh, we're going to get police recruits, and people die. There's friendly killed in action, then something else good happens, and that's the way it was all the time. Like you just said about turning the corner. You'd be like, oh, this is a good day, and then like it's just not ending. Sheikh Sattar had a scheduled meeting for 1 August with tribal leaders from across Ramadi who wanted their young men to join the Iraqi police, and this is great. So you're in this meeting, and your interpreter's named Dragon. And you say, Dragon. So you're in this meeting. Dragon, tell them they all look the same to me, I said to my interpreter. Dragon is normally very soft-spoken. He had a personal investment in the war, having been in Ramadi for over 2 years at the time, and did not want to see me destroy the progress we had made. He looked me in the eye and said, matter-of-factly, I'm not telling him that. Tell him, Dragon. Tell him every fucking word. Dragon shrugged, grimaced, and repeated in Arabic what I said. The room fell silent for a moment and then erupted with angry outbursts from all the sheikhs at once. It was hard for me to tell exactly what they were saying, but judging from the tone and body language, I calculated their mood to be somewhere between indignation and anger. And then you continue. Back in Nebraska, we all wear cowboy boots, blue jeans, plaid shirts, and cowboy hats. I went on to say, knowing the Iraqis all watched a lot of Hollywood movies on satellite TV. If you came to my town, you couldn't tell us apart. Since I lived in Nebraska all my life, I could tell you who belonged there and who didn't. I can tell you who's a good man and who's a bad man. I can tell you which families are good and which ones are bad. Why? Because I'm from there, and I know the situation in ways you'll never understand. It was almost as if the lights went on in the sheikh's head. That's classic. You get their attention with that statement, you all look the same to me. But it's so accurate. It's so accurate. That's kind of what the thing with Travis Patriquin and what he was trying to explain with his stick figure diagram. Like, hey, we don't know who's good and who's bad. They do. At 10:30 hours on August 2nd, under the watchful eyes of SEAL Team 3 snipers and the camera lens of a circling Predator drone, the soldiers of Task Force Conqueror embarked on Operation Toga. This is once again putting a checkpoint at the university. Rolling past the checkpoints, ringing the outskirts of Tamim, the assault column turned to the campus of Al-Anbar University. And you rolled in there. It turned out you were expecting 50 people or something like that, but it was payday, so there ends up being 400 people on campus. What we had envisioned as a 6-hour operation dragged on all day. Luckily, the Naval Special Warfare Intel team had a couple of SEAL shooters along for the ride to help interrogate locals. They had an uncanny knack for picking out terrorists out of the crowd by their body language and demeanor. That one there, 6 rows up, 5 over from the right, the blue shirt. See him rocking back and forth, he wants to kill us all, haul his ass in. And the dude with the beard 3 rows behind him in the red shirt, grab his ass too. He's acting too cool. And again, I had these guys that had been trained, they're SEALs, but they'd been trained in interrogation, and they were just freaking awesome. And then we sent those guys, and we were also doing something over out of Cop Falcon the same day. So we had multiple units in the field, but these guys were helping you. These guys find a bunch of the Iraqi company that you brought found a bunch of RPG launchers, PKM machine guns, Dragunov sniper rifles, and so it's a very successful operation.
Yeah, so for months, the white apartments, which were like on the road that went down to Ramadi, and the white apartments there, we were everyone was getting attacked out there, and I asked Lou, I said, to me, the boogeyman lived in the white apartments, right? And he's like, there's just nothing but a bunch of poor people in there. Well, then we kind of figured out that, like, if you're going to start a revolution, where do you want to start at? University campus. And so they were crossing down. They were using the university because, we couldn't go in there. Yeah, we
couldn't go in there.
Yeah, which, well, why not? Right? So we couldn't go in there. And then they go under the train track. There was like a sewage thing, and they'd go into there, and they'd go to the white apartments. They shoot at us, and they'd come back and forth. So it's like, and actually, what tipped the scale for me was the Q-36. They were shooting mortars. They were teaching people to shoot mortars from the university, and they were shooting them out in the desert. We got the Q-36 return, and it's like, they're holding the, impact, the mortar leader clash. They're holding that thing here on the university, and they didn't even felt the need to waste their ammo on us. They were just teaching people how to shoot. So I was like, okay, we got to do that.
University of Jihad.
Yeah, and so, home of the fighting Sunnis. So, we didn't want a bloodbath there. We just wanted to take over the place and deny them it. And, I mean, it went all the way up to Maliki, but, they said go. And, I talk about this in the book. I mean, the three things you don't do is take over a university, take over a hospital, and take over a mosque. And McFarland was like, go get it. As long as you made a good case, he's like, go get it. I mean, when you talk about moral courage, most people, it's like, the hand-wringing that would go on for any of these things. But he was like, go get him, Tiger.
Yeah. No, he did not shy away from bearing the responsibility for these things. And like you just said, I mean, hitting a hospital, hitting a mosque, like these are hitting the university. These things are huge potential, news stories, and we look terrible. Yeah. And he just put trust in us to execute these operations and make these things happen. It's amazing. While Operation Toga had its glitches in the end, I would call it our first combined task force level U.S.-Iraqi operation, establishing a permanent Iraqi-led combat outpost and denying Al-Anbar University use as a terrorist safe haven without firing a shot, a success. Yeah. As soon as I got back to Camp Ramadi, I checked the Reuters news website, which was the source I used whenever I wanted to see what Al-Qaeda had to say about a topic. In this case, Operation Toga. The terrorist press release was already in circulation with its usual list of atrocities committed by coalition forces. We attacked the university in a hail of gunfire, killing many professors and students. Blatantly not true. We had beaten professors and students alike. Blatantly not true. We systematically raped the women on campus. Blatantly not true. We had humiliated the professors by making them walk around with signs around their necks calling them dogs, which caused us to reevaluate our naming conventions because you had actually named off sectors of the city, and so you had to label them where you got them from. And so this part was actually not blatantly untrue. So while our mission went well, it was a terrible day across the Ready First, with Corporal Joseph Tomsey of 3-8 Marines dying from wounds received during operations in central Ramadi. Later that evening, SEAL Team 3 was conducting operations near Cop Falcon in central Ramadi when an enemy sniper wounded SEAL Operator 2nd Class Ryan Job, triggering a running gun battle that lasted over an hour and spread throughout the streets of Ramadi. When it was over, Aviation Ordnanceman SEAL 2nd Class Mark Lee was killed, becoming the first SEAL to die in Iraq. Ryan Job would eventually succumb to his wounds nearly 3 years later.
I think what you said earlier, hey, when one good thing would happen, 3 bad things would happen. And, hey, we took over this university, we locked it down, and, you guys have the worst day in probably years in the SEAL teams, and it was just it was just like that every day.
Yeah, and here we have, SEAL snipers over with you, don't even fire a shot in that whole mission.
Yeah.
And then here these guys are in that's a half a mile away.
Yeah.
Like these things, this city was crazy.
Yeah.
By 4 August, Cop Crab was complete, and we were circling back to our routine. All I had on my schedule was attending a memorial service in the morning, then meeting with the lawyers in my office in order to make a final determination on a platoon leader and a platoon sergeant whom I had suspended from duty because I believed they'd shot up the fire station in Tamim. Then I was flying out on R&R. I did not have the time to go to all of the memorial services across the Ready First. There were too many, seemingly one every couple days. Today's ceremony at Blue Diamond was for Specialist Hai Ming Sai, who died in an IED attack on 1 August. Assigned to Alpha Company 26 Infantry, he was a member of Task Force Conqueror through the train up in Germany and Kuwait. I had met Specialist Sai in a couple of times. He was smart, dependable, team leader, an immigrant from Chinatown in New York City trying to live the American dream. He was older than most of his peers, but a hard worker and well-liked with a bright future in the Army. Halfway through the ceremony, Sergeant First Class Roberts tapped me on the shoulder with a grave look on his face. He whispered in my ear, "Sir, F-Troop Humvee hit a landmine. It's really bad." We left immediately. The blast site was adjacent to an abandoned railroad station approximately 500 meters northeast of OP 293. I arrived at a gut-wrenching scene. The blast had instantly killed Staff Sergeant Clinton Story, Sergeant Bradley Best, and an Iraqi translator. A fire engulfed the vehicle before we could evacuate the bodies. I waited there with the cavalrymen until the recovery effort was complete and the remains of these brave men evacuated.
Yeah, that was that was really a bad day, and F Troop, they McFarland would give them to me from time to time just because I was running so short of people, and we had them doing some checkpoints, but there's nothing you can do. The vehicle's on fire, and we just come from the memorial service, and and then oddly enough, there was a Marine firefighting detachment there, which I guess they came with the airfield or something. But 2 Marines come out with a fire truck. Mm-hmm. Where the hell did the fire truck come from? And they put the fire out. So it was just, and all that was, I think, in a week. Everything we just talked about. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is it's because so they'd have a mass casualty drill on base. And one of the things they called for blood. Like they'd call down to my talk and be like, "Hey, we need blood." And so anyone that was there would go and give blood and or help out. And I remember, I'm pretty sure this was the one, but I sent guys up there, and we didn't have, most of the guys were working, but had a few guys send them up there, and they went up to help out, give blood, and they ended up just helping move bodies, and the guys were just burned, and one of my young officers came back, and I could see it was they're going to leave a mark on him, seeing these guys, and just the tragic situation.
Yeah. And it was there, and it's like, hey, one of the things Mark Lovejoy said to me was, you may lose a guy, but you got hundreds of others you got to keep alive. And I just remember standing there, and it was all you could do but to look at the vehicle. It's like, no, dudes, face out. We got to pull security. We can't get rolled up here again. And it was just like that every day. Mm-hmm.
There's again, we talk about discipline and the performance of the troops, and you had a situation that was unfolding that you had to deal with. Here we go. The basic facts of the case were clear. Coalition forces had shot up the fire station in Tamim. There was no doubt about that. Thankfully, there were no injuries in the incident, but some bonehead put an M4 round through the engine of the Tamim fire truck. I believed in my heart that the soldiers of Task Force Conqueror would never have done this. Why in the hell would anyone shoot a fire truck? I knew my guys were sharper than that. I'd called the commanders of the units that routinely transited AO Conqueror and accused each of their units in turn of being behind the attack. The commander of SEAL Team 3, Task Force that was me,
Yeah.
and also Task Force Rangers and Task Force Bandit all checked in and stated that it was not them. Still, I felt one of them was not telling the whole truth. Simultaneously, a soldier recently assigned a team dealer went out on patrol a couple of times and then refused to go out anymore. I suspected he was a coward and was preparing to court-martial him. While awaiting his punishment, aside from not going on patrol, he did everything the first sergeant asked him to do. After sitting down and talking with him, First Sergeant Shaw realized the problem was with the platoon and not the new soldier. Although the soldier never implicated the platoon, Shaw was perceptive enough to figure out his men were the ones responsible for attacking the fire station, and he had the moral courage to call them out. The first sergeant knew that a platoon meting out street justice was a cancer to the unit, requiring immediate removal. I ordered a formal investigation into the incident and reported it to Colonel McFarland. As the investigating officer began questioning members of the suspected platoon, the platoon leader and the platoon sergeant invoked their Fifth Amendment rights, preventing a further question of them. All I wanted was to find out the truth of what happened, but I could not tolerate a platoon leader who will not report his actions. No matter how badly he screwed up, short of murder anyways, I could deal with it if they simply told the truth. The platoon leader and platoon sergeant officially reported that they had not entered the fire station. After the questioning of the platoon members, it became clear the two men had lied. Army investigations have a way of getting the truth because no matter how many blood oaths or sacred pacts are made promising to take the secret to the grave, once the investigating officer starts reading Miranda rights, the truth spills out in a matter of minutes. I never did find out what caused the two soldiers to shoot up the fire station, but I suspect the platoon sergeant had lost his moral compass because of all the fighting, and the new platoon leader was not man enough to stop him. Between the two of them, they had decided to teach the Iraqis a lesson in action that was clearly unacceptable and always ineffective in combat. So many little things in this. Number one, it shows you how, despite all this chaos and combat going on, these little things are still going to get noticed. They're still going to get investigated. The idea that you could go around and cause mayhem and not have anybody know about it is completely ludicrous. Even someone entering the fire station and hurting the fire truck is getting raised to your level by the civilian populace.
Yeah, yeah. And, a lot of it goes to leadership, too. And I think Matt Graham was in command by that time. Lou had moved on to another assignment. But those two, they knew it. Shaw knew it. And Shaw's the one who came to me and said, hey, I think it was my guys. And because they knew. I mean, they knew that this was going to happen. And you probably hear this all the time. I hear it all the time. It's like, oh, you were in Ramadi. It was the Wild West. And it's like, well, no, we're professionals, and we're going to carry ourselves as professionals. It's not some crazy gunfight. It's not, it was violent, but, we're professionals. Yeah. We're supposed to act like professionals. And the dealer guys, they fixed the problem. I mean, they brought the problem up, they fixed them. And, if they would have just told the truth, we probably would have figured it out right then and nothing would have happened. Well, I mean, been counseling statements and letters of reprimand, but, you take the fifth. Take the fifth. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, good luck. Good luck in court because you're not going to be in my unit anymore. Yeah.
You say this, I have always felt platoon leaders have the hardest job in the Army. They are full of book knowledge and good intentions, but have little practical experience. In comparison, I felt the battalion command was an easier job than the platoon leaders. I'd spent all my adult life getting ready to command a battalion, holding almost every staff position at some point previously in my career, and surrounded by smart and very experienced majors, captains, and senior NCOs who were also very willing to do anything you asked of them. Even as a company commander, I had a first sergeant on whom I could count on for expert advice, a first lieutenant executive officer who was experienced, and 3 platoon leaders who wanted to do a good job but did not know enough to ask hard questions. Platoon leaders are at the bottom of the leadership ladder and actually have to live with the men who are out doing the tough mission, looking them in the eye, telling them to move out. Anytime I said something as a task force commander, the answer was yes, sir. Soldiers do not always reply to lieutenants the same way. Sometimes the response is more along the lines of, the entire plan is just fucking stupid. And that's what you said. You said in this case you had a platoon commander that wasn't man enough to say, hey, we're not doing this shit. Yeah. And that's usually all it takes. And I always say, look, maybe it's the platoon commander, maybe it's the platoon sergeant in a SEAL platoon, it's the platoon chief. Yeah. Somebody in there's got to be like, hey, we're not doing this shit. Hey, nope, stop. Someone's got to be able to do that. And if they don't, that's when you have a situation like that happen.
Yeah. And here's part of the problem too. And like later on, my last job was teaching the counterinsurgency seminar. But so you kind of think about it. So, me and you were senior guys, we're telling our guys, this needs to happen. And especially, platoon leader, platoon sergeant, well, they're talking to guys who just came back, right? Or they're talking to the guy that they're ripping with, whatever, and they're saying, hey, I know what they're telling you up there, but this is what I did to stay alive. And so it's like, okay, the 42-year-old dude's telling you one thing, but the dude who looks like you, but a year older, and still alive, I'm gonna roll with what he said. And so, they just kind of fell down. Yeah. And there needs to be a moral compass, and that's the platoon leader and platoon sergeant, and hopefully, the platoon leader doesn't have to be it, because everybody's kind of in tune. But people gotta, it's because it's counterproductive in the end.
Yeah.
In the end,
it's going against the entire strategy if you're out there doing things like that to civilian populace, and it's going to ruin everything.
And we bought the fire truck. It was an American fire truck. Yeah. The stuff, and part of that was, the rebuilding and everything else. We bought the fire truck. Hell, the soccer stadium, we built that in like 2002. We rebuilt it 2002, 2003, or whatever. 2004, 2005, that thing been rebuilt. And, how many Gimlers and Sidewinder missiles did Ron Clark put into that thing? That thing was getting blown up every day. And it's like, hey, Ron, how many did you shoot in? Quite a bit, And then it turned out it was we found out later it was like the ammo supply point for the Mooj when they finally took it over.
That's for damn sure.
Yeah. So, but, going back to the moral aspect, Lou and Shaw, they preach that. And that was the 6 months in Kuwait. And we got held in Kuwait for 6 months because we were in the war before they finally moved us up. But, between me and, Dan Walrath had the same thing in 1-6. But, we probably had the best trained unit in the Army because we had 6 months to do what we needed to do, and 6 months a leader. Because, I tell people this all the time. It's like if we had gone north in November, I was like, okay, we've done all training, it's ready to go. But when we went, 6 months after training, it's like, thank God we didn't go in November because it would have been horrible. And it was horrible. I mean, it would have been double horrible. But,
You end up going on R&R, which is, some people don't know that, but the Army at this time was letting guys go home because the deployments are a year long, get 2 weeks of R&R. Actually, Colonel Clark, now General Clark, I went over and we were talking. We had some big operation coming up, and I went to talk to him about it. And I was like, well, where are you going to be, sir? You're going to go in and he's like, I'm going on leave. And I was kind of surprised, because what a incredible leader Ron Clark is.
Yeah.
And I was kind of like surprised. He must have read my face, and he goes, I got to go on leave. And I said, hey, roger that, sir. And he goes, hey, Jocko, if I don't go on leave, first of all, if I can't go on leave because I'm required to be here and my battalion can't function without me, I failed as a leader. That's number one. Number two, if I don't go on leave, no one else will go on leave. They'll all stay here because I'll be the example, and they'll say, oh, the boss didn't go on leave. I'm not going on leave either. So to get these guys the break that they need, I'm going on leave. I'll see you when I get back.
Yeah.
It was like such a great aspect of leadership. And that's what you did. So that's what happened. You go on leave. How was that leave period?
When you're leaving to go on deployment, everyone's kind of worried. The wife's like, "Is he coming back?" Hey, honey, let's run through the insurance one more time. You know what I mean? And when you come back, then there's years worth of like car not getting worked on and everything else. But like R&R is kind of magical. Mm-hmm. It's like free time. And so go back, me and the wife are there, the kids are like teenagers by this point. We go down to Garmisch, and we're kind of out every night, kind of painting the town red. It was really pretty fun, but it's this like suspension of time because it's really like, hey, this is a freebie. And
are you watching the news every night, or did you just say I'm not watching?
I was trying not to watch the news. I mean, but I checked my email, and actually we had a couple guys shot during that time, and I think I know a couple other units took some casualties during that time. But it's like, hey, we're getting away. We're going down to Garmisch. We're going to have a good time.
What is Garmisch?
Oh, Garmisch is the Armed Forces hotel. It's in the ski resort.
It's like a ski town.
Yeah, ski town.
Yeah.
Down in southern Germany.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so it's got a nice hotel down there, and bars, and it's a quaint little German town. And so we're like, they're tearing it up, and then then at one point you just gotta go back.
Is it harder to go back because you know what you're getting into? Because I don't think anybody. Well, I guess I found out 2 weeks. I was supposed to go to Baghdad with my task unit, and we ended up getting assigned to Ramadi. And I knew I'd been tracking Ramadi. I knew how bad it was going to be when we got there. But even like the guys that were there before us, they didn't have any casualties. They so it wasn't like a glaring issue like the guys that I turned over with. Yeah. Which was when they check in, I'm telling the task unit, like, you are going to take casualties. There's no avoiding it. Like, you need to be ready. So when you know what you're getting back into, was that like something you thought about, or was it like, yep, I know what I'm getting into. I'm more comfortable with it. And what about your wife?
My wife took it all in stride. She wasn't. She knew how bad things were. And she did a great job. So I had some NCOs and officers I left back to be the family support group, and my wife was not in charge of the family support group. She was the senior advisor, and Sergeant Seebeck, Captain Costin. It's like, this is your job. My wife's not here to run the wives, but she did a very good job of dealing with the other wives and making sure things were running right. So she was all right, but she wasn't that worried about me. I don't know why. I guess she thought I was going to. I guess the insurance was paid up, so it was all right, But to go back was like, it was like kind of playing basketball. It's like, okay, I've had my breather. I'm ready to get back in for the, ready to get back in the third quarter. And things just, kept happening. It's like, what happened? Chuck's telling me, like, picks me up from the helipad, driving me back in the pickup truck, and it's like a 5-minute drive, and it's like, tells me 30 things that had happened. And then it's like, okay, because something terrible is going to happen tomorrow too. Yeah.
Going back to the book, I finally returned to Ramadi on 23 August to find that Major Chuck Bergman had magnificently commanded the task force in my absence. If it were up to him, I probably would have stayed on R&R a few days longer. Bergman and Major Dave Rao quickly gave me a rundown of everything that had happened while I was gone. Unfortunately, it had been a brutal 3 weeks across the Ready First. Terrorists had attacked the brigade with an average of 6 IEDs a day, on top of the ever-present small arms attacks and routine suicide bomber. On 6 August, while patrolling in the Jazeera tribal region, the Humvee carrying Staff Sergeant Tracy Melvin from Alpha Company 26 Infantry struck an IED, killing him instantly. 16 August, Staff Sergeant Jeffrey Loa, tank commander from Alpha Company 135, attached to Task Force Regular, was killed by an IED during a dismounted patrol north of Ramadi. Staff Sergeant Loa is a great leader and warrior and well loved by his soldiers. 2 days later, Sergeant Marquise Quick from F Troop died in a grenade attack while conducting a tactical overwatch mission for the Ready First in downtown Ramadi. On August 21st, a suicide bomber attacked the Jazeera police station. The bomber ignited an above-ground 200-gallon gas tank used to fuel the police station vehicles, creating an enormous fireball that burned the policemen and advisors alike. The advisor team at the station was devastated, with 8 soldiers burned in the explosion. This time, the Iraqis refused to be intimidated. After deciding that the Americans were taking too long to extinguish the flames, they entered the compound, put out the fires themselves, and raised a large Iraqi flag in defiance and headed out on patrol that afternoon. So again, a bunch of negatives, and you have a positive like that happening. Another meeting with Sheikh Sattar. When we arrived that night, Sheikh Sattar was chain smoking and pacing back and forth in his living room. I'd never seen him this agitated. Sattar informed me that the Abu Athia tribe had brutally murdered Sheikh Khaled of the Ali Jassim tribe. I remembered Khaled well from a conversation we had the night prior to the Al-Anbar University operation. He had lived up to his promise to assist in the recruiting policemen and had been reaching out to his neighborhood tribal leaders trying to get them to reject Al-Qaeda. For his efforts, Abu Athia beheaded Sheikh Khaled, keeping his body as an insult to his family, and were holding a female member of Khaled's family hostage as well. The Abu Athia tribe was openly hostile to the coalition with long-standing ties to Al-Qaeda. So this is what's happening. And then the body ends up in another AO in Lieutenant Colonel Walrath's AO. Lieutenant Colonel Walrath received word that the tribes had recovered Sheikh Khaled's body. The disrespect that the Abu Athia tribe displayed in holding the Sheikh's headless corpse helped galvanize the other tribes into rejecting Al-Qaeda.
Yeah, so I show up at Star's house, and he's wound up. And so, Stars, what's wrong? And so Khaled, I said, the guy said, y'all look the same. He pulled me aside, and he's like, I've got 4 wives and 18 sons and all these people in my tribe, and he was like yelling at me, like, why aren't we doing something? And I'm like, hey, look, man, you either throw in with us or you throw in with AQ. Who's going to work better? And they kind of talk about it in the book, but it's like that Far Side cartoon where what the dogs hear and it's blah, 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 Rex. So he just starts going on. I mean, he went on for probably 10 minutes, and he's like, blah, 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 Bremer, blah, 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 Bremer. And he spit on the ground every time he said Bremer's name. And he's like, the whole debate, my what I know about the Iraq War, I learned from the tribes, right? In kindergarten, it's like, they all blame Bremer. And so when we get there, he said, okay, I'll do what we can. So we get there, and Sattar's like, okay, mash your forces. We're going to go into Dan Walrath's area and take back the body. Mm-hmm. And I was like, I got through about 5 of the 7 pillars of wisdom. I mean, it was kind of a long book, so it's like this Lawrence of Arabia stuff's got to kind of stop. So I said, let me find out, which actually worked out pretty good, because then they figured out, the tribes figured out that they got to do it themselves. And so like the next day, there was no policeman on duty. There was enough people to keep the station running. And they went up there and they, settled it amongst themselves. They got the body back. But that really kind of pushed forward them boys working on the awakening.
Fast forward a little bit, you're going back to the Bazia compound. And again, this is what you just explained. You got a lot of details in the book. Get the book. As we rolled into the Bazia compound, I noticed an unusually large number of people milling about, though this was not in itself remarkable since we never knew what we would find at Sattar's house. It might be 4 sheikhs wanting to talk to coalition forces about having their men join the police, or 3 guys from the town who just wanted to talk to America about a sheep that accidentally got killed 2 years ago. As I entered, Sheikh Sattar stood up and came forward from the inordinately large group of men that surrounded him. Ah, Colonel Deane, I'm glad you stopped by. We were hoping you'd come, he said without preamble. We here are all tired of the violence, he said while raising his hands, palms up and gesturing around the room. And we want to swear to allegiance to the coalition and vow to rid Iraq of Al-Qaeda. It's about as good as it gets right there. Yeah. Talk about Lawrence of Arabia activity. I mean, that's incredible.
Yeah. And, and it's cross the board. It's, the guys in Bravo Company, building trust with the people in Tamine, guys in Charlie Company working the tribal areas. Matt Alden was in command there, and we were starting to take some of the terrorists out because they were kind of commuting from the tribal area and starting stuff in the city, and then just building on what Lovejoy and the guys did in 172, but also just kind of working to them and talking to them. And so, getting the guys in the police, they saw where it was going, and just kind of a huge teamwork thing. And then Sattar just being the character he was. I mean, Sattar, along the way, he kind of capped a couple people here and there. And, we'd go to his house and he'd have like what was it, MKS machine gun. He'd have one of the big ones out there. And it's like, hey, Star, that's big AK-47 you got there. It's like, but, he kind of cut him a little slack. And, he was, I guess in political terms, he was kind of the bundler. Yeah. Except he gets money, he got the tribes together. And all the sheiks showed up.
The tribes pledging allegiance to the coalition was occurring at the same time as the Ready First was making a concerted effort to secure central Ramadi. Task Force Bandit pushed further up into the heart of AIF City, constructing Cop Grant and OP Sword, opening Baseline and Farouk Road to the coalition while fending off sustained attacks against Cop Falcon. The Kurhis continued to expand their presence around Camp Corregidor, while 3-8 Marines cleared northern Ramadi and the regulars secured the northern tribal areas. These operations came at a cost. Corporal Christopher Warndorf from Lima Company 3-8 Marines died on 29 August when a suicide bomber crashed into the front gate of the position he was defending. And Sergeant John Carroll of Bravo Company 1-6 Infantry died from gunshot wounds on 6 September when terrorists ambushed his dismounted patrol in central Ramadi. At 0930 on 9 September 2006, my 4 up-armored Humvees and Colonel McFarland's patrol of 5 Humvees headed out the back gate of Camp Ramadi for the CERT drive to Sheikh Sattar's house. The Baziyas knew that Al-Qaeda was out to kill them, and they took their security seriously. We had a proposal on the table that could fundamentally change the course of events in Ramadi. There was a lot on the line in dealing with the Al-Anbar Awakening Council, both personally and professionally, and on both sides. Since the initial invasion and throughout Ambassador Bremer's reign as chief executive of the Coalition Provisional Authority, many senior State Department and military leaders in Baghdad and Washington saw the sheiks as a relic of the past who did not have a place in the new Iraq. Colonel McFarland was taking a chance in dealing with them. Again, just incredible leadership. Along with Colonel McFarland came a few members of the Ready First staff, including Major Megan McClung, the public affairs officer, and Captain Travis Patriquin, the tribal affairs officer. Both were outstanding officers in their own way. McClung was a Marine recently assigned to the brigade and was making an immediate impact. She was a ball of energy who ran marathons for fun. Thanks to her, the media was finally coming to Ramadi. Captain Travis Patriquin was not a marathon runner. While most of the captains in the Ready First wore a high and tight haircut, Travis grew out his hair and mustache to look more like the Iraqis, which seemed to help them accept him. He spoke conversational Arabic and was not afraid to speak his mind. Travis was always thinking 2 steps ahead and had brilliant insights on how to deal with the tribes. Although he looked more like Ron Jeremy than John Wayne, Travis was a 100% soldier, having earned the Bronze Star for valor while deployed to Afghanistan during the opening days of Operation Enduring Freedom. And we talked briefly about him earlier, and there's I guess like an iconic PowerPoint brief that he made with these stick figures, and it explained for the freaking dummies in the chain of command from an E1 private all the way up to the 3 or 4-star generals to say, hey, this is how we can actually do this. And it had a huge impact, and it made all the rounds and up and down and across the chain of command. Yeah. That was Travis Patriquin. But yeah, he's a character.
He was a character, and he, you'd be sitting in a meeting, and you'd say something, then you hear someone in the back, because I mean he's not even in the second row. He's like way in the back of the room. He's like, that's bullshit, and it's like, who, why is Ron Jeremy piping up here? But. The kid was right more than he was wrong, and he was out there. Him and Jimmy were out there. Jimmy Luckner were out there all the time, and he just understood it, and he spoke enough Arabic. So I'm sure we'll talk about it later. When I left, they kind of turned everything over to him, but he was just a good guy and didn't care.
Yeah. So much about this is, and I wrote it down when we were talking earlier. We talked about the relationships that we had amongst the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, and the Marines there, and all the different units. But the relationships then carried over to the Iraqis. Yeah. And whether it was the Iraqi police that were now going to stand up and start to fight, whether it was the sheiks, like just building this whole thing is about relationships at its core. And, Yeah, and Travis was a guy that could just like build relationships. He could build good enough relationships that he could sit in the back row of a brigade meeting where he's a captain. He's like the only captain in the room.
Yeah.
And he's sitting in the back row, and when somebody says something he doesn't like, he goes, "That's bullshit." Like, you got to have a bunch of good relationships with a bunch of majors, lieutenant colonels, to be able to do that. And that's exactly what he did.
Yeah.
And Megan McClung was also just outstanding. Came in there, showed up. She's in charge of, this information operations and making that stuff happen. She was just on fire. Yeah. She got sent down from the meth. She's a Marine. She was just awesome. So people just came in and started building relationships, and that's what makes all this stuff work.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you got that good going on. Meanwhile, you write this. I went back to my room, turned on the TV, and there it was. A secret assessment produced by the MEF intelligence officer stating that Anbar was lost was now the lead story on every news channel. The moment was one of the handful of times in the deployment when I was truly angry, and I did not know for which reason. Was it the MEF headquarters intelligence assessment report was so wrong? We had been making progress all summer, taking back Ramadi and developing the Iraqi security forces. Clear signs of progress were right in front of them had they only bothered to look. Yes, casualties in Ramadi remained high, but casualties are always high during an offensive. The Ready First had reclaimed large chunks of Ramadi, and the number of the police was at the highest levels in months. Now, with the Sheikhs joining in with us, we had hit the tipping point. How my higher headquarters could be so out of tune with what was going on was beyond me. I knew immediately that this story was going to be a kick in the balls for morale. Yeah, so that...
Let me say one thing. That fat bastard Tom Ricks can go to hell. I got to say that, because he leaked that, and in looking back, they leaked that to make political hay back in the States, not because Anbar was lost. And it was, this indictment of the Bush administration, and I'll go to my grave on that one. And
so is that the reporter that leaked it?
Yeah, that's the guy, Washington Post, Ricks. But the effect that it had on the guys, and I mean, you guys heard it too, but I mean, you guys know what's what. But, to a 19-year-old kid that's been kicking indoors now for 4 months, and it's like, why are we doing this? I mean, my driver, I talk about in the book, my driver, and, if you're the colonel's driver, you're on the team. You know what I mean? You don't keep him around. He's like, we're losing. And I'm like, dude, if you think we're losing, and he knows we're going with the Sheikhs, I'm talking to him, he's got my trust. What are them kids down in Bravo Company, or them kids out in Charlie Company that are, sitting on checkpoint all day or kicking indoors? And so, I mean, it took me to, a good week to get the genie in the bottle. And by a good week, that means every waking moment I had, I'm walking through the company areas, I'm talking to people, hey, things are turning, and things were turning. I mean, this is the point. It's like, hey, we got it. That Sheikh meeting, I think the next day is when the Sheikhs actually met, but, meeting with McFarland, and there was absolutely no guarantee on that one. It's like, man, we've been working now for 4.5 months, and here we are. Mm-hmm. It's easy to badmouth the military when you're back home and, people, but, a lot of these pundits, like, you really need to think about what you're saying and what it's doing. And, again, the perseverance of these kids, these young soldiers, that, despite that, guess what? 3 patrols went out that day out of Bravo Company. 25 doors got kicked in. Yeah.
He said, I spent the next couple of days talking to my soldiers, telling them that the news was wrong, that we were on the right track, and that everything would work out. Some bought into it, some did not, but they all kept fighting.
Yeah, exactly.
Tragically exemplified by the death of Specialist Harley Andrews of the 54th Engineers, who died in an IED attack that night while on routine clearance patrol in Ramadi. I went to see Colonel McFarland and told him that it was time to put a combat outpost into Tamim. He looked me square in the eye and said that it would be a month before he could get me the assets to emplace the position, and that I would have to hold on until then. We both knew what that meant. More casualties for Task Force Conqueror, especially Team Dealer. Although I had not gotten the answer I had wanted, I walked away with a newfound admiration for Colonel McFarland. We both knew that it was a tough fight all around. Casualties in Task Force Conqueror were high and very personal to me, but casualties across the Ready First were also mounting and very personal to Colonel McFarland as well. The bandits, the Currahees, and the 3-8 Marines continued fighting a tough urban battle, and the regulars still fought through a hostile tribal area. McFarland had fully committed all of his forces, and there were just not any more troops to spare. The only way to win was for the Ready First to stay on the offensive in downtown Ramadi, and Colonel McFarland was not afraid to make the hard choices necessary to facilitate victory. Colonel McFarland knew the only way to win was by relentlessly attacking the enemy. We urgently needed to secure central Ramadi, even if that meant Task Force Conqueror continue to fight with only the forces we already had. This was probably the single most courageous act of battlefield leadership I ever witnessed, and I could see that the hard choice was tearing him up.
Yeah, when you go to commander and you ask for something, you expect to get it. You know what I mean? And
especially because what you're asking for is in line with what we're doing.
Yeah.
Like, hey, can I get one of these things too?
Yeah, and we kind of, I talked to the guys in Bravo Company, and we, their leadership. I went down there, again, not seeking democracy, but just kind of see what they thought. And they just like, hey, no, we need to keep on the move. But just from locking down the position, because it was probably at least a 2 company, if not. To me, it was small, but you probably need 2 or 3 companies to really lock it down. And we kind of decided, like, hey, we probably do need to get in a combat outpost, just be able to project combat power out of there and have some stability around it. And he said no. But it's like, that was the right decision because, the Ready First in the town, I mean, there hadn't been an American in there in probably 18, 20 months, mm-hmm. right? And so, you had them on the run. You got to keep them on the run. And so, just because things don't go your way, that doesn't mean that, like, hey, that was a tough choice. Mm-hmm. And everyone was making tough choices every day there. But squad leaders were making tough choices. Yeah, but for him to do that, I mean, the one thing that really struck me in working for Colonel McFarland was just his kind of moral, his moral courage, Because the easy answer would have been, yeah, Tony, we'll back off. You're taking a lot of casualties. But he's like, no, we got to go. You got to figure it out, and we did. Yeah. It sucked, but we did.
Yeah, and everybody's working, everybody's sacrificing. That means, by the way, men and women. Just make sure I cover this. We also had a Lioness team. The Lionesses were a tough bunch of female volunteers from across the Ready First who formed and served as female search teams. They all had embroidered Lioness tab, shaped like a ranger tab, which they kept hidden under their pocket flap of their left shoulder. At first, I was worried about the Lionesses. Despite assurances to me, the question remained of whether they could pull their weight because I had not seen them in action. Also, having spent my entire career in all male tank battalions or cavalry squadrons, I worried about the male-female interaction. Tankers can be coarse, and initially I was worried there would be problems having males and then females working together on a checkpoint. In the end, my concerns about the Lionesses proved to be unfounded. They could hold their own in any tactical situation, and they could talk smack with any of the males. Actually, after a few days, I began to worry that the Lionesses were harassing some of the smaller males. They could be a bit salty at times. In the end, however, these female soldiers proved to be absolutely professional, living under the same harsh conditions that the men did, with no more or no less complaining than their male counterparts. In short, they became an indispensable part of the team.
Yeah. So when we took over the university, we actually got a Iraqi MP company that worked for the division, and the MIT team came from like the division MIT team, and they were down there, and they were like, oh, and they had this. I can't remember what, like basically like a unit readiness report, and they're like, this unit can show up in the morning, and this unit then can go on a patrol, or this one can go on a mounted patrol. And so we had this Iraqi unit, and they had these Marines that were for the MIT team. And then we had these lionesses because we knew that, at the university, people were going to come in and out, and we had to search them, right? And there was actually a bunch of professors living on the university. So, we were forever pounding heads with these guys. And they felt like they didn't need to answer to me. And we were kind of worried because, I guess they didn't work in the headquarters. So you'd see them standing out, outside the wall at low ready, looking out, and it's like, dude, you're gonna get killed. You're in Ramadi. That looks good on the news. You see these people in Baghdad at low ready, looking wistfully on the the NBC News. No. You got to get back out of the window. And so we ended up having to generate our own mid team for those things, right? And so who's there? Craw, the guy who was my S1, Jason Craw. He's one of these guys. He wasn't happy about being the S1. I wouldn't have been either. The battalion adjutant, and can't blame him. And so he wanted to go down. It's like, okay, Jason, you're in charge of these guys. And we had a little pickup team, and these lionesses, and they went down there and they ran the university checkpoint. And John Hiltz, the engineer, company commander, 40th Engineer, Charlie Rock. He built all the combat outposts there. And, we built it out as best we could, and we turned these guys loose. And it was funny, Craw had those boys out on patrol within about a week. Good kid, Ranger, Harvard grad, and he got those boys to work. And it was just amazing how, again, a thrown together team, these some of the girls or some of the females in there, worked at Brigade, some from the sport battalion, but they were like, okay, yeah, we'll go get in the fight. We're down with it. I don't know if you ever ran into them.
Yeah, I'd see them around.
Yeah, those girls were a little salty.
Yeah,
I'll say.
They were badass lionesses. They suited their name.
Yeah.
Now we end up with the Anbar Awakening Council. They vote for an emergency council. They want to kind of become the new Anbar provincial government. Sheikh Sattar also informed me that some of the known terrorists were leaving Ramadi, which, although unconfirmed, was an excellent sign. Over the next few days, some of the things that occurred we did not fully understand at the time. First arrived an unconfirmed report of the deaths of a number of Al-Qaeda leaders gunned down in the Saddam Mosque in downtown Ramadi. This was the exact opposite of what happened when Latif tried to break the hold of Al-Qaeda 9 months earlier. Now the hunted became the hunted became the hunters. So now you had these tribal leaders going out and killing Al-Qaeda.
Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly. Possibly. On the morning of 18 September, I was running late and was still in the latrine when a massive blast wave shook Camp Ramadi. As I went outside, I saw a mushroom cloud billowing into the sky over 5 kilo. One of the soldiers from the talk ran up to me telling me that a suicide bomber had hit the Al-Hariya police station, and initial reports indicated it was devastating. Sergeant First Class Roberts had the security detachment ready to go as soon as he heard the blast. I grabbed my M4 Kevlar body armor, and in minutes, our 4 Humvees were racing down the dusty trails of Camp Ramadi. As we turned off Route Michigan and onto Route Lopez, we passed a blackened cube of a charred metal barely recognizable as the remnant of a bomb-shattered automobile. Smoke and flames still swirled around the wreckage as we sped past the burning vehicle, trying to stay on the lookout for IED trigger wires. I hope the first report was wrong, that instead the civilian car had hit an IED and it had not been a suicide attack on the police station. But there was too much smoke rising in front of me for that hope to be a reality. Arriving at the Al-Hariya station, we found 2 Bradleys and a couple of Humvees from Team Dealer already securing the front entrance as smoke rose from inside the police compound. The Humvees reinforced the perimeter as Roberts, Dragon, and I dismounted and ran through the wide open gate. In front of us was a scene of almost incomprehensible devastation. The front of the 2-story headquarters building housing the chief's office and the American Advisors Command Post was simply gone, with the remainder of the structure a sagging, blistered expanse of cracked concrete, exposed wires, and almost indecently displayed interior rooms. Across the courtyard, scraps of truck chassis smoldered nearby, looking eerily familiar to the aftermath of the attack on ECP-3 months earlier. Of the 4 buildings inside the police compound, the main headquarters was completely destroyed, while 2 others had visible structural damage. Exterior walls were torn away, or walls and roofs sagging from the force of the blast. The only 2 things apparently undamaged were a recently installed civilian military operations center and the Humvee that should have been blocking the gate defense. Lieutenant Blackstone was standing in the courtyard, directing the rescue effort and calling for support on his man-pack radio. Sir, nearly all the MPs were wounded, some of them pretty bad. The worst ones are already in the back of a Brad en route to Charlie Med, he reported while pointing to the destroyed command post. There are a couple Iraqis trapped in there. We can't get at them. Keep doing what you're doing and let me know if you need anything, I answered. As I turned to find Lieutenant Colonel Falah, I realized my interpreter was gone. As I scanned the chaotic scene, I caught a glimpse of Dragon crawling over the shattered concrete and twisted metal in frantic efforts to reach the wounded policeman. Although it incensed me at the time to see my only means of communicating with the Iraqis put his life in danger by rushing into a burning building, it was typical of his character. Caught up in my own reaction, it took me a minute to realize that Dragon was trying to save the life of another person, and that was much more important in the larger perspective. Minutes later, the QRF arrived, accompanied by a pair of firefighting Humvees operated by Marines. One crew assisted in the rescue attempt while the other went to work extinguishing the small fires burning throughout the compound. Fortunately, concrete does not burn. Despite the best efforts of Dragon, the soldiers, the Iraqis, and the firemen, the 2 policemen were dead by the time we reached them. And what's good is you find this out is that there was another suicide vehicle which was actually stopped by them.
Yeah, so, it was an inside job, right? They got someone to pull the Humvee back. So the MPs that worked there didn't work for me. They didn't even work for the Brigade. I don't know. They worked for some big MP headquarters. And there was always a lot of pushback. So we used to have 113 there. They talked us out of it. They said we didn't want it. It was too hard to move. They weren't licensed on it. So we put this Humvee in there. And some guy pushed back the Humvee, opened the gate, and the suicide bomber comes in. And I mean, it was a direct hit. And actually, I was late. I was supposed to be there that day. And it pretty much went off where I would have been parked. But, I'd have been there, parked there. It would have been 4 Humvees. Maybe it would have happened. Maybe wouldn't have. So. But the thing blows up. Well, Blackstone is like coming out of camp, and Ian Blackstone did a great job. I mean, we moved him around to different platoons especially after the incident in the fire station. I mean, he was a good kid, and he figures out what's going on, and no orders, no nothing, marches on a gunfire, which is all you can ask, and he's got 2 Humvees following him, and I think he might have been the only Bradley. But so they're driving up there, and this like another vehicle comes out and tries to pass the Bradley because they were going to hit it with one and then get the first responders with the other, and 2 E4s in the Humvee, just hey, something's not right here, and they machine gun it and they blow it up. And I mean, it was horrible. Like the body was up on the roof. Mm-hmm. And so, so I come rolling in there 5 minutes later, my gunner Brown, he's like, "Did you see that?" I said, "See what? See the guy halfway up the building?" It's like, "No, I didn't see it. I'm looking for wires, brother." But they probably would have killed another 15, 20 Americans. Mm-hmm. I mean, there was I think there was like 8 or 10 that got wounded because that was their headquarters. But I mean, it would have just been, it would have been national news catastrophe. Mm-hmm. But 2 E4s and lieutenant kind of figured it out, saved the day. God bless him.
Yeah, and then you end up with a situation where they figure out that's an inside job, and they figure out the guy that did it, and they're going to execute him.
Yeah.
And again, this is like the professionalism, right? And you say here a photo of Falah putting a bullet in the head of another uniformed policeman would have similarly a gold mine, just like the Tet Offensive picture that's famous. More importantly, the rule of law applies in good times and bad. And if we started working outside the rule of law, then we were no better than Al-Qaeda. I understood Lieutenant Colonel Falah's anger, but could not let him act on it. I also knew getting in a shouting match with Falah or arresting him in front of his own men before he acted was not a solution either. These are the kind of things you got to figure out, like it's crazy. And I haven't mentioned this yet, but I haven't mentioned it specifically, but you've heard me say the words Charlie Med 40 times so far, and God bless those guys in Charlie Med. It was just every single day doing God's work to save people in coming off the battlefield, and they were just freaking outstanding.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. It was funny with Falah. He was an older guy, right? Lieutenant Colonel. So he was I don't know, probably 60-something years old, right? And, I was still in my 40s then. And so he's like, so he's sitting on this couch. He's like, Falah, what are you going to do? He's like, I'm going to kill him. And I'm like, hey, let me bring it in. Let me bring him in. And he's like, oh, Colonel Deane, all through the translator. He's like, you are never raised his voice. You are a very busy man. You're a very busy man. Let me take care of it. And I'm like, no, it would be my honor. And you kind of got this back and forth with him. And he finally, I convinced him to let me take him out. And I always had two guys with me. I had two body men, Tommy Luttrell and Jemison. And they were these
jacked.
They were big guys.
Yeah.
Liddell was more like a cut welterweight, but Jemison was Darnell Jameson, just a big dude, and it's funny because so we got a plan. I talked to Dragon, and we get these guys. Say, okay, we're going to walk these two guys out, and I told Jameson Luttrell, and if he moves, kill him. And so, we walk back, we get the guy outside, and he just kind of goes to pieces when you figure out the jig's up. But then, years later, I was talking to Jensen. It's like, I'm in the Army, but, I wasn't really, you tell me to shoot the dude, point blank, it kind of got me. And it's like, so then you kind of forget as a leader, it's like, man, what are you asking these guys to do? I mean, it was only, but, kind of forget about all that. Mm-hmm. But these guys were, they did what we asked them, and, we brought him in and he talked. And one of the other things we did was when we caught somebody and we thought they were kind of just minor dudes, we turned them in the D-cell. But when we caught somebody and they thought they were somebody that needed a good interrogating, we sent them over to your jail. You send them over to your jail.
Yeah, because my guys had just had such a good context of everything to put them in, so they could just trap in lies. They'd just be able to figure out how to trap them in lies and just get. Yeah, there'd be no escape.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
When it comes to combat leadership, my hat goes off to the company commanders, first sergeants, platoon leaders, and platoon sergeants in conventional units. Going out on targeted raids or sniper teams with 10 other highly trained volunteer special forces soldiers is exciting and sexy and makes for good stories sitting around the VFW. Sitting on checkpoints in sweltering heat for 10 hours a day every day simply sucks, especially when the stop-loss policy kept half the platoon in the unit past the time they were supposed to be on leave, and we're having doubts about the war. Motivating the young soldiers to stay alert and aware in such a dangerous environment takes exceptional leadership. Luckily, my guys had it. All facts. And all my guys knew that. That's why we had such a high respect for all the soldiers and Marines, because we'd go out and do our mission, come back, and we weren't sitting on a checkpoint. A lot of times I'll talk about the engineers, hey, the engineers are out there, they're on the freaking straddling a Texas barrier trying to hook the crane into it, in downtown Ramadi. That sucks. But you know what else sucks? Sitting on a checkpoint in 120-degree weather for freaking 10 hours.
Yeah.
And doing it the next day, and doing it the next day, and doing it the next day. And how many suicide bombers are we talking about? How many snipers? And by the way, how did you get there? Driving down these IED roads. So, yeah, nothing but respect for the infantrymen.
Yeah.
Fast forward. Later that week, I was sitting in Colonel McFarland's office when he got the call extending Ready First to a 15-month tour of combat. When he told me the news, which I had been expecting, I straightened up in my chair and told him the Conquerors were up to the task. It's only the Ready First, McFarland replied. You and your brigade are going back at 12 months. So they're getting extended.
Yeah. And honestly, I walked out of the, I was like, sure, 100%. But I walked out of this, I was like, thank God. The Ready First doing that actually in my brigade had done it before I got there. They had done 15 months. They actually had guys back in Germany, but all those guys that got extended, I mean, that was just terrible. Yeah. And plus, everyone knew it's like, okay, peace is not going to break out in January when you're supposed to go home. And it was a tough slog. I mean, they lost a lot of dudes.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, it was brutal.
Yeah.
On 21 September, 3-8 Marines completed their tour and ripped with 1-6 Marines commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Bill Journey. That night, Sergeant Alan Bevington of Alpha Company 40th Engineers and his squad were interrogating a pressure plate IED when the enemy exploded a second command-detonated IED, killing him and seriously wounding 2 others. By now, I was meeting with Sheikh Sattar at least every other day. His entourage had grown quite large, with a group of men crowded around a television set waiting hourly for the news break. And invariably, Sattar was the lead story, his comments full of fire. The streets of Al-Anbar will run red with the blood of the terrorists. We, the people of Al-Anbar, reject Al-Qaeda as the criminals and murderers they are. We will crush them under the soles of our shoes. They are traitors to Islam. A perfect storm was rising in Ramadi. The people were tired of the violence and desperately wanted a voice in their governance and realized their mistake in siding with Al-Qaeda in the first place. A charismatic leader emerged in Sheikh Sattar. Also, there was now enough Iraqi policemen to begin confronting the terrorists. All this occurred as the U.S. forces changed tactics by constructing combat outposts that secured the neighborhoods around people's homes. Perhaps most importantly, we developed a solid line of communication between the coalition and the Sunnis. That's the perfect storm wrapped up in one paragraph right there.
Yeah.
That's a lot of things that have to line up for this to happen.
Yeah.
On 26 September, a massive command wire IED struck a team dealer Humvee commanded by Staff Sergeant Jose Lanzarin, killing him instantly and injuring Staff Sergeant Akinola Oladipo, Specialist James Yoon, Specialist Eric Rielera, and Specialist Shane Zitovich. And I apologize to everyone for my terrible freaking pronunciation. The terrorists followed up the blast with a barrage of small arms fire. Two team dealer Bradleys rolled to either side of the wrecked Humvee to protect the wounded, gunners laying down a stream of suppressive fire with machine guns and 25mm turret-mounted chain guns. The remaining members of the platoon raced to the firefight immediately, pulling the wounded from the destroyed vehicle as soldiers tried to evacuate the casualties amid a rattling onslaught of enemy fire. Specialist Zitkovich?
They just called him Z. I was with him.
Z, covered in blood from his own injuries, ran back to the destroyed vehicle, snatched up his M249 saw machine gun, and laid down withering bursts of covering fire as fellow soldiers carried the remaining wounded to safety. As Lieutenant Perfecto Sanchez maneuvered his Bradley through the streets of Tamim to assist his wounded men, a second pressure plate IED exploded under his track. The blast injured him, Specialist Joshua Ingram, and Specialist Taylor, though fortunately their wounds were minor. Bursts of 25mm chain gun rounds from the damaged Bradley, supported by the intense fire from his wingman's vehicle, dispersed the attackers. The platoon counterattacked aggressively and found a large cache of IED-making materials hidden in a nearby abandoned house as they pursued the fleeing terrorists. Staff Sergeant Lanzarin's hero flight. You're out there for that. The dealer NCOs carefully placed Lanzarin's remains into the ambulance for the final 100-yard ride to the helipad. First Sergeant Shaw commanded order arms, and in unison the salutes dropped. Wordlessly, the formation closed ranks behind the ambulance and followed it into the darkness to the edge of the helipad. The chopping sound of two Marine CH-46 Sea Knight helicopters in the distance soon replaced the constant hum of the generators powering Camp Ramadi. As the whir of the rotors grew louder, the members of the crowd grew silent and a little straighter. As the helicopters flared to land, a dust cloud of sand and pebbles filled the air, prickling the faces of the assembled soldiers. The back of the ramps of the Sea Knight dropped, and 2 crew chiefs moved swiftly across the helipad, came to attention, saluted, then led the dealer NCOs to the aircraft for Lanzarin's trip back home. Colonel McFarland and I stood next to the ambulance in silence. Within minutes, the back ramp rose and the assembled crowd snapped to attention. As the whine of the engines increased, First Sergeant Shaw's voice filled the air again. Present arms. With the blades spinning faster, the lifting helicopters prop wash blue sand harder into the faces of the troops gathered in formation, this time holding their salutes until the birds were out of sight. Again, Shaw commanded the formation, order arms. For Staff Sergeant Lanzarin, it was the beginning of his journey back to his grieving family. For the rest of us, it was time to continue the mission. Some soldiers left immediately, grieving on their own. Others milled about in small groups telling stories about their departed friend. Remember that time? Remember when he took the... Some just stood, quietly sobbing or kicking the dirt and vowing vengeance. As we walked down the hill from the helipad, Colonel McFarland put his arm around me and asked how I was doing. What the hell? Why was Colonel McFarland consoling me now? I was a battalion commander. I could not allow myself to have a bad day. Although I had been running on caffeine and nicotine for the past 4 months, I doubted that I looked any worse than I did the day before. Was something wrong? Had my wife or kids got hurt? There's something that just did not make sense to me. Sir, I'm doing fine. We're fine, I replied as I slinked out of his embrace. I admired Colonel McFarland and liked him personally, but we both have Irish roots and we are not the most emotionally demonstrative of a race. I had a job to do, and for the sake of the unit, I could not go wobbly now. My job was to lead the living. Tony, you know Dealer has taken 25% casualties, he asked as I was lighting a cigar, getting back into character. Yes, sir. More, counting the guys from Dagger. Chris Stilling's advisor team has lost almost 50%, I acknowledged. Colonel McFarland had seen a lot of injury and death in the past 4 months, as we all had. Up to that point, I had never thought of it as a percentage. Scotty Love and Crombie were dead. Rozanski had lost his legs, and Sergeant McCool was shot. Now Sergeant Lance was gone. If the numbers added up to 25%, so be it. We had a mission to accomplish. My guess is that one of the staff officers at the brigade headquarters ran the numbers and the magnitude of what Team Dealer was accomplishing and the costs associated with their success hit Colonel McFarland all at once. I'll get you some more help, he promised. I was truly grateful. I thanked him, and we turned and walked away into the night.
Yeah. You know, I guess one thing as a leader, you don't think of yourself, right? I mean, if you're good, and, McFarland put his arm around me. I was like, what in the hell, I because it wasn't anything we were doing, because it was, it was as bad yesterday as it was the day before, and we did need some help. I mean, actually, in a couple days later, I don't know if you're going to talk about it, but culmination is when a unit can't conduct offensive operations. I mean, I'm doing the math, looking at my NCOs and looking what's left in Bravo Company, and it's like we're close to, culminating, not being able to send out patrols just because there were so few people, and so many wounded, not so few people, and it was that was really a tough time. And everyone was having a tough time though, but again, the guys in Bravo Company, Matt Graham at that time, and First Sergeant Shaw, great platoon sergeants, Ray Poor, and they just went out and got after it, and they got after it every day. And it's not, we talked earlier about after a memorial service, guys would go out, but if you think about it, there's 3 parts of that. There's where the guy gets wounded, and they go out when their buddies just got wounded or they just found out he got killed. There's that night when they're flying out the body, which that's about as emotional time as you'll ever have. And then there's the memorial service. And then let alone back in the barracks where they're emptying out his shit and packing up his stuff, go home. It's like, But these kids, they these soldiers, Marines, airmen, they all bought in the mission. They all just kept going. And you can't, you can't respect them enough for what they did.
Outstanding.
Yeah.
By late September, our replacements, the Steel Tigers of Task Force 177AR, 2nd Brigade, 1st Infantry Division, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Mikado Bear Johnson, began flowing into Ramadi. The next afternoon, Lieutenant Greg Bue's tank platoon attached to 1-6 Marines struck a massive IED in central Ramadi, severely injuring Private First Class Jonathan McCoy, as well as wounding Staff Sergeant Jeremy Ricketts and PFC Michael Pope. This was the first tank within the task force destroyed by the blast of an IED. Lieutenant Lloyd Alsafo, a replacement fresh from Germany, was beginning his rip with Lieutenant Bue. When I met the casualties at Charlie Med, Asafo was standing in the back watching the doctors work on the wounded soldiers and to me appeared to be visibly rattled. Asafo, you okay? I asked. I'll be fine, just didn't expect this on day one, he replied. No one does, I replied.
Yeah, so, hate to say funny story, but so Asafo, day one, the kid's rattled. Bue switches out, and Bue was, a great tank platoon leader. Sergeant Butler is platoon sergeant there. They were a great platoon. Asafo gets in there. Within like 4 days, he machine guns a dude like shooting an RPG at him with the tank machine gun, which is really hard to manipulate. The commander's machine gun hits a dude in the numbers at like 200 yards. Mm-hmm. It's like, the learning curve was straight up, and and he, the guys just did it. It was amazing to me. And it was funny because all these guys, I went and talked to these guys when I was doing the research for the book, all the lieutenants, and it's like, yeah, I hit a ID the first day, or the second day, we got an RPG, and it's like, it didn't. I won't say it didn't register, but it didn't register really a lot unless somebody was like really hurt, And then actually, in fact, we actually had guys that were really hurt, when we were talking about the police recruiting at Star South on the 4th of July, it got mortared. And I wasn't there. My driver, Rumpel and Brown were in the Humvee. They were pulling duty, they were just pulling part of the security. A mortar landed next to him. And it turns out, 3 years later, Brown's getting put out of the Army because he had a TBI. Guys that we didn't even know were hurt were getting hurt, but they just kept going out every day.
The following day, September 29th, Navy SEAL Michael Mansour threw himself on a grenade, saving the rest of his team at the cost of his own life. For his actions, Mansour earned the Medal of Honor. On 1 October, you guys start the construction of the Toy Police Station. 2 days after the station opened, we held a recruiting drive. Hundreds of men from 12 to 80 showed up, all claiming they were the requisite 18 to 35 age bracket. You run this thing. Issuing uniforms, patrol belts, 9mm Glocks, and badges to the new recruits went well into the night. As I walked out the door of the Toy station at almost 0200 the next morning, I bumped into Major Saddam, wearing his badge on his black tracksuit with his police patrolman's belt slung over his left shoulder. Naturally, we did not have a uniform or a belt that would fit him. I told Dragon to ask him where he was going. To catch terrorists, Saddam replied. I remembered thinking this was either going to be really good or really bad. With all the political infighting between the Al-Anbar Awakening Council, the governor of Al-Anbar, the Method, you cover this whole, there's a whole political thing that I didn't talk about, but there's a government inside of Ramadi. He was kind of, not the most effective leader, you could say.
Yeah.
But he wanted that position. He held that position, and he was connected to people. So you had to sort out so much stuff. The governor of Al-Anbar, the MEF headquarters, and the Iraqi government in Baghdad continued and demanded much of my attention. My main job was commanding an armored task force with a mission to secure a city, and we had unfinished business before our time in Ramadi ended. We needed to build a COP in Tamim, and we needed to set our replacements up for success. Bear Johnson and I were headed to COP Crab at Al-Anbar University when we witnessed a massive IED strike targeting a Bradley near the White Apartments in Tamim. Instinctively, I told Rumpel to turn onto the side road so we could assist if they were injured. Unfortunately, Sergeant First Class Roberts in the lead vehicle had already passed the turn, and now my vehicle was leading. As we neared the White Apartments, we saw two young Iraqi men turn around and start quickly walking the other way. As we got closer, they ran into a bakery. In retrospect, I was probably getting a little ahead of myself, chasing down triggermen in the middle of town. The Humvees secured the corner of the buildings, and I called on our internal frequency that we were going to clear the structure. The fault in the plan was that the security detail never practiced entering a building as a unit. As I was exiting my vehicle, I somewhat came to my senses, realizing that I should not be the first guy in through the door. I dogged it, running to the entrance of the bakery, scanning the rooftops for additional terrorists. As I got to the wall, I looked around to see who else was going to be in the four-man stack, and I realized I was by myself. I pointed at the only other vehicle I could see and motioned for the vehicle commander to get over to my position. As I continued scanning to make sure the enemy was not sneaking up on our position. As I turned back to my left, I realized that it was now Lieutenant Colonel Johnson and me on the wall. If having one task force commander in a four-man stick is a bad thing, having two is exponentially worse. Fortunately, Sergeant Roberts caught up with us, and we followed him, Liddell, and Jamison into the bakery without incident. We searched the building and found nothing and turned the situation over to the team dealer patrol in Tamim. Luckily, the IED had missed the Bradley.
Okay, so I guess I could write this for the VA. I gave Sergeant Roberts PTSD if he has any. So if he claims that because I mean I wasn't like looking for trouble, but you know I kind of like got ahead of myself a couple times, and there were a couple cases like that. And poor Roberts, I mean he was always. You know, he's always there. Those guys, my PST guys, I got to give them some mad props. But you know, poor Rob, he was like, "Will you just?" And I'm like, "No, we'll be fine. We'll be fine." And yeah,
famous last words.
Yeah, so I'm standing there and I look up, and it's like, it's Bear. It's like, okay, Bear, you need to go back because if you get killed, then they're going to keep my guys longer here, and they're going to get mad at me. If I get killed, they're just going to send my guys home. He's like, okay. But you know he was game. I mean, and actually we'll probably talk about it when we put in Cop Dealer. I mean we asked them to do some crazy stuff, and there they were.
Yeah. Colonel McFarland made good on his promise of additional forces for Tamim. A platoon of tanks from Alpha Company 135 joined Task Force Conqueror from Task Force Regular after almost a year, and a platoon of combat engineers from the Kurhis joined us as well. We put the tank platoon on static defensive positions, controlling the main routes of Tamim. On their third day in sector, a terrorist managed to drop a grenade down the hatch of one of the M1 tanks, killing Private First Class Shane Austin and wounding specialist Edward Traveris and Sergeant Anthony Ika. The next day, Task Force Regular conducted a large-scale clearing operation in Jazeera region north of Ramadi to suppress any potential enemy activity. Lieutenant Colonel Dan Walrath had an impromptu meeting with some of the Awakening Council members. In Dan's assessment, quote, "The dam is broken and the tribes were getting on board," both with the Anbar Awakening and the police recruiting. Although the tribal areas were siding with the coalition, the AIF still controlled large pockets within the city of Ramadi. That night, Sergeant Julian M. Arachega, Private First Class Shelby J. Finiello, and Lance Corporal John E. Bowman of Charlie Company 16 Marines died when a terrorist detonated an IED next to their Humvee as they were moving to support another group of Marines pinned down by enemy fire. Just nonstop.
Yeah. So, you know, like I said, we were going on the attack. So one of the things that really helped us was when I had to, you know, the sheikhs got me, hey, we need to build this police station, you know, the substation, as it be. And so I went to McFarland. It's like, yo, you know, this is a big deal. You know, you need to send me Johnny Hilton, the 4th Engineers, and we need to put this thing in. He's like, you can't do it. Because that's one of the he's like, I can't give you the guys. So the police station's out there, and basically there was a house that we put like T-walls all around and built a ramp into it. But it was, Toby Watson, who was I got to keep one engineer. So Lieutenant Watson, he came up with the design. He manufactured this. His guys up on the top slinging those things. And my support platoon leader, Pat Webinger and and Sergeant Gonzalez, they slung them all. I mean, we put them on the back of Hemmets and hauled them out there. It wasn't very far. Mm-hmm. It was kind of right there by Starr's house. And we started ferrying them out there. But, they weren't supposed to do that,
Mm-hmm.
and these guys,
stepped up.
One of the things, when I talked to Webinger, and he's like, a lot of the stuff I didn't think we could do, but you were just going to yell at me till we did it anyway. So I just said yes, and then we'd figure it out. It's like, they figured it out, It's like, cut out the middleman, cut out a lot of drama. So, yeah.
Fast forward a little bit. Finally, on 10 October, we coordinated a meeting between Governor Mahmoud, who I haven't talked about much, but he was the governor and lived in downtown Ramadi at the government center where the Marines had to freaking risk their life with everything they did down there. That place was under constant attack. Governor Mahmoud, Sheikh Sattar, and the MEF leadership. And they end up having this meeting on Friday, 14 October, 2006, Task Force Conqueror began the formal RIP process, transferring control to the Steel Tigers. Later that afternoon, we held the official ceremony marking the validation of the Iraqi Army Battalion. The ceremony was a bigger deal than I thought, especially for the Iraqis. At 1500 hours, Lieutenant Colonel Mustafa and I took our positions behind a podium on Camp Defender. Next to us on an upholstered couch sat the 7th IA Division Commander and Colonel McFarland. Beside them, the 1st Brigade 7th IA Commander sat on an upholstered chair, and various Americans and Iraqi minor dignitaries sat on the white Rubbermaid lawn chair furniture neatly aligned in rows. At least 50 crisp new Iraqi flags fluttered in the breeze, mounted into HESCO barriers separating Camp Defender from the rest of Camp Ramadi. The Iraqi soldiers were inspection ready, wearing their best mismatched uniforms, helmets and flak vests, and armed with AK-47s. Up-armored Humvees and trucks painted in their distinctive chocolate chip camouflage pattern parked behind a formation with gunners at the ready. Mustafa and I both said a few words, trooped the line, and saluted for the playing of the Iraqi national anthem, signaling the validation of the Iraqi Army Battalion.
Which was just craziness.
Yeah.
I mean, we had a parade in the middle of it.
Yeah.
There's a great picture in the book about that. And it's like,
what
what is going on? And these they had these like
plush chairs
and couches. Like, what in the hell are we doing here?
Fast forward a little bit. Our mission now is transitioning the Steel Tigers into combat, since they had already secured the static checkpoints in AO Conqueror during Operation Dealer. Getting them familiar with the physical terrain was easy. Getting them to understand the complex political and social situation in the AO was a much more difficult task on our part, especially when the population was undergoing a social upheaval. Part of that mission was transitioning responsibility for the growing Iraqi security forces. Less than 6 months earlier, we had an Iraqi Army battalion in danger of just melting away from AWOLs. An Iraqi highway patrol station barely keeping its head above water, and a single undermanned police station in 5 Kilo with no more than 200 policemen total across all of Ramadi. Now we had a fully manned, even if battle-scarred police station in 5 Kilo, an effective Iraqi Army battalion, a company of Iraqi T-72 tanks, an Iraqi military police company securing Al-Anbar University, and the new Tway police substation, and over 3,000 policemen on duty or in training. Lastly, we had to transition the relationship with Sheikh Sattar and the Anbar Awakening Council. Sheikh Sattar's stature had grown far beyond task force level since his impact now reached across the Ready First entire area of operations. He was now Colonel McFarland's responsibility. You have a goodbye party at his house, but that really captured the progress that you got made. That paragraph right there is incredible. Yeah. You have a big goodbye party for you. He gives you a gold watch and a diamond ring.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Sheikh Sattar stopped as I was departing and asked me privately why the coalition forces had shot the police chief. This is another good thing to think about. Sheikh Sattar stopped as I was departing and asked me privately why coalition forces had shot the police chief of Ramadi. When I returned to Camp Ramadi, you got this gold watch and this diamond ring. Tony, the bling has got to go back, Colonel McFarland said, absolutely deadpan. I know, but I didn't want to offend Sattar. Can we keep it and put it in the battalion trophy case back in Germany? I'll put it on the property book, I suggested. Do it privately, but get it back to him. Have a witness as well, McFarland instructed. Roger, sir. By the way, did a police chief get shot, I asked. At the time, there were 3 Iraqis in town, all claiming to have official papers naming them chief of police. So to me, it was unclear even which one might have been shot. Unfortunately, the rumor turned out to be true. A coalition patrol and an Iraqi police patrol bumped into each other at night in another task force area of operations. Prior to this, the police had rarely gone out at night, tending to stay around their stations where it was at least marginally safe. Now the police were on the hunt, which was amazing progress, but presented a new set of problems involving knowing when and where they were operating and how to identify them so we didn't mistake them for terrorists and kill them. Luckily, there were no fatalities in the incident, but a couple of the policemen were wounded before the situation came under control. So again, like, it was lots of deconfliction to be done out there.
Yeah. Well, and that was the other thing too. It's like there was this guy, I am police chief, you know, and I remember one time, I'll be honest with you. So there was Sheikh Ahmed and Sheikh Sattar. There were 2 brothers. It's like, wouldn't one of them be like king and the other one be like prince, you know? And I asked McFarland that, and he's like, Colonel McFarland, he's like, Tony, leave the Arab stuff to the Arabs. I was like,
Good call.
Good call there, sir. Just see why you're the brigade commander, you know? Mm-hmm. So it just, as much as we think, oh, we knew what was going on, we maybe even at this level, I mean, knew like 10%. Mm-hmm. I mean, there was so much stuff going on in the background that you'll never know. But, you know, hey, they're moving along the way. We're moving along the way. Everything's moving towards a goal. You know, how you get there. How you get there. Yeah.
That night, terrorists attacked a dismounted patrol with small arms in Ramadi, killing specialist Jose Perez from Charlie Company 1-6 Infantry. The next morning, 1-6 Marine established cop firecracker at a key intersection in central Ramadi, further loosening the AIF's grip on the population. 2 days later, a devastating IED killed Lance Corporal Nathan Elrod, Lance Corporal Clifford R. Collinsworth, and Lance Corporal Nicholas Manicuian from Weapons Company 1-6 Marines. Manukian, sorry. Yeah. From 1-6 Marines. Task Force Steel Tiger assumed control of AO Conqueror without any casualties. Stillings and his Marine advisor team ripped out Lieutenant Colonel Rod Arrington and a new crew of advisors, picking up where Chris and his men had left off. We held a ceremony to award the battle streamer for the battalion's last deployment and to case the task force colors signifying the end of this deployment. I wondered how many other Conqueror 6s would have to do the same thing in the future. We handed out medals and certificates to Marines, sailors, and SEALs that we worked with, and then we proceeded to get the hell out of Ramadi. I flew out on the last lift on 26 October. About 100 of us went out that night, mostly staff officers, first sergeants, supply sergeants, and support troops. As we sat on the edge of the helipad waiting for the start of our journey back to Germany, the soldiers were both physically and mentally exhausted, flopping on their rucksacks while waiting for the helicopters. I walked around and thanked the soldiers for all they had accomplished, all the time terrified that a final mortar attack would hit the helipad and we would forever be the sad story of the unit that got killed off on its way home. Fast forward a little bit, we boarded the CH-46s for the short flight to TQ, then on to Kuwait. We spent the next couple days preparing our equipment for shipment back to Germany. As a task force, we only had 4 Bradleys to ship back. IEDs and RPGs destroyed the other 10. The tanks fared a bit better, with 13 of the 16 making it back to Germany. You guys end up spending 4 days in Kuwait and then off to Germany. And the ride to Baumholder, where your families are waiting for you. And I'll close out the book with this. And As we approached the front gate, we saw that hundreds of handmade welcome home signs adorned with yellow ribbons hung from the chain link fence encircling the post. Stepping off the buses, we turned in our weapons and sensitive items and then mounted other buses for the half-mile ride to the Hall of Heroes Gymnasium. Outside, we formed into 4 columns and marched onto the basketball court to the sound of Bette Midler music coming and cheering family members. I had made this march before across the parade field of Fort Stewart, Georgia in 1991, but the thrill of coming home never diminishes. I saluted the rear detachment commander, turned around, and announced dismissed. By the second S, wives, children's, parents, husbands, girlfriends, and boyfriends were pouring onto the court, sharing the unmatched moment of intense joy as families reunite with their soldiers. Deborah and the girls ran out and hugged me, and for a few moments, everyone forgot the pain and loss we had suffered during the previous 6 months. I was just happy to be home. So, your deployment's over.
Yeah.
The battle wasn't over, and actually, in the book isn't over there either. You don't just end the book with that. You continue to explain how the battle unfolds and the casualties that continue, including the IED strike on December 6th that narrowly missed Colonel Jim Lechner's vehicle. He went around this IED, and then it hit the following vehicle, which killed Specialist Vincent Pamonte, Major Megan McClung, and Captain Travis Petriquin.
Yeah.
Which was just absolutely terrible. And you explain, the continued casualties, and then you get into how things turned around. And again, the details that you put in the book are incredible. One of the things that stood out was General Petraeus, a few months later, doing a walking tour of the Malab district. And the Malab district, that was Colonel Clark's AO over there. It was just a disaster. I mean, it was a complete disaster, war zone. And here it was, General Petraeus doing a walking, and he's going into shops and buying like trinkets and food and stuff.
Yeah.
Totally different situation. Things that were completely unimaginable a few months earlier. And then you carry on the negotiation, the politics of the American departure. You explain the surge. You start talking about, the Arab Spring. I mean, you got a lot. This is a great book. It's a great book to understand. Mm-hmm. Like I said, the Arab Spring, the rise of ISIS, the 3-way war that ends up, between Iraqi security forces that are backed by Iran, the tribes that are backing ISIS, and the tribes that are fighting ISIS. You got a 3-way war going on. ISIS eventually taking Ramadi, killing hundreds of Iraqi troops, executing hundreds of Iraqi civilians. That was May 17th, 2015. That's kind of where the book ends. What were you thinking when that happened?
When I saw ISIS rise, right? So, just because someone types in a teleprompter, that's not true. ISIS is Al-Qaeda in Iraq. Is Al-Qaeda, and we tried to parse it out and whatever, but part of the reason when I got out was the writing was on the wall. We were going to pull out of Iraq, and things were going to go south immediately, which they did. And this whole rise of ISIS, and it's like, we could have had it all. We could have been there. And if you look in Ramadi, me and Starr, the awakening meeting was on about 11 September 2006. Mm-hmm. They ran that 5K a year later in September. And there's a picture in the book of I know you and Carl McFarland talking about unthinkable to me.
Totally.
And it's like peace broke out. And, one of the things I used to say to Starr was like, well, why can't this be like Germany and Japan? And I mean, it would have been like Germany. Well, I mean, chilling, drinking beer, but, it'd be like, would just been a regular garrison. And we had it and we did it. And then, the pullout led to the Maliki going after the Sunnis, and then the rise of ISIS, and a genocide against the Yazidis, and genocide against Sunnis. And it's like, this didn't have to be, but it happened. And it was infuriating. I mean, that's why'd you write the book? One of it was when we did the surge in Afghanistan, and it's like, we did a surge in Iraq. It went well. Well, there was also an awakening, and if you look at the surge in Afghanistan, what did it really get us? And it's like, no, there's a whole bunch of things that need to happen. And so, part of it's like, this book might not be read for another 20 years till we get ourselves in some sort of, insurgency master. But, kind of get the record set straight. Because it's just infuriating. And my guys, I think, have done a good job. It's like, hey, we gave them a chance, and they've all kind of internalized that, and, but we had it. We had victory, and we just kind of let it slip away, which is crazy because, the pull out of Iraq. It's like, we are still in Iraq and Syria. Let's not make, we are still in Iraq, and it's 2003, 21 years. Right? There was a little break in service, but it still goes to retirement, right?
So you retired in 2011? I
retired in 2011. So
did you start writing the book immediately?
No, I didn't. I was a contractor for a couple of years, and I just didn't like it, and so my company lost a contract, and honestly, my wife said to me, she's like, "You are more stressed now than when you came back." Because I didn't like what I was doing. Yeah. I was getting paid a lot of money. I felt like I wasn't earning it. I felt like we were pissing away with a lot of money. So I said, okay. So I kind of looked for a civilian job, but I also started writing the book because I felt like this is something I had to get off my chest, and the story needed to get told. And Jim Michaels wrote a very good book. The book about Travis is very good. Can't think of the guy who wrote his name. And there's a documentary, but that they all kind of focus on how bad it sucked, which it sucked. But part of it was, hey, we actually did some good. The Brigade did some good. Everybody did some good, and then we got the tribes on board. And it's like that's the story that needs to get told. So I had to get it off my chest. And then afterwards I've done some like leadership training stuff and speaking and stuff. But
how long did it take you to write it,
dude? There are book writing colonels out there. I am not one of them, it took me like probably 18 months to get like the manuscript. And the manuscript was above the Unabomber manifesto, but not by much. It was just like kind of his ramblings of a madman. And so I said, okay, I've reached my point on this thing. I mean, I don't know how to write a book. And so I tried to get an agent, tried to get a big publisher. Couldn't get it done. And so actually this guy named Paul Huckleberry in this Cleveland Writer Press, who was trying to start up this new publishing company, he took me on. He got me some help with the book. And so it took about 2 years to get like it submitted. And then there's another year in the rewrite, because Paul was really hands-on, small company, and he'd ask me questions like, there's a part in there about the history of Iraq. He's like, well, how did things get so screwed up in the first place? Which I didn't know. I didn't know any of this stuff. Had I known some of this stuff, I probably wouldn't have been that optimistic. I'm always kind of like, how hard can it be? Which, if you've seen some of the home repair, remodeling jobs I've done at the house, it's like, well, it's harder than it looks. Yeah. So, so it was that, and then about when the book was starting to come out, it's like ISIS had risen. It's like, well, how did this happen? So there's a lot of filling in stuff that I never intended on doing. So it was probably 2.5 years from me sitting down and including the first sentence, you type it out, and it's like, does the quotation mark does the punctuation go inside the quotation mark or outside the quotation mark? Then you Google it, and then and then it's like, 21 stars that you didn't know were related. So it's like, okay, focus. So it took me a good long time.
Yeah, I'm surprised you got it done that fast. One of my friends wrote a book about the history of the SEAL teams, and it's an outstanding book. It's called By Water Beneath the Walls. And despite that title, it's an unbelievably awesome book. I always make fun of him because of his title. But it took him 7 years to write this book. It's so well researched. It's got so much detail, but it's not just about, because why do the SEAL teams exist? Why does a commando force exist inside the Navy? Shouldn't that just be Marines, or shouldn't that just be soldiers? Because we're sailors on ships.
Yeah.
So why does it even exist? And it's actually a very fascinating answer of why it exists. But it goes through like the history of the Army Special Operations, the Marine Corps Special Operations, why they failed, why they didn't take over the job that ended up the SEALs doing. And Mike Baima used to give us a hard time because one of the first things he said to Leif Babin was, what the hell are SEALs doing up here in the middle desert? Shouldn't you be out on a ship somewhere? And that's actually a legitimate point, right?
Yeah.
So, it took him like 7 years. So for you to get this done in 2.5 years is pretty awesome.
Yeah.
And it's so well researched. It's just fantastic.
Yeah. One of the things was, I didn't want to be just the rantings of the madman. So everything's footnoted, right? Probably a little bit too much like conversation I had with the boys that would have led, but the bigger picture stuff, it kind of gets glassed over, and if you talk the common knowledge, it's like, there was before 2002, like when it started ramping up, people started saying things, but if you look from the end of Desert Storm to, 9/11, there were weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. Mm-hmm. There was no negotiating that. I mean, that is why we kept a brigade in Kuwait on the border. That is why we had those no-fly zones for 9 years, right? And people kind of forget about that. And it was a big lie. Well, I got exposed to chemical weapons. I got a letter from the VA. They blew up I think it's Rustamaya ammo dump. Mm-hmm. They blew this big Iraqi ammo dump at the end of the storm. They blew it up, and it's like, oh shit, there was chemical weapons in there. Sorry, I get this letter from the VA next year. Sorry. And actually, me and my driver from Desert Storm, Dave Camberg, we're driving through, and we found all these dead sheep in a circle. And I was like, I wonder why they killed them sheep. And then, I just kept driving, and then I got back with him years later. I said, one thing that always bothered me was those sheep that got killed. He's like, they died of chemical weapons, dummy. And I'm like, so, people got exposed to it. There were chemical weapons there. So, was it exaggerated, whatever, but that was common knowledge. And again, kind of
Saddam used them on his own people.
Yeah, Saddam used them on his own people. And, it's funny, one of the things, I was talking to Sitar. Me and Sitar were actually pretty big pals. I'm not sure you're going to be pals with the guy. But he started talking about the great victory in 1991. What are you talking about? And he's like, I think you people call it Desert Storm. We won. It's like, well, how did we win? How did you guys win? He goes, well, Saddam's still in power. Yeah. Saddam's still in power. We win. He won. It's like, well, I guess, if you kind of squint your eyes, kind of makes sense, and when he come clean with the chemical weapons, he never, we weren't his enemy. The Iranians were, and we just never figured that out. Yeah. And also the other thing too, it's like, I'm junior middle management in the Army at best. I don't think I get a vice president title as a battalion commander. Maybe Sean gets some like junior vice president being a brigade commander. And we're the guys that figured it out. You figured it out. I figured it out. It wasn't that hard. And there's this whole, Baghdad infrastructure that was just telling us to do crazy things. And it's like, hey, shouldn't you be figuring out the political stuff? Shouldn't you be doing the? But hey, I had good kids. Pat Fagan, Sean Farraking, two captains, turned them boys loose, and they started working with the Sheiks and, working with your guys, and it was, these captains all kind of figured it out, and it was, working with Travis, and, things worked out for the good.
Yeah. It's amazing. So what'd you say you're doing now? You're doing, I know you got TonyDeane.com. It's Tony, Tony, then DEANE.com. And you do leadership training?
Do some leadership training, do some speaking, mainly that's it. Probably do some book sales every once in a while. The thing about a small publisher, I actually have the books. I mean, it started out, it's not self-published, it was published, but the publisher went out of business, and he said, hey, you pay shipping, so I got some copies of the book, so I go out and do some book signings.
So people can get the books on TonyDeane.com as well.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. So it's on Amazon, and but if you go to my website, it'll say Ramadi Declassified. You can click on that, and there's a space so I'll send you a personalized copy.
Oh, awesome.
Not just signed. I'll personalize it. So if you want to get it for your brother or your cousin, it's like just who it is.
Yeah, I can tell you if you know anyone that fought in the Battle of Ramadi. In any time from the beginning of the war till the end of the war, giving them this book was like such an unbelievably awesome read. And, for me, cause I kind of know, I know everything that's happening, and it's like, it's getting another person. It's like debriefing a game, and you and I never debriefed, like you left. I was thinking about it. I left October 21st. You left October 26th. Didn't see you. That was it. There was no debrief, And so here we are. I get to get the full sort of reckoning or from your perspective. And again, it's so beautiful that you gave these tributes to all these soldiers, living and dead, and that's going to live on. But if you got anybody that's interested in military history, that's interested in understanding the world, because a huge part of the world and the politics in the world, point source is Iraq, and Ramadi. This will give you the background on the whole thing. So, incredible book to read. Definitely, thank you so much for writing it, and it's just awesome. And so, if you guys want to get that book, it's TonyDeane.com, and you can get it there. Carrie, you got any questions?
No, sir.
Good to go, because
awesome information.
This is you hearing a different perspective of the war.
Yeah,
So
yeah, definitely. I'm very familiar with, the Battle of Central Ramadi, from working with Jocko and Leif and the Bruiser guys at Echelon Front so much. I've heard a lot about that battle in Central Ramadi. I've heard very little. I've heard mention of Tamim, but I didn't know all of the efforts that were going in to, securing Tamim, and especially with the police and turning that around, and all of the, involvement with the sheiks that was going on that eventually led to that awakening. It's just really incredible now to have all that color on that side of the map, west of the canal. It's a huge piece of the story I didn't know about until the book. So thank you.
Well, I appreciate it. And, there's stuff in the book that but there was also there was all this stuff that was just crazy, how much stuff was going on. So, oddly enough, we had this a highway patrol unit, which to this day I don't know what they did, but but they like my Charlie Company, First Armored Bomber, and Alden, those guys, they it's like arrest him, and they're like no, they're doing a good job, and they would find these crazy caches of I think one time they found 100 mortar rounds in a truck. And then the next day they stole 500 gallons worth of gas from us. We do not know where the gas went. So, but there was all this crazy stuff going on, and, you just had to let your guys run with it, and it worked out.
Well, also just the staggering loss and casualty, count from that battle too. It really stands out in the book. And again, to Jocko's point, just the tribute you give to each of those individual guys, it's really incredible. Yeah. But a lot of perspective from that book.
Yeah, actually, I thought that was very important. So when I was going through and, there's like 4 or 5 websites where they give tribute to these guys. And some of them they've done a really good job, but some of them are kind of thin, So I guess if you know someone who's killed during the war, anytime during the war, right, go on there because people will look at those things and, give some color if there's no color in the guy's lives. Some people have like 14 news stories and then some people just like, Joe Smith died of wounds. Yeah. So, but, their sacrifice and, the guys that got wounded, the guys that got killed, their sacrifice cannot be forgotten. And sometimes I think we kind of take it for granted. I mean, we don't, but I think in general, I think people kind of forget about what happened.
Yeah, and certainly reading this book will give you a deep appreciation because, like I said, every 2-3 pages, there's more casualties happening, and there's all this good stuff happening, but the good stuff that's happening is coming at an immense cost.
Yeah. And the fact that everyone just kept fighting, I mean, and actually, I don't know if we would have, kind of waddied up and, stayed inside the camp, would things have been better or worse, but, everyone just kept on the attack. And that's, they always say a counterinsurgency is like a marathon, not like a sprint, okay. Thank you, nerd. But you need to be up there running with the Kenyans. It's not it's not an 8-minute mile. No. It's a you better be turning 4 minutes, or otherwise you're just going to get run over. Yeah, so
it's the way it is. Anything else, Kerry?
Negative.
Tony, you got any closing thoughts?
No. Thank you for having me. Thanks for what you're doing. And you had Carl McFarlane on. And it's been a pleasure to see you again, man. It's been way too long. When you're down in Florida, you need to come see me next time.
Right on. Outstanding. Appreciate it. And thanks for joining us. And thanks for your service. Thanks for your sacrifice and your leadership in the Battle of Ramadi. I know it's another thing I was thinking about. Like, we'd sit in these battalion meetings and they're like, we'd all go out. Like, from there, just go out. And, like, your AO was 1 yard outside the front gate. That was it. There was your AO. And I was on the other side. We were butt up against Taway. So we did operations in Taway village that were, 50 meters from the gate. There's bad guys out there. Yeah. So it was awesome to be able to work with you and the rest of the commanders. And of course, thanks to your whole battalion, the 135 Task Force Conquerors. It was an honor to serve alongside your incredible soldiers. And thank you for writing the book because it not only captures the battle, but like we were saying, it just honors the brave men and women who served and sacrificed so much on that battlefield, and especially those who made the ultimate sacrifice. We will not forget them.
Conquer or die.
Thank you. And with that, Colonel Anthony Deane has left the building. Honored to have him on. Honored to have served with him and his soldiers, and to serve with all the soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines in that battle. And I know I said it a couple times, but reading that book and just page after page after page of friendly wounded in action, friendly killed in action, it was hard to read. And it was also just such a reminder of how many were wounded and killed. And when we were there, remember when he was saying, you get back to your talk and they're like, oh yeah, this person, hey, 506 lost 2 guys. Hey, 38 Marines lost a guy. Hey, 16 lost. It was just, that was the rhythm of what was happening. It was just rough. And the way that it came across in the book, what made it come across in the book, the way it hit me, was that I usually talk about the wounded and killed in one statement. Hey, the Battle of Ramadi, this many people were killed. From Task Unit Bruiser, we had this many people wounded, we had this many people killed, and it's like a one statement. Mm-hmm. And in the book, it's just like Chinese water torture, where that drop is just hitting you every page. Boom, 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 boom. and it bores a little hole into your head. So I think that's why it hit me in a different way. And it also a great reminder of how lucky we are to be here. You know, I went down the other night as I finished reading the book, and the sun was setting, and I grabbed my wife and I was like, let's go watch the sunset. And I told her, I said, I'm reading this book, and it's just every day, it's just, that's what it was like. And you get so used to it. It's a terrible thing to get used to. When you get told that an American soldier or American Marine was killed, and you kind of, you nod your head, and then you open up the check what emails came in while you're out in the field, that's sort of your reaction. It's horrible. And yet, as Tony pointed out, guys went back on the battlefield. That's what we're doing. So let's make sure we're living a good life right now. Honor them. So let's decompress a little bit. What do we got? We got some Jocko fuel. Can we decompress with some Jocko fuel? Let me tell you what, decompress with some jiu-jitsu. Let's do that. And then decompress with a lift. Decompress through some physical activity. It's a good way. And when you do that, you're going to need some fuel. So let's get some Jocko fuel. We'll be doing some jiu-jitsu. We'll be watching some jiu-jitsu with the Craig Jones Invitational. It's going to be good. Jocko fuel. Check it out. Going into Walmart, biggest retailer in the world. We're going to be available in Walmart. So if you live by a Walmart, which you do, because you're an American, and there's a Walmart within 10 miles of you. So we're going into Walmart. We're not going into all of them out of the gate, but probably going into one near you. So check that out. If you want Jocko fuel, go to Walmart and get some. You can also go to Wawa. You can go to Vitamin Shop. You can go to GNC. We're in the military commissaries, by the way. AFES. You get it at Hannaford. You can get it at Dash Stores in Maryland. You can get it at Wakefern. You can get it at ShopRite, HEB, Meijer, and Wegmans. Get some. All three of those. If you live by a HEB, or you live by a Meijer, or you live by a Wegmans, I want to say thank you, because you all have been getting after it. So that is awesome. That allows us to reach more people. So thank you. Harris Teeter, Lifetime Fitness, we're in there. Shields, we're in there. If you need to buy weaponry and you need Jocko fuel while you're at it, go check out a Shields, because they got it going on. You ever been to a Shields before?
No.
I want to say like 350,000 square feet of camping, hunting, fishing, outdoor, and sports gear.
I want to go now.
They're crazy. They have like a Ferris wheel inside the building, so you can just throw your kid into the Ferris wheel, and then you can go just buy weapons.
These are up in the Northwest, right?
Yeah, it's like it's like Colorado. Yep, it's Colorado, Utah. I forget all the areas, but they're like a Western scenario.
And now they've got Jocko fuel.
Yeah, they've had Jocko fuel for a while. And by the way, people are going to there and getting it, which is crazy that someone goes into a 350,000 square foot store and they walk out with some of that Jocko fuel. It's freaking awesome. I appreciate it. So that's what we're doing. Also, small gyms. We're in all kinds of jiu-jitsu gyms, all kinds of CrossFit gyms, all kinds of regular gyms. Go to JF Sales. Go to JF at jockofuel.com. We're also in some chiropractic places. We went into a damn hair salon the other day.
Is that Jackson?
Yeah, I think Jackson. I think it was actually Jared.
Oh, was it Jared?
He's like, yeah, I forget which one of them was, but yeah, they're giving like their sales update.
Uh-huh.
Oh, we're now going live into this hair salon.
Yes,
dude, right? Because hey, you want to get your hair cut? Let's get some protein while we're at it.
That's right.
That's what we're doing. Check out jockofuel.com. Get some. Also, American-made materials. I was just talking to Colonel Deane about this. He said, hey, what you're doing with that is awesome. What people need is jobs. People need jobs. So originusa.com, we're bringing jobs back to America. We're bringing manufacturing back to America. You can get the best hunt gear, the best jeans, the best hoodies, the best T-shirts, the best gis. Did I say gis?
No.
You can get the best gis. Whatever you need for life. That's my whole life, by the way. We just wrapped it up.
That's
Rash guards, T-shirts, jeans, boots. We got it. Hunt gear. We got it. So check that out. OriginUSA.com. American made. Oh, by the way, we got the new Burr training gear. It's like silk weight, little activities going on. So comfy. So check it out. OriginUSA.com. Made in America. Also, we have a jiu-jitsu training camp coming up August 27th through the 31st in Maine. It's not sold out yet. The regular camp sold out. This one's not sold out yet. So if you want to get in there, OriginUSA.com. Right on.
We've also got Jocko's store, Jocko Store. Mm-hmm. JockoStore.com. Mm-hmm. Get your discipline equals freedom gear. Get your good gear. Get your get after it gear. These are the things we're wearing when we represent on the path.
Check. Go old school.
Yes, sir. We've also got the shirt locker. So that's a subscription situation. New shirt every month. Echo Charles coming up with these designs, more creative designs that we represent on the path. So check that out as well. JockoStore.com.
Also, you need steak, go to primalbeef.com or coloradocraftbeef.com and get the tasty, awesome, outstanding steaks from awesome companies, awesome people. Primalbeef.com, coloradocraftbeef.com. Subscribe to the podcast. Subscribe to Jocko Underground Podcast. Check out our YouTube channels. We got Jocko Podcast YouTube channel. We got Jocko Fuel YouTube channel. We got Origin USA YouTube channel. We got Echelon Front YouTube channel. And we got Jocko Podcast clips. Good job, Echo Charles. That's what he's real fired up about. So check those out. Psychological Warfare, flipsidecanvas.com. Dakota Meyer making cool stuff to hang on your wall. Books. Ramadi Unclassified by Colonel Anthony Deane. Check it out. It is just an outstanding book. It covers so much. I mean, I read 3% of this thing today. Maybe even 1%. It's 400-something pages long. It covers the history. It covers the culture. It covers everything. Check it out. Ramadi Unclassified by Colonel Anthony Deane. And if you go to TonyDeane.com, he'll send you a signed copy, which is awesome. Also, I've written a bunch of books about leadership. I've written a bunch of kids' books. Check those out. We also have a leadership consultancy. Go to echelonfront.com for details. If you need help with leadership, which you do, we can help you. We can help you solve your problems through leadership. Go to echelonfront.com for details. We also have an online training academy, extremeownership.com. We teach the skills of leadership online. And these are the leadership aspects that will come into play in everything that you do. Also, if you want to help service members, active and retired, you want to help their families, you want to help Gold Star families, check out Mark Lee's mom, Mama Lee. She's got a charity organization. If you want to donate or you want to get involved, go to americasmightywarriors.org. Also check out heroesandhorses.org and Jimmy May's organization, beyondthebrotherhood.org. And if you want to connect with us, well, as I said, Tony Deane is at TonyDeane.com. And as far as Carrie and I, Carrie is at Carrie Helton. I am at Jocko Willink. And also Jocko.com if you want to check out any of that. Thanks once again to Colonel Tony Deane for joining us tonight. Thank you for your service, your sacrifice, and your leadership. And thanks to the brave soldiers of the 135 Armor, the Conquerors. It was an honor to fight alongside all of you in the Battle of Ramadi. And your professionalism, determination, courage, and heroism will never be forgotten by me and will never be forgotten by the men of Task Unit Bruiser. So thanks to all of you, and thanks to all our soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines around the world right now who are standing the watch and willing to sacrifice to keep freedom safe and to protect our way of life. And also, thanks to our police, law enforcement, firefighters, paramedics, EMTs, dispatchers, correctional officers, Border Patrol, Secret Service, and all first responders. Thank you for your sacrifice as you work to protect us here at home. And to everyone else out there, just keep in mind these incredible sacrifices that have been made to give us our freedom. And you heard about some of them tonight. But this is one battle. There's been thousands of battles that have taken place, and in every one of those battles, men and women step up and they go forward with the will with the will like the heroic soldiers of the 135, the will to conquer or die. And they give us this gift of life and of freedom. Don't take it for granted. Cherish it and remember them. And until next time, this is Gary and Jocko out.